It's 9 p.m. and as usual, I'm here to stream for the night. We'll be doing some mining tonight, relaxing. I'm currently looking for a bauxite mega node, and I think it's a mega node. It's close enough to be a mega node. So, I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving today. If you're in the States and you celebrated Thanksgiving today, happy Thanksgiving. I know we had a nice turkey, cornbread stuffing like my grandmother used to make, pumpkin pies, all the trimmings and extra stuff, gravy and everything. It was a beautiful day.
Did you do something on Discord? Oh, there it is. It just changed back to showing you were streaming. It was like weird. It was showing you was just online. Did you see my PM I sent?
So it's been a little bit since I mined on the stream. I've been building so much lately. Now I'm running out of materials. I don't have the stuff I need to do anything anymore. So I figured it'd be a nice relaxing night to go find the stuff I need to find and fill back up the coffers and get things working again. I've got a lot of large containers and medium containers I need to build, so materials are a must. I think Twitch might be having issues tonight. It keeps popping up. It actually said for a second on my end that I had 60-something viewers, and I seriously doubt that's possible. Don't get me wrong, I'd be very happy to say that, but you know.
It shows 2 for me.
Yeah, it went from 2 to 8 to 20 to 62 and then back down to 2.
You wish you had 62?
Yeah, I'm sitting there thinking, wow, am I getting rated? No, it's just a glitch. Twitch decided to play with my emotions a little bit. Get me all excited or nothing, you know. I figured it might be a slow night. It's Thanksgiving night, so. I am starting to think I'm going to go insane looking for this bauxite node, though. So for those of you that have watched the stream before, the Hella medium ship, she's getting her first legitimate run on Alioth as a mining ship tonight.
And it is fully boosted now.
Yes, it is fully boosted. The only thing I forgot to do was actually relink the containers like an idiot, so I started mining and realized I didn't have anywhere to put my ore. Although, oddly enough, did you know you can put blueprints in an unlinked container controller? Or container hub?
The hell? I thought it
Yeah,
doesn't even have like any like storage volume at all.
I know. I had blueprints in there with no linked containers. That was interesting. I wonder how long before they patch that out. If they even bother. Uh, I forgot how nice it was mining on Alioth. Not everything is snow or white. You can turn your light on without being blinded.
And they fixed all those pending issues, so you don't have that ruining half your day anymore.
Yeah. It, Alioth used to be a nightmare for me, and it seems like with the recent updates and changes they've made, it actually is performing really well. I'm not having any issues. I can mine without any problems, so I have to give the NQ team, props to that. It's been really nice. And then you got some idiot like me trying to find a mega node in the middle of nowhere. Literally on the opposite side of the planet from my base. Okay, Scanner, you're drunk. You gotta do this right now. Come on. Daddy needs some bauxite. I do hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving today, though. That you're able to, be home with your family, and I know everybody had to have more of a cozy holiday than they normally would due to COVID. Not the big family get-togethers and stuff. But I hope you were able to at least enjoy your time with your immediate family.
Well, Serapis, it's attempt 2 now for placing the voxel library.
Oh boy.
Thank you, Reaper.
That would be NQ Reaper. Thank you for helping out poor Sniper here with getting his crap fixed finally.
Random voxel go burr doesn't like getting picked up. Oh yeah, I can finally repair this wall of linears that I tore down.
There we go. For some reason, your volume was turned up to max on mine.
Hmm,
I was like, why is he so loud?
that's
There we
funny.
go. Yeah. And I don't remember turning it up either.
Interesting.
Ah, you never know. I do a lot of stuff when I'm half asleep and don't realize it, so it's a possibility.
Cerebus, can you look at my screen share real quick?
Sure, 1 second.
I want to make sure I actually place the cord correctly this time so it doesn't mess up.
You know you can use the arrows, right?
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's perfect. Like, it's above the ground and it's not colliding with anything.
Yep. That looks good, dude.
I'm gonna give it a good name. Voxel done right.
Now, I do have two alt corps, Dark Moon Holding Alpha and Dark Moon Holding Beta. If you need to use them for placing structure cores that you don't want to have to worry about, taking up other core limits, you're welcome to use one of them, especially the beta.
I I think this is literally the only static core I have that I'm placing down, so I should be good.
Gotcha.
Oh, watch this. It's just gonna slowly load in. Here it is. Voxel library time.
Yeah, I really need to get one of those.
It's on Alioth, this blueprint I have,
I know
where you can get,
it's the materials I need to make to get though.
it's all plastics. So you just need a bunch of polycarb, because that's all it takes. Is they have blueprints for static and dynamic constructs, so you can get either one. But yeah, it's literally all just different colored plastics, no other type of material.
Nice, nice.
Well, I guess I should go put this other area back together for Linear before he freaks out.
That would require him logging on.
Yeah. Did you see my last message?
No, I did not.
I don't know why it's showing the red block outline though of the construct still.
Yeah, the last time I placed a blueprint, it did the same thing until I,
I
went
guess you just gotta
through and,
log.
yeah, logged off and logged back in, and it was fine.
Yeah. Just some like weird rendering thing.
Yep. I'd be very happy if I could actually find this bauxite node soon.
Greetings, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning.
Go.
Nope. How do I fix
Sometimes I have to wonder when you're using the directional scanner, does it just lock onto the first piece it interacts with? And then from that point, it only locks onto that one point, even if you go over other areas of that node, or
that? I would have to assume that it interacts purely based off of the closest single mineable chunk. Because when there's nothing but a single chunk left, it'll always show just that chunk on the scanner near you.
Yeah.
I know what's gotten me confused a few times is if there's two nodes near each other, the scanner will seem like it's losing its mind.
Yeah. Well, this scanner can only pick up one signal per
Exactly.
ore type, so
Yeah. So it picks up the literal closest voxel of
yeah.
that ore to you, which is sometimes frustrating.
So
But
just
how was your Thanksgiving, man?
that was great.
Did you get nice and properly stuffed?
A little too well. I am
Yeah.
definitely regretting that. Oh
Yeah,
my
same,
lord.
same. I have dessert sitting in the fridge and I haven't touched it because I'm just too miserably happy.
I went to start mining this afternoon in game. I was going to relax a bit, play my game, and
Pass out?
I decided I needed a nap.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
You have issues.
I might go
Oh,
get some food. I've only had pretty much one meal today.
yeah. Same. I only had the one, but it was massive.
I do have to admit, though, Sniper, it's definitely nice not hearing Mira in your background.
You mean my roommate? That's why I mute my mic so much, because then it doesn't happen.
Ah.
Oh, you and Mira are.
No, no, no. His roommate just sounds just like him.
Oh, okay.
It was kind of trippy when I first realized it. It was like, that is not right.
It's interesting.
Yeah. So, just a heads up, tonight I'll be giving away another million Quanta in game. I think that's what you call it, right? What's the
Wow.
in-game currency called?
Quanta.
So I'll be giving
I
away
don't know,
1
man.
million
It's
tonight
such
at
a
the end of the stream.
weird, very strange.
Serapis, stop giving away our warp beacon funds.
Or beacon funds, that's my money, man. I ain't got much left anyway, but yeah, hi.
Yeah, I was like, you must have gotten flushed with some cash to be giving out millions.
Nope, I
I still
have
have.
3 million.
It's probably no surprise, but I still haven't gotten my delivery. It's been 2 days.
Ah. That
Now,
could be an
granted,
issue.
it is a holiday, so it's.
Yeah, I figured that would kind of be the situation.
I'm attempting to see the holiday as the
Okay.
excuse, even though
I
the person
would-
I bought it from is not American and doesn't celebrate the holiday. His delivery boy does.
I would bring it over, but I don't have access to any of their containers.
It's fine. Well, and apparently since I was initially working out the deal and we were making agreements, apparently someone blew a bunch of the warp cells, so they don't know if they can sell me any now.
That'd be probably a Nova. Because he borrowed them from Pazar to come out here when he got his ship blown up.
And apparently something happened in Pazar's workshop and their production of warp cells halted. Like, for a whole day.
I thought that it was never even like actually working.
Yeah, from what
Oh.
Toddy said, it's not even working.
Yeah, he mentioned that, but he said that they had it going. But it's not working right now.
Nope,
But it's all good. I'll get it. Someday. Until then, I'll just... I might just buy the damn drive and cells from someone else.
Something tells me I'll be crossing the border, but that's okay. I'll get rid of this bauxite node and...
Oh, are you on a thingamabob mega?
I'm trying to. I'm looking for one anyway. Yeah, I need aluminum. Aluminium. And I got a hematite mega node on one of my actual tiles I claimed. So I came over here to get this one first because, well, it's not claimed. So I talked to one of the other streamers. Actually, this Could very well. No, this is just a decent node between two tiles. I talked to one of the other streamers I know today, and he's gonna help me get a few things set up.
Nice, man. Which one? Shams or Angry Dad or?
Say they get no. Hold on.
He's passing out.
No.
Tryptophan's getting him. He's gone. Oh, I was just being curious who it was who was helping you, but it doesn't matter.
I promised him I wouldn't share it.
Oh, okay, cool. It was Markiplier, and I know it. I'm just kidding. That'd be so random. Well, what was your favorite food of the day? Anything stand out as extremely delicious more than normal?
Well, my wife is getting slowly and slowly better at making my grandmother's cornbread stuffing.
Oh,
And this year, I do believe she honestly got it just as good as my Grandma Armstrong's.
there we go.
Yeah,
There
it
we
was-
go.
That just made my day. I took a bite out of that and I was like, oh.
Childhood nostalgia just crammed down your gullet.
Yeah.
Oop, sorry.
Well, my great grandparents raised me for most of my childhood, and Grandma
Yeah, yeah.
Armstrong's cornbread stuffing, which my mom's mom actually made as well. Just well, not as well. I'll say that much. It was really nice when I took a bite today, and it was just like ah. It
That's
was
great,
memories
man.
on a pork, you know.
Yeah, those are always nice. That's good. See, I'm one of those cooks that I'm only able to cook for people every now and then, or else you would die from diabetes.
Ah,
Because
Hey, Gunner.
I am all about flavor. I don't care if it's got.
Info Death, thank you for the follow, dude. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the stream.
Nice. Awesome. I don't care if it's got enough calories to feed a small army. It's going in. It's delicious. It's all about the flavor.
I do think I actually found the bauxite node,
Nice, man.
and I think it's bigger than what I thought it was because it goes across the barrier. Yeah.
That's pretty normal. Do you
I
wanna? Do you have either of those claimed, or are they just?
No, it is not claimed, so.
Oh, watch out for them stream
Yeah.
snipes.
Hey, Gunner, what's up, man? You have a good Thanksgiving? Well, thankfully they can't tell where I am, so.
Yeah, just don't open your map.
Awesome, Gunner. We're gonna get a good idea tonight of how well the Hella handles a load.
Awesome.
I might be streaming until 3 a.m. because I am not stopping until this load is done.
That's great. Info death.
Hey, Rick, how are you
What's
doing
up,
tonight?
guys?
Hey, Death. Or Info. Sorry, I gotta get that right.
There's only like 7 deaths in our stream in our Discord.
Yep.
It's okay.
So, Info, did you have a
7
good
deaths,
Thanksgiving?
But there's only 1 7.
Man, I had deep fried Cornish hens.
No, that
Oh,
sounds absolutely
yeah.
amazing.
It was such a great idea. It wasn't my idea, but
Doesn't matter whose it was delicious.
I'm trying to talk my wife into letting me get a smoker for next year because I plan on doing
Oh.
a slow smoke, an actual proper smoke on a turkey.
my sister usually does that for our Thanksgiving, and it is fantastic.
Yep. But
You
she
mean
was-
you don't do the turducken?
I
Oh
watched
man,
this video today. This guy had they put a Cornish hen inside their
I saw
turkey
it,
just to mess with their daughter.
and they freaked out. The daughter was fell for it.
Yeah,
Totally
she
fell
thought there
for
was a
it.
baby turkey in the baby turkey in there.
Yeah, the dad pulled it. He goes, "What's that?" He pulls it out, and the kids just start losing their
No,
mind.
no, the one I saw, the daughter was actually they had an older daughter, and she was the one.
Pulling it out.
Yeah, and she there's a little leg that pops out. She starts like freaking out
It's so good.
because the baby inside just happens to be missing all of its feathers and its head, and it's perfectly trimmed and clean.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Cornish hen, right?
Yeah.
So that's just great. Kids are so gullible sometimes. It's great.
I see stuff like that, and all I can think of is my wife, because I love my wife to death. But that woman, she
You
has
fall for any trick?
no, no, she has the level of sarcasm and deviousness that is only paralleled by masters of the craft. Like,
Nice.
she is. I've seen her sitting with her students and things, and they'll make comments, and she will just sling without even thinking some sarcastic remark back. Goes right over their head, and about 10 minutes later, they'll look up and be like, "Oh!" when they finally get it. They have literally done that.
That's so good. Hey, for my more experienced and seasoned players of this game, how common is tier 4 and 5 ores? Like, does it become exponentially more difficult even
Yes.
at proper depths?
Tier 3, or you're going to find one in every 3 or 4 tiles on Simeon. Maybe two every 2 or 3 tiles on Simeon for tier 3. Your tier
Okay.
4 ores you're going to find every 5 to 7 tiles on Simeon, and your tier 5 about one every 8 to 10.
No joke. Okay.
But that's just
I
on
was getting
Simeon. It's
frustrated
different for
'cause-
every planet.
Yeah. I feel like Garnerite I'm getting at
Uh-huh.
comfortable speeds. I feel like I'm
That's
getting
the tier
Garnerite
3.
at comfortable speeds. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I have yet to find the 4 or the 5. But I've only just started looking for the 4 or
Yeah,
the 5 because I finally got
Cobalt.
my setup.
I will tell you now, Cobalt is one of those ones that's used for, like, isn't it used for anti-gravs info?
Yeah, it's worth a lot. So that's why I'm looking
Yeah.
for it.
So if you can get Cobalt and build that up and supply, people will travel for that because it's, especially if you can post on the trade channel in the official Discord that, hey, I've got, 400,000 units of this. You're going to have a lot of offers,
Yeah.
and you're going to make
I have a lot of
money.
people wanting to get that are wanting to get this chromite off me, but they don't want to give me quanta. They want to like trade me ships or blueprints or stuff I don't want.
There's going to be people that will pay the money for it, so you just need to be patient and, also post it in the trade channel on the DU official
did.
Discord.
I did. I got some messages. That's where I got them from. I have one guy actually right now who wants to buy like 300 or 400 kiloliters. But he didn't reply back, so I'm assuming it's the holiday, so he might be busy.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And just to be clear, so like when someone says like, so I have this ore depth chart. That's the depth from the surface, not the sea level depth, correct?
To be honest with you, I don't know, but on Simeon, they're pretty much the same.
Okay.
I mean, you're
I
only
mean, I
like
guess as long as I'm close, it doesn't matter, right?
yeah. Just remember with the mega nodes, that trick I told you about running,
Sure. I don't, but I'm
Oh,
gonna pretend I
if you
remember.
run around the surface on Simeon with your
Oh,
scanner
yeah,
out,
yeah.
You'll,
Well, because like on Felly, the surface is 18 kilometers below sea level, or above sea level.
yeah.
So you don't have to dig 20 kilometers to get down to where the chart says it is.
Yeah. Well, so and that's why I think the way that works is it's spawns based off of the distance to the surface, not based off of the sea level.
Oh, there's info. There's one nice thing that and I think you saw this too on Simeon, that you can find mega nodes right at the surface.
Not a lot, but they happen.
Uh,
If not mega nodes, definitely regular ones very easily.
oh yeah, you find, especially now. Is that the depth down from surface height? So if surface height is 300 above sea level and the node is listed as 500, I am uncertain, Rec. I would like to say I know for sure, but I do not.
I want to say that's how it is, but I would be lying if I said I knew.
Yeah, I know, and I'm
But
not for certain. And those charts are all made by players, so any chart you see could be different. You know,
Yeah.
some players could base it off of surface depth. Some players could base it off, sea level depth.
I need to just move. I think
Oh, you're
I've
saying
kind of
that is
tapped.
how it is.
Oh, good.
Okay, gotcha,
Okay.
gotcha. To be honest with you, I've never used them. I always just go out and find what I need, scan it down, and mine.
I'm gonna have to get a scanner, but one thing at a time, right?
My next trip out there, I'll bring you one, okay?
Yeah, yeah,
And the Diablo, you can actually set the scanner right on the roof of it. It fits
yeah.
perfectly.
It's great. I'll have to go like just randomly pick a new spot. I've kind of tapped the digging spot I came up with when I started.
Yeah.
I just kind of picked a couple of tiles and I just started digging the hell out of those tiles and feel bad for some poor sap that ends up picking those tiles as a home and didn't realize I cheesed it out, but not my problem. But I'm gonna go find me another spot.
I have never actually been to Philly. What is it like actually entering the atmosphere on that planet?
it's at like 60 kilometers up, so don't smash into it.
Seriously?
Just saying, don't do what I did.
Oh, my lord. You hit it going fast, didn't you?
Yeah, there's a couple of them apparently that's common.
I generally don't come in slow from that distance.
Yeah, my favorite place to land is Ion Moon 2 because you can literally fly at the planet at max speed and you hit 0 sea level and it insta slows you down to 500.
No joke.
Yeah, the surface of the planet's all like negative 2000.
That's awesome.
So any planet that you hit that, it's just like, shoop, stop. Now
So
you,
there's basically like no real atmosphere limit like the planets.
yeah.
So
Well,
you can just haul balls on that on that moon.
but when you're on the surface, you can only go 500. You can never go above 500 kilometers an hour, which is very boring.
It doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, but Rec, the nice thing about that moon is there's no atmosphere, so you don't have to worry about burning up either. You just make sure you hit the brakes because even though you are only going 500, you will still hit the ground at 500. So you hit the brakes and you come to a complete stop in a second. And you can actually get malachite there too, in decent quantities. And I'm giving up trade secrets there. Somebody's be mad
Yeah,
at me.
whatever, man.
Why you gotta tell them when we get our malachite?
Another streamer made a comment. I don't remember which one because yourself and a few others I've been peeking in and out of streams, and he said the same thing. He says, I personally don't understand any of the people with the mentality of trying to hoard information on this game. And like trying to say, no, 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 don't tell anyone, don't teach anyone, don't show anyone, because then you're giving away wealth. It's like, share it, give it away. that's more players that are experiencing the game and participating in the market and
Right.
growing the economy.
Yep.
When everybody feels like they can't do anything, they don't want to play the game, and there's nobody there to play the
Yeah,
game.
exactly. They said the game won't thrive and succeed if enough players don't actually get to experience as many aspects of the game as possible, including the feeling of getting rich, or at least the ability to.
Yeah.
And there's always the people who figure that stuff out are always going to be able to figure out new ways to keep making money ahead of everybody else that they're telling how to
Exactly.
do it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, most of the time in these games, if you really want to make money, the simplest things make you the most amount of money in bulk, but they limit your gameplay. Like the mass bulk mining and dump selling. Yeah, you can make
Hmm.
a lot of money, but you miss out on a lot of gameplay because of it.
Well, and that's the we talked about this like with the talents, right? Like you could be the jack of all trades, and you could be the kind of one-stop shop player who kind of piddles levels 1 to 3 on like everything, right? That's a thing. You can totally do that. There's
Yeah,
nothing.
Rick, you definitely got to remind people that YouTube does exist.
Well, even then, there's people that get mad like at the YouTubers and like post comments about it, right?
Yeah,
Because
I've
like,
actually seen
no,
that a
why are
few
you
times.
telling all these
Yeah.
people?
So this node is actually on the intersection between 3 different hexes. I'm hoping I
Nice.
have enough room on my ship. I might have to make a second load, but the problem is it's all the way on the other side of the planet.
Just screwed. All right.
So info. You did have a good Thanksgiving, right? Like other than the food, everything was good. Family had fun. I know with the whole Corona thing, everybody's like freaked out right now.
He gone.
He gone. He, oh,
He's
still
there. He's
here.
just muted himself.
Yeah, he always mutes his microphone.
Yeah, I got you use. Oh, when I've got the patcher up, it's not unmuting me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so dumb. But yeah, I had a great Thanksgiving. I mean, we didn't really do anything. We usually have like a 50-person Thanksgiving, so obviously we couldn't do that this year.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of like, everybody just invites everybody they know who doesn't really have anybody to go, and everybody just has a
Yeah.
good time. But this year we were able to do something different. Like the Cornish hens was a great idea, and my neighbor actually brought over a bunch of like side dishes and shit. So that was nice.
See, why couldn't you have been on like 3 days ago? That would have been way better. I would have much rather have done that than a turkey and a ham. Like, don't get me wrong, I love my ham and my turkey. I did a great job, and they're juicy and they're good. But I just have butt tons of it now because I
Yeah,
only had 5 people.
right. We had 3 people here, and it was like, oh, it's perfect. We'll do Cornish hens, and
Yeah, exactly. Like that would have been a way better alternative. I hadn't even thought of that.
We always end up. My wife always ends up turning the turkey and stuff into like a turkey soup shortly after.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a ham stew.
pies. We do turkey pot pies after that.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I can do
Well,
that.
when we have like 50 people, we have like 3 big turkeys. We usually have a rotisserie, a smoked, and an oven baked. So for whatever kind you want. And my grandparents on both sides of my family owned restaurants, so everybody in my family cooks. So it's not any big thing for anybody to make a dish and bring it in, and it all gets
Excuse me.
together.
Yeah. There was this church I used to be a part of years ago. This was almost 20 years ago, I think now. But the one thing I loved about the church was they always had this huge Thanksgiving dinner potluck. And when I say massive, it was like they had a full size gym at this church. It was like a big gym. Half of the gym was tables for people to eat. The other half of the gym was tables for food. Like everybody brought tons of food, and they even got to the point where they set up they put signs out front. If you're hungry, stop in. We'll feed you. And
Heck
it was
yeah,
just
man.
like
That's how you do it.
everything under the sun. And I still remember this one woman that every
Oh,
year she brought these pumpkin pies with what was it, meringue and something else on top of the pumpkin pie. It was the
all
most
right.
hideous thing you ever tasted in your life. And she would bring like 10 of these pies and
Oh
set them all on the
no. And
table. And they were
someone would get foolish enough to try it
no,
every year.
there was
a
always
bunch of them left
one
over at
sliver.
the end.
Yeah, there was always one sliver of a slice taken out of it, and it was always her husband. And it was as small of a slice as he could possibly manage to get.
The smallest one
so
he could get
bad.
away with to say, "Here, I'm eating it. It's delicious, honey."
Yeah.
Put fork
Oh,
marks all the way around the last bite so you can bring it up to her and be like, "Oh, this was so good."
Yeah.
that's so funny.
Yeah, we'd walk over there and always be that one pie with this little, like, I mean, like, half-inch slice sliver of pie taken out. And you'd
So
see him
bad.
walking around with a plate full of whipped cream, and you know that little tiny piece of pie was in the middle of that whipped cream.
That's so funny. No, see, uh, one of my friends that came to Thanksgiving with us, she really wanted to help cook, and I was like, she's not a good cook. Like, I've had her cooking before, and like 3 different times I've had to save her food, right? Like, she'll cook something and it'll not be good, and she's like, "This is so bad," and I'll fix it, and she's like, "How did you save it?" And I'm like, "Spices, idiot!" Like,
Flavor.
like flavor, like, or she's like, "I added spices. I'm aware you added all the wrong ones and all the wrong amounts, and I just balanced it out. Like, I fixed it for you." Right? And she's like,
Anybody
"Well, it was soupy, cornstarch." What? Okay, well, never mind. Like,
for anybody that wants to learn how to cook their own dishes from scratch, I highly recommend a book called The Flavor Bible. And
nice.
all it is a list of ingredients, and it tells you how to use them, what flavors they pair well with, just a whole big, huge book of ingredients and how to use them.
Nice. That's actually a
I,
good recommendation.
one of the things I love about, our modern age, there are, I'm sure there's dozens, but there are at least half a dozen for sure that I know of that are just home cooks that have YouTube channels that are genuinely really good educational, good content on like teaching people cooking stuff. And
Babish.
it's nothing fancy, right? It's just hey man, I'm gonna teach you how to make a simple chicken noodle soup at home for $5 a person. Like, boom. Just like something like that.
And then you got
Right.
some crazy person doing stuff that'll put you in the hospital.
Yeah, of course. But
Info,
Or the combination, the crazy food that'll put you in the hospital.
yeah.
info,
Like
you
that
need to do
Hot
that.
One show. I love that show.
YouTube channels about cooking. There you go.
What's that?
You need to
Oh,
do a YouTube
YouTube.
channel for cooking.
I don't know. I just
Yeah,
don't.
no, it's way too much work.
It is. It's a
I
lot.
had friends about
I
five
don't
years
have the
ago
money
who
for the
who
materials to be able to do
like
something decent.
Yeah.
yeah, legit. They were like, "Dude, you should make a YouTube cooking channel because you're ridiculous and silly and sarcastic, and you'd be fun to have on camera." And I'm like, "That's so much work. I'm too lazy." They're like, "You're a performer by trade." I said, "Yeah, but I don't gotta record it."
That's somebody
Recording
else's
is
job.
work, man.
Do editing and stuff like that. That's what I'm doing for ARC right now. That's why I haven't been on Dual Universe, making some tutorial videos and stuff. And I have no idea how to do it. I'm learning how to do everything. So I just did playthroughs and I recorded all of it. And now I'm going to go through and just edit
Edit.
videos out of it
Oh,
and
rip,
voice
dude,
over it.
rip.
Yeah.
Oh boy, there goes your sanity for the night, for the week.
No,
Or
I'm
month.
not doing it right now. I'm going to be like showcasing the mods on the servers I played on and everything. I did playthroughs on like 3 servers in a row in the last 3 weeks. So
Yeah.
I'm one of many, but I'm a cast off from Arc. I had like 4,000 hours on it, and I just gave it all up when they dropped Tech, which was a long time ago now. But when they dropped Tech in the game, I was like, nope, I'm done. It's just too
The
much for
only
me.
thing I have to say is at least they actually did do a storyline to explain why it was there in the first place. You know.
they showed
Yeah,
things that you could infer story from, and then they put stuff that
yeah.
you could read about it in there. But I don't know. My first 3,000 or so hours were in PvP, and then I started playing on some super heavily modded and balanced PvE servers, and I went back to
See,
PvP, and it was just boxes on boxes inside of boxes inside of boxes, surrounded by turret towers, and then farm bullets until you wake up to a wiped base.
Yeah.
yeah, and that was why I quit because I was like, I can't do this and then deal with Tech. Like I already put in like I did nothing but PvP for like 3,000 hours,
My
and
favorite.
then Tech rolls out, and I'm like, they're gonna roll up and absolutely decimate my 6-layer deep metal base with 6 turret
Right.
towers around the outside,
My
and
favorite was when they added the giant mech suit. Added it the first day they added it. It was broken, and its weapons outranged your base's turrets. And they had these people just rolling servers and just wiping entire mega bases out because the bases couldn't shoot them.
yep.
Good times. Freaking Ark.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. I
I
love
s-
the game, and I love the fact that they're still constantly releasing content. Like, I'll give them that.
yeah.
Totally give them that.
yeah.
Unfortunately, it went a direction that I was not personally wanting to play anymore.
You know, one
But
game
I
I
was,
would love to see some progress in? Conan Exiles. I love the concept of the game. I love the way the game actually looks. It's a beautifully done game. I just
you know,
wish there would be more content in the game.
I agree with
It's
you
like the
also.
Wheel of Pain.
I totally agree with you on that one as well. That's another one, right? That unfortunately all of the direction their content releases have all gone the last couple of years are always monetization, which I get. They have to make a money, but it's all
Yeah.
about here's these like 90% of all their content releases comparatively, right,
Our
are
stuff
all
packs.
basically they're just rehashes. There it's like, "Oh, here's the same exact tiles and statues you have in the game, but they've all been reskinned because now you have the Roman pack and the whatever pack and the Indian pack and the whatever pack and the Asian pack." Like, they just reskin everything.
Yeah. They have released a new map now, so I do have to give them a map. They have added a lot of new content with the new map, but the actual overall gameplay, I can go into that game and without really putting any effort, 10 hours into it, and I'm max level building a tier 3 base, and you know,
Yeah. On a official server, you
yeah,
can and that's the other thing. They haven't fixed a lot of the ways you can exploit, and not even through cheating, but like just knowing the game, like running all of the
yeah, and I can go
key
on any server and
locations.
within 2 hours be to the point to where I can wipe whatever mega clan is on that server.
Yeah.
And that was something that, while I like the game, I love the building, I love the decorative nature of the building. You get really detailed and pretty with it. It really kills a lot of the gameplay for me.
Yeah, yeah. I have a similar fear for this game. Like, I love this game. I love the building. I love where it's at. Like, if you want to do PvP, you can fly through space and you can look for PvP. Like,
I'm in a
I
fight club. DU Fight Club Discord.
yeah.
Yeah,
Scheduled fights and stuff. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, ship on ship battles. Like, yeah, that's great, man. Like, go for it. If that's your thing, heck yeah, dude. Like, more power to you. Like, now, but I'm at that point, like you guys, I've played, 5,000 hours of PvP Arc and a couple thousand hours of PvP Conan, right? I'm at this point now with my gaming that I'm like, okay, I just want to be able to build and be left alone. And then occasionally, if I want to fly a ship out to get it blown to smithereens, cool.
yeah, but we're kind of in a different age group when it comes to gaming. A lot of the people their primary target for this game is, you know, people in their 20s and maybe early 30s that are just really wanting to
For
go
this
out and
game,
yeah, blow things up.
I feel
That's
like this game's
yeah, but that's
concept is much more appealing to the older gamer.
but in general, any gaming company, those are the people that
Yeah.
are going to spend the most money on a game. Those are the people that are going to be more willing to, do stupid stuff and have fun. And you're always going to have your older group that likes the more casual, slower pace, but you're going to lose a lot of money if you don't attend to the wants and needs of a younger generation.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Well, so in my line of work, uh, we have a saying, and I think it's appropriate for games, like certain types of games, and this could potentially be one of those games. 80% of your income will come from 20% of your clients.
yeah,
And so what that means, right, is like I'll use MechWarrior Online as an example, right? MechWarrior Online is a free-to-play game, but it still makes a profit. And that's one of those things because they monetize by they're one of those games where you buy the mechs.
Play to
microtransaction.
win.
Yeah, and it's not even play to win. It's just
Pay to win, not play. Pay.
Yeah, yeah. It's not even pay to win though. Like it's
Okay, info.
if you, yeah, because you can just like anything like League of Legends or whatever, right? Like everyone can unlock damn near everything
But yeah, but League
through
of Legends, you
playing.
don't get any benefit from
Yeah,
unlocking things. It's all
it's just
cosmetic.
yeah, and that's another one of those games too. It's like you can play that game for free, but it's the whales, right? The players who go in and go, I want everything. Here's $2,000. Boom, I'm
The
buying
wallet
all of it.
warriors.
Yeah, the wallet warriors, right? So that's your 20%, right? It's the wallet warriors, and guess who the wallet warriors are going to be? It's not going to be these 20-year-old kids. It's going to be us.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, in this game, the biggest profit they've made of this game is word of mouth. A lot of people, like just in our Discord, a lot of people in this Discord are here because I pulled them into the game.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, and
asshole.
I never even heard of the game before you told me about it.
Yeah, he's tried. Okay, I will give Serapis credit for one thing: fucking persistent. He has asked me probably 5 times to try this damn game, and I wasn't interested in it. I was like, no, I'm busy. Leave me alone. I'm playing other games. I'm doing other stuff. And what? I don't even know why. I just decided, you know what? He's asked me so many times, and I feel bad that he's asked me so many times. I'm gonna shoot $20 at it and just give it a shot. And now here I am, playing like 60 hours a week of this crap.
hey, but I was right though. You liked the game.
Yeah, yeah. Go stuff your turkey.
Already did, and it's been in the fridge. Nope, nom nom nom. But
Real friends gives their friends a 90-day beta key to get them hooked.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so what's up with that?
I
What's up
didn't
with
even
that?
get. I didn't have any to give.
Apparently, Linear has a stockpile of different beta keys, and I didn't get jack.
Linear has, I think, 2 or 3 of the full beta keys left that give you full gameplay all the way to a live release.
Yeah,
That's what I've
I'm
got.
aware.
My friend Deathmaker.
I'm aware.
Good man.
Yep. And if I'd had one, I'd been happy to give it to you, but I don't. I didn't have any.
But no, here I am, me and an alt account, just spending money.
But I hate to say this. Okay, I
It's
understand
good for
why
the
they.
game, though.
Yeah, I
It's good
understand
for
why
the
they added
creators.
the beta keys to the alpha accounts. I get that, because drum up sales. But at the same time, I have to wonder now how much is that hurting them.
Well, I don't know how or why they're allowing it, because in the official Discord, people are auctioning them off,
In-game currency only.
Yep, in-game.
and they're allowing it.
fun.
Yeah, if it's in-game currency, they don't care. If you try to
Like
sell
they're
one
selling
for
them
real
for
money,
like 40 million.
uh-huh.
It used to
Quanto.
be 5 million at the beginning, but supply went down and price went up.
Yep.
See, you should have bought a couple, but no.
I did when they
Don't
were
care
when
about
they
your
were 5 mil.
friends.
I didn't have 5 mil. Actually, I did have 5 mil, but at that point in time, I was personally bankrolling the entire org.
So what's different? You're still doing that.
No, I'm not. Mira and that group, they take care of themselves. Linear, well, he's not really playing. Sniper, Sniper doesn't need me. I mean, this kid's motivated to say the least. He's able to do what he needs to.
I just need 2 tier 5 ores. That's all I need.
He's very upset by not having these T5
Hey,
ores.
maybe we could talk Mr. Info into getting a good price.
Is that's
Is
all
one
I
of
need for the
them-
warp beacon?
Is one of them titanium?
No.
No.
I need ilmenite
That
and
is tit-
columnite.
Ilmenite
He
is
needs
titanium.
the 2 most valuable, most sought after ones.
Hey, Sniper, Ilmenite is titanium, I believe.
Oh, is it? I don't remember.
Lol.
I have 9.3k ilmenite in this box in front of me right now.
Not enough.
Actually,
Is it enough?
let me
Oh,
look.
it totally is.
Wait, kiloliters K or just 9,000?
I need 3.9.
It's-
I also don't have money though.
Lol.
See, I figured this was enough.
She's a working girl.
I'll
Hook
be
him up.
back. I'm getting a call.
Okie dokie.
Speaking of, I'm just kidding.
Still sitting on top of this. God, I haven't played in so long.
You need to finish that tower. I was over there the other day showing some people it, and it was just like,
Is it not been worked on?
no.
I'm way over here with this 2.2 million Natron node, but my mining is tier 5 and all upgraded now.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Oh, 4 days and 13 hours for mining efficiency 5.
Oh man, I hate you.
So-
You have efficiency level 4 already?
Yeah. I knew I was going to be off playing Ark for a little while, so I decided to just queue up all of the mining stuff right in a row. And then I need mining optimization 5, and that's the end of it.
Where is mining efficiency at?
It's under miner, mining and inventory, mining optimizations.
Oh, mining
It's
optimization.
the one you get after you have level 5 mining.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah, no, I got mining efficiency.
I've got advanced mining to level 5.
Right, and then you can work on mining efficiency.
Or mining
You get-
optimizations.
Mining optimizations you can get without having advanced mining 5.
Oh, mining efficiency. Yeah, that's currently in queue, I believe, to level.
That's the one where you get free bonus ore, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's working on. I had it in queue. I guess I don't anymore. I was doing some flight skills.
Yeah, I've been bouncing back and forth between all the things.
I'll queue up a bunch of skills to level 3, get them all to level 3, and then start plugging in more.
I'm gonna start selling the crap out of chromite scraps just to my own organization, and I'm gonna be filthy rich. They blow up like 5 ships a day, man.
I wonder what's going to happen when they add, especially like for Nova, when they add it
Dude.
into the limited repairs. Like after so many times, you got to replace it.
That's gonna be so rough. People are gonna be flying like grandmas, I assume. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Let's just say people will not be cheapskating on their ship designs anymore.
That's also true. They're gonna have to start really like paying attention to like what they're building.
Yeah. So in case anybody wonders, yes, I have cleared a lot of ore. I have a tendency of moving rather quickly when it comes to mining.
Better make sure that you optimize the teeth out of the Raptor for me. Because when this patch hits, I need to make sure that I don't bust it apart every week.
The current design of the Raptor, especially on Simeon, you are not going to wreck the thing on Simeon. If you wreck it on Simeon, you got some problems.
Yeah.
Heck, that thing, I fly around with 6, 7, 800 tons of cargo in that thing all the time on an Alioth.
I still need you to shoot me a price tag for that. No one ever gave me one. I asked for it like 5 times.
Oh, on the ship parts itself, I do not know. I'd have to check the market and see what the prices are for all the parts. If I had the money, I'd probably just buy the parts myself and bring it over there. I just don't have the money. However, if
Maybe
my
Chrome
ticket
might.
comes back and they give me a positive response on my support ticket, I might have the money.
Sell you chromite. You need it if you want to build ship parts.
So just a reminder for those watching the stream, tonight at the end of the stream, I'm going to be giving away another $1 million in game. I will do a draw of people in channel, just have you tack up, and I'll do a random number generator.
He's gonna DDoS your machine, don't believe that? I'm just kidding. So random. Who won last time? Was it Wreck Dad or was it Gunner?
It was Rick. Rick got the 1
He
million.
can't win again. I'm
And-
just kidding.
In fact, he actually apparently really needed it.
Yeah, he had a problem with his account, right?
Yeah, it wasn't giving him his 100,000 every day.
That's just crap.
I mean, I wonder how long they're actually going to keep that in the game. I mean, 100,000 a day.
I think it's really good. I think it's really good.
Yeah, I guess
It's-
it does
well,
add money
also-
to the economy too.
I was gonna say also, how else are you gonna get the money in the economy? Like, there's no NPCs.
Yeah.
There's no like, wait, you can't stumble on a treasure chest full of it. Like, you gotta put quanta in the game somehow. And like, how long do you really want to have your devs logging in and just randomly buying crap off the market?
Well, they have NPC orders over tier 1 ores. They used to have them for all the way up to tier 5 ores, but they took all those out. Tier 1 only now.
I sell to the bots. I make tons of money.
Is it profitable?
Yeah.
It is for what I sell. Yeah.
Is it just the sheer volume is worth it?
Yeah. It's tier 1 made materials, and I mean,
Wait, is it materials or ores? What are you selling them?
no, I'm selling actually finished products to the bots, but
Oh,
and I'm using tier 1, just things that are made out of tier 1 ores, and I throw them into a little mini factory that just makes my for sale to bots, and I sell it to the bots, make the money off of it, and use it to buy things that are made with higher tier materials that I don't want to spend the time or money on.
that's fair. See, I don't. Is there a way to tell which ones are the bots? Does it show you or tell you? I've never really looked at it.
If
Or
they
you
have
just
the same,
recognize it.
well, if they've got the same buy order across all the systems for the same price on some hundreds of thousands of something that costs millions, then
That's a
I'm
bot,
gonna have
yeah.
to assume that that's a bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bot buy orders are pretty much always set at an increment of like 200,000. So you'll see like any given market, you'll see like 6 or 7 orders at like 200,000 a pop around that area that are really close in price range. Those are your bot orders.
Interesting.
Same for the sell orders.
They're basically just trying to put a false, ceiling and floor on the market so that people can't manipulate a weak market like this is with not as many players as it needs to stabilize,
Yeah, of
and
course.
they
It
can
makes
just
total
destroy it.
sense. And
But
also, they have to get the quantity into the game. You know,
Right.
that's
Yeah,
that's
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 another
the
reason.
big part of it, right? It has to come from somewhere.
I've seen several people complain about the market, about the bots on the market not letting them use it properly, and I'm like, you just want to abuse a weak market to your advantage. Like don't be a dick.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. We were talking about that, I think, before you got on about people being greedy and they're like not wanting you to share like the first one is like the territory scanners, like how to use them like properly to make a profit. And like there are players who are like nerd raging and they're like, don't show or tell people about the scanners.
I'm
Like,
pretty sure I'm the
dude,
one who told Serapis about using 3 of them at once on
yeah,
part.
exactly.
I was talking about having little just small grid deployables that I could just park on the adjacent 3-way
I have one of those at
intersections.
my base right now.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep. It's a thing. Like there are people that are doing that. They're running 3 of those and they're
yeah.
parking like smack dab in the middle of one thing and they're dropping basically 9 territory units or excuse, yeah, 9 territory units at a time. They're scanning 9 grids in one stop.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You got to be a little bankrolled to be able to pull it off. But I mean, that's
Right.
at
You work
least
your way
10
up.
million just in the territory scanners right there. So
Yeah, you don't start that way, but that's, you build your way up to that.
Well, it's kind of like any progression in real life. Everybody starts off at a small level of industry, and then you end up being a large industry. And large industry is not going to do things the same way as somebody just starting out is.
yeah,
It's a natural progression, and you can't deny players that natural progression. And I know a lot of people are complaining because they think they should wipe when beta is done and it goes full public release. But what they're not understanding is with the players that are playing now and building up resources and building up markets,
that
when the
would hurt.
servers go fully public, they're going to be the industry driving the market. They're going to be the players that are
They're
building
driving
all
the
the
game.
PvP
Yeah,
weapons and ammo and
all the ships,
yeah,
all the interactions.
they're going to make the actual live release so much more, how to say it, fuller content of a game.
Well, that's the nature of player-driven game.
Yeah,
They want it to be player-driven. There has to be player-made content in the game at launch, so they can't erase everything.
yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, in my what I would consider a worst case. To me, a worst case scenario would be they wipe the the I, quote unquote physical goods. So they wipe your ships and your structures and all that, but you still keep your characters and all your levels. And to me, that would be the worst case that they could reasonably do, because there's no way in hell I'm paying $6 a month to pay for this game, and then a year, 2 years from now, I have to start level 1 again with all the other scrubs who are just starting the game. You could convince me to wipe my bases and my ships, but don't touch my skills.
Yeah, the
Right.
character you built up is that's
Yeah.
more of an investment than anything.
In this game, the skills are almost more valuable than anything else.
Oh, they
If
are.
if I had to rebuild everything I have right now, every single thing would be stronger than it currently is.
Exactly, right? You'd build it better, stronger, faster, right? You could do what probably took you, I don't know how long you've been playing the game, but months or even weeks. You could probably knock it out in a fraction of the time, just through the power of experience and, more importantly, your character's skill.
Right. That's what I mean. My production would be higher on everything. My efficiency
Mm-hmm.
would be better. I mean, I have a very general, broad spectrum skill set on this character. I went through right away and learned everything that cost 600 right about off the bat because it's 6 minutes.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
you know, and then go up to 1200 and then go up to
Yeah.
3000 because at most you're what, half an hour of skill? That's
Yeah,
nothing.
that's my general rule. If it's under 30 minutes, I'm learning it, even if it's something I don't know if I'll ever use it, right? Like,
Right.
which there really isn't a such thing, but you get the point.
See, that was one thing I
You'll
was
use
happy they brought inspiration from Eve, is so many other games give you a very limited direction your player can go, and in this one, if you take the time and you play it for years and years and years, you can learn everything in the game. There's no restriction on what you can or cannot do.
Mira.
And there's no way they won't. Oh my God,
Hey,
it's
Eldars.
the person I'm most excited to see. Um, and I'm sure that they're gonna add. They're of course they're gonna add more stuff, right? Which means there's gonna be more skills. They'll add different types of things that, like different
Yeah.
types of ship parts, different types of functions, factories. All it takes is for them to add some kind of alien-esque thing, and then boom, you have a whole new set of freaking months and months and months of skills or something.
One thing
Still waiting on warp drive skills, just saying.
what I'm actually hoping that they do is a progression to where, like, we discovered that there was another race here before us, and that would add an entire new depth to
To the game.
yeah. Because even if it's not an active race, they're died out. It's new technology. It's new.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Alien
ancient
artifact.
ruins and tech and all that.
Which opens the door eventually to find out that they're not actually wiped out, they're still out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Want to buy space folding drives, PST.
It's where they introduce another galaxy or something, and you can travel to it.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what it'll be. It'll be in some form of expansion content, right? They'll expand it. We'll have a whole new solar system to play in, and lo and behold, there's ruins here, and there's
Yeah.
ships, and there's like new tech, and there's new skills, and there's
Well, what I'm really hoping is that they take a good progression with this game, like they have the potential to do with a solid progression line. They have pretty much endless opportunity to expand the content of the game as long as they stay true to their player base, which is where most games have gone astray.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
yeah, that's
especially
true.
Eve or other games like that, or Empyrean, they get to a point to where it becomes painful. They just start ignoring their player base. And I understand that profits are important, but you have to balance that. Eventually, your profits, yeah, you have to stand to make some money off of this, but at the same time, you're going to lose more players than profits gain, and you end up hurting yourself.
I'll tell you one thing, and this is just kind of slight tangent talking about like things that are great for the game. If they can find some way to make a hybrid between their current trading market network and something like the Steam workshop for Empyrean for ships and bases, they will have a level of success that will
Well,
drive
they've
this
already
game
talked about
sky
adding
high.
in-game marketing for blueprints, where you could, where you'll be able to trade your blueprints over the markets.
Of course, but but I'm talking like if you think of like the workshop though, right? The
Yeah.
workshop allows you to content creators to take all of their, make advertisements, right? I mean, if anyone who played Empyrean, if you think of the best workshop things you've ever seen, those creators put a lot of love and care into their creations, and they make like really nice flashy banners and pictures and little videos and ads for them, right? Like stuff like that would really, I think that would drive a lot of the creators in this game. And it would make it easier. Like other than people like yourself who are streamers, who are showing them, hey, for this really, really cheap cost, you can get this really, really high functioning ship. Like most people are just stumbling around on crap they make or the crap the
Yeah.
game gives you, or something they just got suckered into that they saw at the market that's really not any good.
Yeah, and I hate personally my biggest pet peeve with the game is that market they have at the starter places where you can go buy the ships and all the parts to make them.
All the spam there.
No, I'm talking about the actual one that the devs placed. The ships
Oh,
that
yeah.
won competitions or something like that to get placed there.
Yeah.
Most of those ships are complete trash in the way they fly. You know,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you've got
They're
new
not
players.
functional. They're just aesthetic.
Yeah, you've got new players going over there and buying those ships, thinking, "Oh, this is going to make my game so much easier," and they get it,
And it makes it worse. Yeah.
and it's just, "Oh
Like
wow,
that little
hey,
ship
look,
you gave me. Like,
look at the stream." Oh, there we go. Look, does that look like an animal with little wings sticking out like a penguin sliding on his belly?
like a duck.
It's a duck. There we go.
It's a duck.
Goodbye, ducky.
It's the dirt duck.
That was a bauxite duck. Aluminum duck. Aluminium.
It's a bark site.
I guess that would make it a chicken.
I was just
Oh,
getting flashbacks to Duck Hunt.
Oh man.
I was just
It's like
thinking about
when
that
you
game
when
the
you
other
broke
day.
the rock, and it popped, and it was like, wow, that looks like the pixels from Duck Hunt breaking apart.
Yep.
That would have been like Duck Hunt 2.0 right there, man. That would have been like an upgrade to Duck Hunt.
Hey, I've spent hours with that little plastic
Dude,
gun
don't-
That
going
game was
nuts.
amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What was the trick you could do to get 100%?
Oh, Lord,
You
I
could
don't
put like
remember.
a rubber band on the end of the gun or something.
You
What
could
was
turn
it?
your contrast all the way up, your brightness all the way up, and it would just think that the entire screen, because the way it worked was
Is
the
it flash
screen
the
would flash
screen?
black,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the white box would show up around your target, and the
Mhm.
sensor would detect the white box. But if you just took the entire thing and just shined a flashlight in it when you shot, it would just
Okay.
100% work because it thought that it was seeing the white box.
Oh, it was you put a rubber band on the end of it with like a reflective material on the end of it, and it worked every time.
Yeah, I saw somebody do that before. They one of the guys who took his mom's compact, like little compact mirror, and just
Yeah.
taped it onto the front of the gun, so every time it would pick it
Yeah.
up and it perfect shot every time.
That's what it was. There was stuff like that. See, this is that for the people watching the stream. Back in my day when we used to game.
Old
pretty
man's
much.
game.
Oh man.
So tonight on Gaming with Geezers, we're talking about Duck Hunt and ways to cheat
Four
early
score and 7
consoles.
megabytes ago,
Yeah.
That's great.
long before a terabyte or even a gigabyte existed.
Sure.
It's like, wait, you got
Long
10
before a
megabytes of
megabyte
storage?
existed.
When
Right.
Sketchy was king and IDE was crap.
But does anybody else remember what type of disc you could double the storage space on with a paper hole puncher?
A 3.5-inch floppy.
Oh,
And a
close,
5
close. Five and a quarter, yeah.
Oh,
Good old 5 1/4 floppy.
Anyone remember the
great.
3 densities the 3.5 came in?
Oh, Lord.
What was it? There was the 1.44, the 720, and was it the 2.8? I feel like they
now
did.
we're getting
There
to
was
gaming
a
with
2.8.
Geezer's trivia.
Okay, so
There was a 2.8, but there was also like a 320 or 312. or
Yo,
something. It was
old.
crap.
Oh,
actually,
God.
yeah, I did
Playing-
play Oregon Trail.
Damn right we played Oregon Trail.
Oh yeah,
You
of
never
course.
played
How
it,
about
bro?
Moon Patrol?
Oh, God.
Nah,
Wait, wait.
asteroids for days, bro.
I got one comment.
Asteroids for days.
Galaga and
Zip
Asteroid,
drives. Who remembers zip drives?
Oh yeah, I've got a zip drive right here. I actually bought a USB zip drive to do a full recovery on about 150 USB disks recently,
Oh,
and I got
Wow.
everything off of them with some recovery software. Half of them reported as empty, and I still got everything on.
nice.
This guy had family history, like all their family photos,
Wreck
like
that.
1800s and everything.
Yeah, it was zip drives, and then after zip drives, Omega made the Jazz drive.
Yeah, my
Oh.
favorite
One
was
cool
I
gimmick.
had a friend recently go, why do they call them zip files anyway? And I was like,
Memories.
see, what happened was back in the day.
Way back before you were born.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
because
joke.
apparently nowadays, if you were born in the early 2000s or 90s, you're considered old.
That's unfortunate.
I must fart dust now.
Right.
Born in the
Hey,
70s.
why do you have a plastic cop print of the save icon?
What was that? Wait, what was that, Will?
So I was born in the 70s.
Oh, yep.
I think all of us were.
Nope. 80.
No, I was early 80s.
Oh, Will, when were you born, Will?
77.
See, he's got the 5 year. I'm an older fart. 76 here, halfway through 76.
My wife was actually born in
Exactly
75.
Oh, you're the oldest fart.
Yeah, my wife
Of course,
was born in
this audience
75. I
is
was
like
born in 80,
20,
but
Yeah.
21 or
Wreck Dad is stomping all y'all, man.
something. Well, Toddy is 68.
oh, Rick Dad sitting over there going, "Oh, born in 70." I thought he was gonna say 1940. I was about to say, "Damn."
40s.
And I know a couple other birthdays that I get kicked in the ass for announcing, but they're close.
Mira, by any chance, did you ever find out if you were gonna be able to share any warp cells, or are y'all too low?
Pazar tried to relocate her factory and accidentally picked up a few of the items, so her links are all kinds of foobar right now. She's actually on the computer working on repairing her warp cell line right now.
Okay.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I'm laying in bed watching tow truck shows. Well, pausing.
Would you be able to run that delivery out?
I can do that tomorrow. I have to go to Best Buy and pick up my Black Friday present to myself, and then
What'd you get yourself?
I got a brand new X570 gaming Wi-Fi blah 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 decked out PCI 4.0 with 2.5 gig LAN. And I've had a Ryzen 3900X for a little while, and I did not upgrade the board from the B350 I had, so it's choking the crap out of the processor.
Yeah, I don't really need it yet, but I might buy one of those new 5000 series processors that came out.
I'm really happy with my 3900X. The 12 core 24 thread is just monstrous. I love it.
I have the, what is it, 2700X,
Yeah, it's a
So
good one,
far,
too.
which is good, which is really good. But you know, they're fairly economical, and I can turn this card over fairly quickly and get a little bit of cash back on it before it starts to get to the point where trying to resell it would be a pain in the ass.
one thing I have been happy about was when I decided to build this computer. I got sitting here and I went with the X570 chipset. After the new AMD CPU announcement, I have been very happy I went with the X570.
Well, that's why I'm going up to the X570 now. I did a bunch of comparisons with the 550 and 570 for like 2 weeks, and I decided to pull the trigger today. They went on sale for $140 off for like 2 hours, so I minted it for like $150.
Yeah, well, the X570 motherboards, the main thing is I think it's one of the main differences the communication between memory, CPU, GPU. That's
The PCI 4.0 lanes
Yeah.
aren't limited to a single one per processor. They also run for the M2 and everything else. So
Yep.
my 970 Pro SSD should kick some ass in the new board.
that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, I'm rocking the M.2 that I got like a year and a half ago. Year ago? Yeah, like a year ago.
But we are all over the place
Connections
tonight.
are
We've been
running.
talking.
I was just thinking that too. I'm like, man, I love how this conversation just went from like popping holes in 5 1/4 floppies to, you know, the most modern shit coming out right now. Just straight up the bleeding edge, right up in a step.
Mira! Bring
Don't
me
feel bad. I'm
stuff.
eyeballing a 3080 for Christmas if I can get business going well enough.
Might as well go for the 39 if you're gonna do that.
Can't afford that one. That's a big jump.
It's
I
like,
don't know.
Sorry, I
I'm
said hello. I can hear someone yelling in the background.
That's my asshole child.
Oh,
One-
I've
Did you
actually,
say asshole child?
Yes.
All my children are assholes.
I've been
They must-
seriously
They must
considering.
be old enough to be called assholes. Huh?
So,
Oh, yeah,
I know I was.
She's the youngest.
Uh,
Jeez.
I've actually been seriously considering the new ATI graphics cards instead of going with an NVIDIA this time.
Well, I'm waiting for them to drop, really drop and be tested before I decide.
Yeah.
I love my Vega, but the goddamn fan sounds like a hair dryer.
Oh, the 1070 I have is a liquid cooled, so you don't hear it at all. Like you never hear
Yeah,
the
I'm on
thing.
a 2080 and I love it.
And it works for now. There's no need for me to upgrade, so I'm gonna wait and see what happens with the new ATI series and see what goes on with those and pricing, and maybe next year sometime decide on that. But I'm gonna also need to upgrade my power supply when I do that too. I need to upgrade my power supply now.
Yeah, power supply's cheap though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
power
did the power
supplies are
supply earlier this year for
great.
exactly that reason. I was starting to have random crashes and stuff,
Yeah.
so I upgraded my 700 to a 1050, like 1100
Yeah.
or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just rocking a nice little what is it? 750, one of the like gold models.
Fully modular.
Yeah.
Yeah, fully modular gold models. And I love it. No, it's 850.
Well, mine's not a gold model, and that's my problem right now. I need to upgrade to that because that's where my
Yeah.
issues come in. I'm just running a standard 750 UVGA, and it's not even rated really. And
Yeah, no, I got the one of the higher ones.
Yeah, that's what I did. 7. I broke down and went with the platinum, and I love
Yeah.
it. I mean, I've had no problem, but it cost me I think $230, $250.
Yeah, it was a pretty penny to say the least. It was not a cheap upgrade.
Right.
But I
So
expect
I'll
it to
tell you
last
what.
me 10 years like my last platinum did.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though. I did the same thing in 2013. 2013? No, not even that. In like 2012, I did the same thing. I went all out and I bought everything that was like not top of the line, but higher end. And I really got a nice expensive computer, and a lot of my friends were like, "Man, that thing's way too expensive." Blah 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 blah. I did not need to replace it until what was it? About a year and a half ago, Serapis?
yeah, about a year and a half ago.
Year and a half ago, and it still was fine. It still played games, but I couldn't play. I couldn't play new games on like medium to high settings. I had to play everything on low, and it was sketchy on like really new stuff, right? I could play this. It'd probably play this. It wouldn't play it on anything other than low, and it might be a little bit sketchy with loading, but
Loading our tower.
yeah, loading any major voxels would hurt, but it would work.
Yeah.
You know what's weird is I found on the Vega, if I turn off all my shadows, I'd have more problems playing through the universe than if I turn everything to maximum.
Yeah,
I've had the
Uh,
same issue with mine, and I'm on that
there are
1070.
certain features in games like this that it's really backwards on what actually helps and not.
Poor Pazar gets thermal shutdowns if she turns on shadows on that poor 1060 she's got.
Really?
1060. Wow.
Yeah, she's got a 1063 gig that's overclocked to hell. And every once in a
Oh,
while
it's the
it'll stay.
1063.
Yeah.
That is not enough VRAM.
Oh, of course not. But it's also overclocked to hell, and it's got the 3 fans on it, but I never hear them come on. And of course, there's no real decent fan control for that.
I mean, you're a PC tech. You should just upgrade for her.
We don't
Buy a
have
cheap 2060 or something.
we don't have the budget for that machine yet. It's coming, hopefully.
Mira,
Yo.
wake up! Get up! Get up!
Oh no, dude! I've been driving around all freaking day. I've driven I don't know how many hundreds of miles already today.
It's just a wee little delivery.
Nah, that'll take me an hour.
Yep.
I was already asleep on the couch watching TV.
What, you saw the stream
Well,
announcement?
Let me correct that. I was trying to watch TV dead asleep.
So what made you join as a channel tonight then?
I
To
was
tease
sitting on
me,
the
to
toilet and I
taunt
was
me.
checking all my stuff. and
Ah.
I'm really excited if you can't tell.
So you're sitting on the toilet and perusing the thing.
I usually clear out all my Discord stuff before I fall asleep so I can check all the messages in the morning. I'm on like 12 servers. So
I mean, when you want to clean out the shit, you just clean out the shit, right?
right. 2 or 3 birds with one stone. You know how it goes. So, Will, has Tassie spent much more time in the game yet?
Not today at all. No, she's been upstairs with her mom, and Murphy was over here.
I
brother-in-law.
totally thought you were going to say her mom and them.
Her mom and who?
I thought you were going to say her mom and them.
Okay.
It's a southern expression, man. How's your
Yeah.
mom and them?
Oh, and
And the sad part is I knew what he was saying right away.
Yeah, I
course you
did
did.
too. I was like, I don't know why he's having a hard time hearing
You're
this.
far enough east to know that one. Will, you've been out of retard country too long.
I guess.
That's really a hardcore Texas saying too.
Yep.
Your dad and them, mom
There's-
and them. How your brother and them doing?
Well, it makes
None of
sense.
them.
when it's-
BRUNNEM.
There's y'all, and then there's all y'all.
All
Mm.
y'all. Yeah. There's y'all, you, and y'all, all y'all, and y'all meaning only your family and not your friends,
And you all.
and y'all and
You
them.
all, yeah.
Y'all and them. And my favorite expression, up under.
Punder? No, it's not up under, it's punder.
Cut the light on.
It's not up under, it's
I
punder.
hate that you said that because I use up under. Where's
It's
that
under
pot? It's
there.
up under the stove.
Yeah. It would
Oh,
make sense
man.
if there was a shelf attached to the bottom side of that countertop. I would understand.
My favorite one is the Cajun saying, how they greet you. It's how bees you.
Yeah, yeah.
How bees you? How bees just
Yeah.
fine.
I've known a few Creoles and a
still
few
love-
Haitians in my time, so.
Y'all do.
I
Y'all do.
I use
You
y'all
all
a lot.
would have y'all do.
I
I love
use-
y'all do. It's one of my favorites.
I use y'all a lot. It's just, you
Mhm.
know, it's.
It's good.
I
There's
grew
nothing
up
wrong
in
with it.
Texas. This is part of who I am. How y'all doing?
Every
hate that.
time I go overseas, I get giggles when I talk. And I'm not even like southern sounding comparatively,
Yeah.
but I say the southern words and people lose their minds.
My family laughs at me because I have a little bit of southern drawl compared to my non-existent Canadian accent now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, yeah.
when I speak to my family, they're like, "You've got a southern accent now." I'm like, "Dude, I've been here like 15 years. What do you expect?"
We used to have a couple.
Expect you to log in.
They were Japanese. Yeah, they were Japanese. Husband and wife were Japanese, and the husband used to get so ticked off because I would be on gaming at night and we'd be chatting in TeamSpeak on Eve, and he would catch his wife just sitting there listening because apparently in Japan the whole Texas accent is like a really big thing, and she'd just be sitting there listening to me talk because she liked the accent.
My wife does the same thing for people who speak with an English accent.
Ah.
Oh god. Women and their obsession with
Oh, she would
the
love
English
Shamsy, wouldn't
accent.
she?
She likes Australian accents too.
So
Well, we have a few
Shamsies
of
is
all of
kind of
those floating
subtle though, right? Like
Shamsies is
so,
more posh. He's more refined.
Shams is upper crust. It's-
Yeah. But he's also got that really smooth voice to where his voice
Soft-spoken,
is
not
so soft and
overexcited.
smooth that like you don't really notice his accent. Like you know there's an accent, but you don't really notice it because he's just really soft spoken.
He sounds like a British flight instructor.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna move on over to the left side of the cabin. Like that's him all the way.
Yeah,
You know what
Shamsies
I
is awesome.
decided
He's a good
there
guy.
was? He was so excited about the skip and the Vider. When I'm finished the Rorqual, I'm actually gonna warp it over there while he's streaming and land it on his face. I'm not even gonna tell him it's done. I'm just gonna fly it over there and hover it and anti-grab my way down.
Just drop it. He's like, why is there a shadow on my base?
Oh yeah, it will totally shadow his whole base.
5 minutes later, it finally lands.
Right.
That's about what it'll be.
You got
It'll
that
be
medium
serious.
anti-grab going, right?
Yeah, we've actually started production on it. We got 22 days left on it.
What?
I'd sure like to be able to start some productions. Hint, hint.
I'll be on in the morning, damn it. Of course, Best Buy opens at 5 tomorrow. Like, F that. I won't be out of bed until then. Do that.
Yeah.
So many cuss words.
So you pre-ordered this thing, I'm assuming?
No, I was sitting here tonight and I watched the sale prices shift.
Oh, so you're gonna go brave the Friday madness.
No, I bought it already. I did
Oh,
curbside
okay.
pickup.
You
I
just
just
gotta pick
drive
it
by,
up.
hit a button,
Oh,
and turn
okay.
it off the car.
That's not so bad. Yeah, well, that's right, because most places you can only like pre-order, I guess.
Some places they're limiting how many people can go in, and most places are doing month-long Black Friday now because of that.
Yeah, thank God.
It's a matter of keeping stock for that long.
Yep. My son managed to find himself a 7.1 Samsung soundbar setup with wireless speakers, and he got the entire thing. It was normally like $699. They got it on sale for $300.
You
Nice.
know, you say that,
Not
and
bad.
I'm like, oh man, I should probably go check Newegg. But I probably shouldn't check Newegg.
There's really not many great sales on Newegg. There's like a little iPhone, iPad backup USB device. It's 512 gigs. It was on sale for $26. It's pretty goddamn awesome. But that's about the best deal I saw.
Yeah, Amazon
You know, I'm
actually had
kinda
better tech deals
biased.
than Newegg did.
Yeah. And
Really?
Best
Oh,
Buy.
I'm
Best Buy's
sure. Yeah,
Best Buy's
Amazon is
freaking
so
excellent.
competitive now. I'm fairly loyal to Newegg because number one, they've been around longer as far as like online tech purchases, right? But number two, I bought my dad a new computer a couple years ago, and within like 60 days, the motherboard he had just took a dump. And the customer service from Newegg sent out the replacement board, gave us a credit for the store. Like I'm sure it's probably not the everyday experience that everyone has, but the warranty and customer service I got from that thing was worth me being like, I'm gonna buy more stuff from these people.
I've had no problem with their customer service, but I've had problems twice in the last year. I ordered things with overnight shipping on purpose because clients needed stuff next day, and it took 4
Oh,
days
and
to
it
get here.
didn't come. Yeah, no.
I paid $40 both times for overnight shipping.
Yeah, and then
Both
had
times
to
I
get it
called them back and said, "Hey,
refunded, which is a pain in the
yeah,
ass.
yeah,
Yeah.
total pain." So what are you doing on the stream tonight, sir?
I am mining.
Digging.
Digging a hole.
Digging hole.
Yeah, I am
Push a
out
rock,
of
push a rock,
materials,
push a
so
rock, push
I
a
am
rock.
currently mining a bauxite mega node.
He's broke and needs me to start crafting. Hint, hint. I'm just...
Man, what are you crafting on Simeon that's going to help me?
Shush! You're not
Yeah.
helping.
Nothing right now.
Exactly.
He doesn't have
Absolutely
material.
Not a damn
nothing.
thing with my container box packed full of stuff sitting in my front door. Was Toddy not on today?
He was,
No.
but he didn't know where the
Well-
warp cells were. He didn't know anything about any moving anything, and he just basically said he'd have to wait.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know anything about warp cells, but I do know the container and everything in it has to be transported.
Yeah.
I'll probably use this venture to do it.
And he gave me. Did he tell you? He gave me a price. I could screenshot it, but if you need
Yeah,
it.
shoot me
but-
the screenshot of their price.
Yeah.
The warp cell thing, I really don't know that we have many left after rescuing the warp cell the other day.
And,
Well, and
I
I
know
don't need-
Nova took a bunch of them too.
I literally just needed a couple to where I could get off of this planet and get somewhere to buy more. That's
Did
all
Nova
I
come
need.
back and get more?
I know he took 200 the first time.
Yeah, no, I knew about that. I knew about that.
That was when he came over here and tried to help, and yeah, that was a nightmare.
Yeah, that turned into a whole clusterfuck.
When we were
Ouch.
talking, he said he may have fudged something as far as the his list. I asked him to send me a rough list of everything,
Right.
but he said I don't he said I may have been off on typing it, but everything, no matter what, in the box I priced, and this is good. So I'm just gonna send you a screenshot of Discord.
That's cool. Send it in a PM.
And then I was gonna grab that drive from you, but I mean, there's a chance I might be able to get one before then. But if not, I'll definitely at least get the
Well,
drive.
I put the warp drive in the box, but if you don't need it, I'll take that for me.
Yeah, well, plan on giving it to me. Worst case scenario, I'll have a backup for when I blow this bitch apart.
Yep. That's why I bought it, just in case I needed another ship to get out and rescue stuff. We've got, I think we've got 5 now at the base that are warp capable.
Today on Rescue's Gone Wrong.
I think
Well, that has happened. That has happened.
I think right
yeah,
now at the
you
castle
make
there
that
are,
joke, but that's more common than
Yeah.
you think.
No, it's not more common than I think.
Yeah,
Gas.
I got a Sindri in my organization.
oh god.
You got a what?
He does real good rescues.
Who was it in your organization that got the Brunhilde?
That was Deathmaker.
He's the one that built the Brunhilde?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember which one built it. The one.
But he's
one
the
I
only
was
other
on.
guy that actually has one of those.
Yeah, him and Rocky are the
Rocky.
only 2 people in game that have that ship.
Yeah, and he loves it.
And I'm not selling another copy of the blueprint. That's it.
Asshole.
The medium core ships I'm doing limited runs on. I'm not gonna do infinite amounts of those because I can redesign a new one and give people something different, you know. And I don't want.
Hell, the other night you were setting up the show place. What's it called?
The showroom.
There you go, the showroom.
Last
And
night.
I was
yeah.
like, I've never seen any of these ships. Where have these things been? He's like, I tore them apart for parts. I needed the stuff.
I have built so many flipping ships, man. It's a running joke with this group about how many times I tear apart my ships.
Well, that's like you gave me some blueprints from some of your ships, and it's like I appreciate it. They're awesome, but I'm never gonna build them because
Yeah.
I want to build my own ship every time.
Well, those technically, I really wasn't. I knew that you wouldn't want to use them, but I didn't know if any of your members
Right.
ever need something like for a particular purpose. So hey, have at it, you know.
See,
Are you
I'm
guys
gonna
still
need.
flying the little bees, Wilbur?
Yeah, I'm wanting to upgrade to something bigger though.
Oh, we could definitely do that.
Yeah, because running 2 nodes and having to run back at empty is annoying.
Bro, that's nothing. That's not bad at all. You're spoiled. Footing it, man.
Well,
Footing it.
they were designed as rescue ships specifically. So the fact that you're actually using it for mining is pretty impressive.
It's that. Yeah, exactly. That's
Well, it's all I got, so I mean,
Well,
yeah.
that said, I can upgrade the container on it. It will hold more, a lot more. And
Will
it'll
it still fly decently?
I
overpowered
fill,
like a mofo.
yeah, I fill it and it tells me I'm 20% over
How many
capacity.
containers does it have on it?
That is your personal bag. That is not the ship.
Oh,
I bet.
See your personal inventory.
I bet you my alt has his container proficiencies all maxed out now.
Nice. Wait.
I'm about to hit proficiency 4 tonight, which I'm very excited about because when that stuff gets here tomorrow, I'm gonna take all of this thing down, my little bit of stuff I do have running, and then put it all back together again with the new proficiency level.
so are you saying, Mir, I could probably put a medium on there?
Yeah, or at least a few more.
No, wouldn't it be a small? Because it only has an extra small on it, doesn't it?
It's got a
That's
small.
small core, but I can stuff a medium container on it. Believe that.
Does it have a small container on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a small one now.
I thought it had an
But
extra small.
I
But
know
okay,
damn
cool.
well that I can just pull both seats out and slap another small on there instantly. So. If you don't
Yeah.
get the spare seats, I can move that to a small in
I
minutes.
mean, hell, that would double your space right there.
I mean, if you need me to for now, I can probably put together 2 of the non-warp Diablos and bring them out.
That'd be fine. Those are small core, right?
Yeah, they're small core and they have 20 small containers in them.
Yep, that would work.
That's what I'm rolling around on.
I was thinking about doing a venture, but I'm actually going to gut the venture and actually make it look like a venture this time. So.
Yeah, the Diablos
You
on
come
Ion
this
would be
way,
really
I
easy for
can
them to
buy a
manage.
war.
Sorry, say that again, sir.
The Diablos are really easy to control. Really easy to control, especially going to be on Ion. So,
Yeah, not having gravity is a wonderful thing. I miss living on the moon sometimes. The skiff is wonderful to navigate the moons and mine it.
yeah.
It's fully designed for moving around on moons.
I'll see what the cost is from Rocky to build 2 of the non-warp Diablos and get all the parts put together, and I'll throw them in the Raptor and bring it out.
If you throw the BPs together, I'll just put them together for you. I got all the parts at the factory here already.
Okay, well, I mean, I have the BPs here, so I can bring the BPs out. That's not a problem.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Okay.
See,
Right
and
around
when
the
you
next
do
year.
that, you can just fly one of the Raptors out. Good to go.
We get it sorted out tomorrow. I know for sure we have all the parts to build them because we have like 40 of everything right now.
Okay. Sounds good. It's 20 small containers per, 2 container controllers per.
Okay. We
Okay.
were doing some testing to build a bunch of killer bees the other day, and I have enough parts to build 10 killer bees right now.
And you can, the way they're set up, they're really flat and low down, so you can actually put a territory scanner on the roof, and it fits within the build box of the small core.
Nice. Yeah, it definitely does. It does, because I know I've had a couple of them on the venture.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking
that's
about
why
on
I
the
was
Diablo.
gonna get a killer bee from you because the Diablo's so nice and sleek and flat. I could use it as a rescue ship to rescue my Diablo, and then I could mount it very easily on top of it.
Oh, the killer bee plopped right on the arm of the Diablo.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what it's designed for.
On the Diablo?
That other one that
Oh, yeah.
brought home is on a small core. I'm going to do a conversion of that one to the extra small.
Well,
for
the
those
Diablo has
components.
been remodeled.
Yeah, but it would fit easily in multiple places. Like you could
Yeah.
put more than one of them on it.
The Diablo that
tiny.
Nova had is a thing of the past. She's been upgraded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has been revamped, upgraded, reworked, and
Into the Diablo 2.
she does her duty.
Mark II.
Cool. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to hit the bed. You guys have a good night.
Good night.
See, you, bro.
I need to actually look at my ship container. Yeah, I'm actually doing good. 506,000 units of ore, so I'm about halfway done.
You know, I was trying to get T4 and T3 ores, and all I'm really getting is chromite, which I'm not unhappy about. But
Dude, there are people in game that will come out and buy T1 ore in bulk. All you have to do is mine it and tell them, and they'll come out and give you a price, and they'll come pick it up.
yeah,
Rocky's one of them. There are other people in game that do the same thing, and it'll in the amount of time you've been trying to search those high-end ore nodes, you probably could have already mined a couple mega nodes.
no, I'm mining actively. I'm not skipping nodes. I'm hitting stuff, but I've just been trying to eyeball for that as well.
Yeah.
So how are you locating mega nodes?
Well, you use a scanner.
Yeah, I haven't learned to use scanners yet, so.
Yeah, you have to build it. It's worth like 1.5 million. Or buy it, one or the other.
Yeah, the scanners, basically all they do is they tell you the literal the amount of a particular type of ore in a territory. It doesn't tell you it's in
Mhm.
1 or 2 nodes. But normally it's 4 to 500,000, maybe 600,000 for a tier 1. However, if you find a scan for a territory that says it's got 1.4
2 mil.
million or up to 4 million I've seen in one node, that's a mega node. You're going to find a
Yeah.
huge chunk.
You just
Yeah.
switch the territory and
It's
Yeah.
not even Swiss cheese. It's actually way better because so if you look at if you've been watching his stream,
yeah, a little
he's
bit.
been farming the same node
Yeah,
since before the stream started.
Once you find the mega node, yeah.
Yeah.
But until then, yes, you just Swiss cheese and collect every single node until you've tracked down the one that doesn't stop when you mine it.
Yeah.
That's
It
where
just
I'm on
keeps-
a Natron node right now, 2.2 million.
It just keeps going and going and
you
going.
just gotta have a ship big enough to carry it.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
another part of the problem.
I built a mini base over here to be able to hold it all. I found
So
a
you
hematite
own the
node.
territory?
I do now. I carry a couple of territory claims on me everywhere I go, just in case I come across something like this. Like, I'm way out on Lacobus right now, so
Oh, that reminds me, I can make my own org now that I have a little bit of money.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
true. Well, when
Why
you're
not?
placing territory units, it
It's 'cause
step-
it's cheaper.
it's a new set of it
Yeah.
counts as a new set of territory units, so you can place because you can be in up to 5 organizations. I have a personal organization, and I know a guy who's got an alt that he has in my organization who has all the organization structure limits maxed out. So because he's a legate in my organization, I get the highest bonus from him, and I can place just a huge number of cores out that belong to my personal organization.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, then I can place like territory units, and they have a separate cost table compared to personal territory units. The first one cost $500,000, which is, the first one for a player is free. But then if you want to place a whole bunch of them, like for instance, my organization owns an island on Jago, and we did it by splitting it between personal and organization-owned territory units
Mm-hmm.
to reduce the cost. Because when the cost per territory unit turns up into like 4.5 million, bad news.
Mm-hmm.
That gets expensive real quick. Like, real quick.
When you can have a fresh organization drop down 6 more territory units for the cost of your one next one. but mostly because I made a bunch of chess pieces and game pieces that are deployable, and you can use the pickup tool to move them. And I wanted to have my own organization so that I wouldn't be using up our actual organization's core units to just have them laying out in my base.
I wish there was somewhere where you could see how many of your, like, what your max core limit is and how many of that core limit has been used.
Yeah, me too.
Hello, hairy dog.
You're not gonna accept this, but I'm sending it anyway.
I'm thinking I might be able to finish out this whole mega node tonight.
I'm thinking I might not.
Dude, I'm like a flippin', I don't know what you would call it, but when I get a hold of a tier 1 mega node, I will just shred it. Oh.
Yeah,
Well, it's so fast to mine though.
tier 2 mega node is
A
takes a
whole
little
nother-
longer.
Well, I know the Horde took out the chromium mega node I found that one night in a matter of a couple hours.
I've been mining since I got on. I've been on this mega node, and I've gotten 114 kiloliters.
Yeah, they came
Oh,
over with
geez.
3 people and cleared out the mega node in a matter of like a couple hours. And it was like 2.5 or 2.6 million chromium. Or chromite.
I'm really not feeling the I'm not really feeling the love from the higher mining skills, to be honest. I don't feel like I'm getting more per grab.
Dude, oh that part. Okay, I thought you were talking about like the other stuff. I was like,
Well,
it matters.
my sphere should have gone up by 5%, and then I have 20% bonus to my haul. Like,
Yeah,
I
but
feel like that,
visually you're not gonna see it that much.
right, I'm looking at the numbers though.
Yeah, great.
And
When I'm
my
on
numbers,
Alioth,
like, if I just do 2 in a row, straight up, the second one, it should be approximately the same size every time. And it's just, it's about 347, which is about what I was getting for doing it last
347. Fuck
like
off.
350. Well, I mean, I already had fairly high skills before. I'm just saying I'm not feeling the difference between the extra 20% and what I was getting before.
Greenwood, yes, I am on Alioth.
He's gonna stream snipe that bauxite.
I don't need to stream snipe him. I'm gonna,
No, it's talking about
Lock.
Grimwit.
He'll just lock on the
Not-
Serapis and home in.
right, I'll be
Yeah.
like, lock on Seraphis, go that way.
Wow, it'd still be stream sniping in a way, in its own way.
It'd be contactless sniping.
That's
Except
one way to do it.
it would like hardly be worth the cost for me to jump all the way over there with what
Yeah.
I'm doing over here. Like,
Nah, you're
But I
sitting
have-
on a node. That's no point. Yeah.
Hey, let me know. It's the sodium that you're getting, right? What is it you're mining?
Natron, yeah.
Yeah, sodium. If you bring that back, let me know because I'll probably buy some of that from you. I don't need a whole lot of it. I just need some.
Any chance you want to trade for some chromite?
I already went there.
I think I ruined that for everybody for a while, didn't I?
I don't think you understand. I go on a mining trip. I'm there for a few days usually.
Yeah, he came out to Simeon 7 a while back and spent a few days there and just had fun.
All tier 3s and 4s.
You need to get me in contact with your friends that haven't already raped all the chromite off of Simeon.
Yeah, but I just take it all and throw it in the factory. So, I mean, we have a big factory, so
Yeah,
I haven't.
I'd
seen-
like to have a big factory.
he's already gone for the night, so no more dropping hints.
Not the point. I'm still bitching about it.
I love the. What are you building over there?
Fucking nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
That was the
Were you
reason.
paying attention?
That was the reason why I asked.
Dude, I placed an order for like 100 industry parts. What, two whole days ago?
They've been sitting in a container for 2 days.
They've been sitting, most of it's been sitting in a container for 2 days waiting for delivery. because the guy who's supposed to deliver it doesn't want to make the run.
And that's why you always make them come pick up.
They have to come pick up. They haven't got nothing out of him yet.
Right.
Yeah, they
Pick
have
up.
to come pick up. They want the ore, and I have it all sitting here. So they're gonna come grab the ore and drop off the goods, because the goods are way lighter.
Well, yeah, you're doing it right. I'm just saying that, you know, they made the mistake in negotiations of saying, yeah, we'll come pick it up.
Well, that was the other problem too.
He
And the
can't.
only reason I'm actually kind of frustrated with it is because when I made the deal, I said, well, okay, what kind of time frame am I looking for? Because I ordered over 100 industry, right? Like I'm talking
Yeah, you got
10
to
plus of each. Yeah, it's a good amount. It's a good amount of stuff. He says, oh, I'll have it done in the next 5 to 10 hours max. He said it should definitely be done within the next 10 hours. I said, okay. I was like, so what? Just tomorrow sometime? And this was freaking 2 days ago. It's just been sitting in a box. Now today I'll give people a pass. Okay, it's Thanksgiving, people fucking busy. But man, what the hell?
Tomorrow, shit best be delivered, huh?
Fucking better be there in the morning.
want that shit on my desk by 9 a.m.
Not even joking, dude.
You
I'll
sound like
wake
my
up
wife.
early to get it. I'm not even joking. I'm not a morning person. Like I'll cut someone's throat if they wake me up at 8 a.m. But I'll fucking set an alarm to accept the delivery if I have to, and then go back to bed.
Right.
So no pinging you at 6 a.m., 5 a.m., or 4 a.m. when I get up?
You can ping me. I ain't gonna respond. I ain't gonna see it.
You
You're
can ping me
muted.
whenever you want because
Yeah.
I just close Discord when I'm not online. So
It's closed. I'm not getting nothing.
I log in when I'm ready to log in and see your messages then.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm your guy. Anything happens, any emergency, I'll help you out. I'll do whatever you need done, as long as I'm awake. Once I'm asleep, you're in God's hands. I ain't fucking caring.
That is the hope you know someone else time.
Yeah, exactly. 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., I got you.
Hope you know
7
someone else.
a.m.,
And if you
fuck
don't,
yourself.
maybe you should rethink some life choices.
Exactly. I am not a morning person.
No,
I had to
me-
wake up really early to get cooking and everything for today. I did a lot of prep work already, right? The last day or two, but like actually throwing the bird and the ham in, right? I had to wake up at like 8 a.m., which for me is like just fuck off early, right? I know that the rest of you are snickering that that's not early, but
Dude, I
you're
wake up-
talking to a guy who normally wakes up at noon, so
right. I normally wake up at 11 a.m. So
exactly. So yeah, that's
because I spent years cooking and I was second shift and it was like I got up at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon and
mhm.
got ready and went to work.
Well, and
Yeah.
so my friend, she's all cheery. She calls me, "Good morning, happy.
Oh, good lord.
Aren't you
She
excited to
knows.
be awake?" And I'm like, I want you to understand, there's only two things keeping you alive right now. One, distance. Two, I like this sweater.
Well, this is gonna be an interesting stream to watch back later.
It's good times, good times.
Serapis got some crazy people on there tonight.
Yeah. We're keeping it interesting for the mining stream.
Yep.
Right, that's because we're mining. I mean,
So
Hashtag plug. Tell all your friends. There's a chance you can split the money.
diggy hole.
That's how I always do with giveaways, man. That's what I do.
But
I flood a stream and be like, "Lil, let's split the prize if we win it." That's what me and my buddy Gunner. You remember Gunner from Imperion?
Yeah.
That's what we would do. I would be like, "Yo, this dude's doing a giveaway. Grab what's his name and so. We're gonna go jump on there, and if one of us wins it, we'll all just split it." May the odds be ever in your favor. Wreck Dad's like, "I don't need nobody's help. I'm just gonna win it without him."
So what are the odds of me digging another hole?
Pretty damn good right now.
I feel like they are definitely in my favor. I get made fun of by somebody watching over my shoulder. It's like, so what are you doing right now? I was like, I'm digging a hole.
Digging a hole.
I thought you were playing a space game. Shut up.
I had never thought about it that way, but that's hilarious.
Like, you spend a lot of time in holes for playing a space game. Shit.
Oh man, I hate you so much right now. I hate you for making me realize that.
Yeah, it's horrible.
I play an advanced, hyper-realistic space game with physics engines
Right.
and
And I
flight
spent
simulations.
95% of my time in
And I
holes.
spend most of it digging mine shafts like Minecraft, but with better pixels. Oh, god damn it.
Yep, there it goes.
It's horrible, isn't it? That's why I was like, damn.
There's something soothing and relaxing about just digging a hole, though.
Dude, that like white noise machine going on in the background
Yeah, yeah.
makes you want to fall asleep. Like, that's so bad.
I think the one noise in the game that's the worst for that, though, is the territory scanner. That thing is just...
I don't stand next to that thing.
The big J82.
That territory
That's the
scanner will
question.
straight up knock you out. That thing is just...
Well, if you're that close to it, then you're just sitting there waiting out the timer, anyways. Like the only time I've got it, my character that
Exactly.
close to the thing is when I'm doing something else.
Well, I was sitting here one day working on doing crafts with my daughter. We're sitting
Serapis.
here. Yeah.
Stream.
Big J80 is a game worth it at this point? Honestly, yes. I quite thoroughly enjoy it. The mining isn't as painful as it looks. I'm actually,
it's actually
speed
quite fun,
mining a
like-
mega node. That's the reason why it looks like it's taking so long. Normally they're a lot smaller than this. I could have mined about 20 regular nodes in the time I'd mine what I've mined now. I'm just going for high volume. But yeah, the game is actually worth it. The building in it's a lot of fun. The freedom, the creativity. Gotcha. I actually was an admin on SDG and USG Imperion servers. In this game, I have a lot more creative freedom because of the way you can work with the voxels.
So, Big J, if you haven't played it, but you've played Empyrean, one of the hardest things about Empyrean is the fact that there's 40 million frickin' blocks you can build with, like to build a ship, like all the shapes. In this game, it's all voxel based, so you can literally make any shape you can imagine.
And then
If
smooth
you
it
can
out.
imagine the shape, you can build it. And I don't care what anyone says. You can make. I've seen shapes that I didn't think the game could do,
Yep.
but they can do it.
Yeah,
But it's voxel based, so you don't have to worry about. Like you don't have to worry about. Oh my God, I have to find block number 57 to get this particular shape to fit this particular spot. You just
there's
place the block.
there's actually one of the districts where you start off actually has like a 60-foot anime girl district somebody built, and another one has a whole little herd of creatures that somebody made out of the voxels.
Oh, I saw Santa's sleigh with reindeer already.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody has a Christmas tree too at one of them. I think it was District 7. There's a whole Christmas tree with an animated fireplace and everything. But as far as building in this game, it really is limited only by your imagination. You can get as crazy as you want with it. Well, that in your wallet in game. But
Yeah.
making money in game is actually easy. You can build up your wallet pretty quickly. So the biggest hindrance that you're going to have is your own imagination and your ability to think outside the box.
Personal note, I think the learning curve and the startup to this game significantly more difficult than most survival games, including Imperium.
Yeah, but
But-
long-term
but-
playability of it, I think, is
Yeah.
substantially higher.
Exactly. It won't grow stale nearly as fast because there's a lot more depth to the
Now-
game.
Big J, with the mining, it's not automated, but with everything else, with the factory and everything, you could easily set it up to be automated. everything is linked containers. You put ore, you just drop the ore in the container, and it's spit out and processed and turned into pure, separated. Yeah, yeah. The factory itself is actually fully automated. You can completely link that up if you have the time and the mental capacity to just sit there and figure out the linking.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
Do they have it set up so you can go to one console and build whatever you want and it automatically come out of the proper machines?
Not
No,
that
no, no.
easily. No, it's literally like like legit factory. Like literally, I
you gotta
have
go
a
to the-
machine that I put a metal bar in, and on the other side of that machine, a metal pipe comes out. And then I have another machine that I put the metal pipe in. And
No,
then
no,
it
I know
comes
that.
out. Yeah.
They need a console, so you're running at the assembly plant.
Nope.
But it directs from the console. You say, I want a dynamic large.
There are actually a couple of scripts that are really high end and more complicated. Eldaris or Mira is working on one of those that allow you to get more detailed control and allow you to control everything from a central hub. Which Big J82, that's one thing in the game is unlike other games, you have Lua scripting, and you can control pretty much everything with custom scripting. You can change the way things work, interactions. I mean, you can really get detailed with it. Yeah, Lua. So you have full control over it, and if you know how to do Lua scripting, oh, you're set.
Oh, if you know how to do Lua, just go away now. I hate you already. You have such an advantage if you know Lua.
Yeah, if you're able to do Lua, you have
Oh
a
my
huge
God.
advantage of this game.
And does Mira already know it, or is he learning it?
He knows it.
He knows the basics of it. He's learning the complicated aspects of it.
Hmm.
But yeah,
The
Big
cool
J,
thing
if
is
you know
there's
Lua,
also already
you've
a
got
lot
it.
of resources on like specifically like there's already a lot of like starter information on like how to Lua specifically for this game. Like there's
Yeah.
people that are like saying like professional scripters who are like, by the way, these are like a ton of like starter point resources to get you started in scripting this game.
But
I regularly donate money in the game to them.
Big J, biggest reason why I recommend this game to people is the ability to be flexible. You're able to be more creative, just really get in knuckle deep and just have fun with it.
I'll tell you, you don't have to buy the game, which is a major plus. Just pay the like a
Subscription
monthly subscription fee. Try it for a month, and if you don't like it, cancel
Yeah.
it. Like
And
it's that
it's
simple.
20 something dollars for 3 months.
20 bucks for
and,
3 months,
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're not doing the 1 month.
which is still cheaper than buying damn near most any game.
Yeah, that's like a 1-month subscription on most games.
Yeah, exactly. Not even including
Yeah.
that. And you know, I did the same thing personally. You can ask Therapist. I said this earlier. I didn't want to play this game. He asked me like 5 freaking times to play this game, and finally I caved. And I'm glad I did because I like it. But also, screw you, because now I'm addicted to another game.
Builds character.
So how do I get this damn storage box on this ship?
But
I can't get into build.
Uh,
Well, I can go into build mode, but I can put it on the
Oh,
ground. But I can't put it on the ship.
So what you're gonna do is on that ship. What you're gonna need to do is first rip off the passenger seats.
Can you only put static elements on?
honestly, Will, if you could wait till tomorrow, I'm gonna bring those blueprints out tomorrow for the Diablos.
Okay, well I need to know this anyway. It's something I'm
Yeah.
planning to build my own ships. So
You may not
if
be able to
you-
go into build mode on it. If he didn't link it, he
He
didn't
said he
allow
was in
you.
build mode.
Oh, okay.
well I can go into build mode on my land. I can't
Oh,
necessarily.
if you can't go into build mode on Killer B, you're screwed.
But I can move like the thrusters and stuff.
Oh, then you can. Yeah, if you're in build mode and you can see the stuff, then you're in build mode on it.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay.
Bottom.
Oh, Big J, thank you for the follow. Okay, Big J, as far as the game goes, if your friends have any questions or you're trying to get started and you want them to come to the game, I'm always happy to answer any questions you have and help you with anything I can. I'm more than happy to do that. I am based on Alioth, and
Bottom.
I'll do anything I can to hook you up. Um, when it comes
If
to
you're
the gameplay itself, if you have a group of people to play with, this game is extremely enjoyable. There's PvP in between the planets where you can actually gank people and raid people and just have fun. Um, then you have the industry, the mining aspects of it, the design and creativity of it. It is in beta, and they are treating it like it's a real beta. This isn't a system set up to where they've released the game and they're calling it beta to get away with it being a screwed up game. They're really doing well with that, and they're keeping up with their track. They're keeping on track with their progression for development. So I've been very impressed with that. They actually have an official Discord with the staff is on there,
I'll
and
tell you from my personal experience too. I just started like a week ago, and not even that. It was like 5 6 days. And on my first day of playing, I ran into an issue, and I put a message in their official Discord and got messaged by a developer and spent 20 minutes talking to a developer about the issue. And they literally sent it to their development team's like group chat, and the CEO of the company was like talking about the issue I was having in game within an hour. Now, obviously, this thing isn't going to happen for everyone with every issue, but like for me, that alone was like, this is worth $6 a month. Hell yeah! At least for the next 3 6 months that I'm entertained by it.
yeah, I've been
No.
really impressed with the ability to respond that the staff has had versus other games.
Yeah, I can't compliment the staff enough on this game. I love their priorities on getting their issues fixed. I know there's a lot of people always clamoring for content and PvP balances, but that's an unlimited wormhole once you start going down that. You start pushing out content and PvP balances, you're never going to stop doing that. That's going to be for the lifetime of the game. So if you take the early days and take the time to fix the underlying issues that your game has, in the long term, it just makes it a better, more stable, longer running
Yep.
game.
And the owner of the company himself, I think is JC is his name or J or something like that. He started the game because he wanted to build a game that he wanted to play. He had the same situation I did. There were so many games that, well, I like this part of this part of this part of this. Why can't I put them all together? Well, he pulled his head out of his ass and did it because that was what he wanted to play.
The short answer, Big J, no. But the long answer is kind of.
No, it's one character per account. You can have alt accounts. Um, I will say this: it's if you've ever played Eve or something like that, alt accounts they're really not as beneficial as they are in Eve. However, they are beneficial for skill training and being able to. Like a lot of people will have an alt account that they leave back at their base to keep up with industry and stuff while they're out with their main character doing stuff.
It's definitely not a necessity, but it
Yeah.
is a nice quality of life
Yeah,
thing
I
to
don't
have.
even use an alt.
Yeah.
And the other thing I've really enjoyed about this company is he's been very careful to make sure that the staff has the same vision as he does for the game. It's not just randomly hiring people because they're the cheapest.
They also the thing that Serapis convinced me to try it on was the fact that he said the development team literally decides what to develop by player vote.
Yeah,
So the players vote on what they want developed,
and you
and
can
then the
even post new
development team
suggestions.
does it.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people do that. They'll have one character for mining that they leave out and mine with, and the other character focused on industry back at their base. There's a lot of
That's what
skills
I
that are
do.
involved with that, and it really adds up quickly. So if you can focus two separate characters, it really gives you an advantage.
Yeah,
But
like
it's
I,
not so big of an advantage that if you're not doing it, you're screwed.
What were you saying, Info?
like I said, like my alt account just finished his container proficiencies, so reducing container mass by 25% and increasing capacity by 50%, 100% on fuel tanks. So that's that's something that's not really super necessary or anything like that, but it's going to really be handy to have when I'm building ships.
And also, Big J, I'm going to be starting up Saturday nights. I think I'm just going to do it. Saturday nights is when I normally do giveaways, but I'm also going to do Saturday nights as dedicated Q&A nights to help new players. So I'm going to really focus on Saturdays on being in my factory and being in a situation to where I can explain things, walk you through different steps, and show you how things are done on the stream. So if you guys keep tuned in for that, I am happy to help you with that. And I don't have any trade secrets. I don't like hiding things. So if you want to know, ask me. I will show you on stream.
That's not
How
true.
dare
You've got smuggler ports on all your ships.
How dare you tell them all those secrets I told you?
But thank you guys very much for the follows tonight. I do appreciate that more than you know.
I'll tell you what, I just made my Twitch account, and I was unhappy with the fact that it wouldn't let me make a password until it had 2 words with capital letters on both and more than one number in it. It wouldn't accept it when I had one number with 2 words.
Which is weird because mine's 8 characters and 1
Asinine.
capital letter.
Yeah, it's because it's old, so that once you have to change it, you're screwed. That's the problem. If you made it back on their old system, you're fine. They don't make you change it. But once you go to change it, you have to meet their new.
I need to
password
actually
requirements.
change it. I have to update it. I need to update that password.
The thing that bothers me is that in all of these systems, your email is the weak link. That's what gets hacked, and that's what people use to be able to change your password on everything else that they want to get into.
Big
See?
J, you have whenever I do a giveaway, you have to pipe up and say that you want in it. I do an announcement, and everybody puts an exclamation point in chat, and that's who I
See,
add to it.
He thinks very differently than I do. See that if I actually won like $1 million of in-game currency, that might convince me to actually play the damn game. I'd be like, well, hell, I'm gonna throw $6 at this, and I'll have a fresh start with $1 million in my pocket.
That would jumpstart your industry
Oh,
like
no
hell.
shit.
Yeah, I
dude.
am actually doing a giveaway tonight at the
So
end
that's
of the
like
stream
5
for 1
times
mil.
everything I own after a week.
Yeah. So tonight at the end of the stream, I'm doing a giveaway for 1 mil, which will be when I finish this bauxite node.
Could be hours from now.
You guys better be in it for the long haul.
No, I'm probably not gonna finish this tonight. I know I'm not. It's been a very long day because of Turkey Day, and I am definitely not gonna be up to no 2 in the morning.
So you were saying email is the weakest link in people's passwords and stuff?
I'm just saying that, like, if your email password isn't that secure, then no matter what else you're signed into or signed up to, they
It
can
doesn't
just
matter.
they can just go on
They
it,
just steal your email and they get everything.
right?
Yeah.
And then they go, "Hey, I lost my password," and they let you change, and they let them change it for you, even though they know that they're being signed in from Beijing. You know,
Yeah,
and
that's
you've
the
never
thing of it. I'd like to see people get into my email because it's a federal offense.
It doesn't matter.
It's military email.
It
They're
doesn't
not
matter.
getting
Oh,
into
yeah.
the system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, you got a whole different setup though. Like, fucking Google has got a whole different problem.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I can honestly
Oh,
say
that's
my
fine.
password for my Google account, I is probably people like my wife. I've had to tell her my password for my Google account before, and she hates it because it's 64 characters long.
See, mine's 16 characters long. It's
That's literally the password, guys. It's just 64 characters long. Like literally.
No,
He's fooling you.
you have to guess my password. You would literally have to know every single detail of me from the day I was born until now to know my password, and it changes every month.
Is it anti-disestablishmentarianism?
Plus his birthday,
No.
plus his dog's birthday.
It's that.
It's no,
it's
that's
that
how he remembers.
astrological.
That's how he
bullshit.
remembers all of his occasions. See, they're just all one big string in his password. He's got to type it in all the time. He's like, wife's
And
birthday,
that's how he, and
anniversary.
that's how he doesn't get in trouble for forgetting anniversaries and birthdays.
Actually, it's my wife that forgets them all the time.
And when he changes the password, he just changes the order in which they're in.
So he adds the newborns and
No, that would
Hey,
be even
Gondor,
worse.
how you doing tonight, bud? No, actually,
Gondor.
my wedding anniversary. My wedding anniversary is December 31st at 1:15 p.m. My wife
It's like the
cannot remember
easiest to
that.
remember. What? It's the last day of the year.
Heck, half the
If
time,
we're gonna get married this year,
Half
might
the
as well
time
do
she
it on
can't
the
even-
last
yeah.
fucking day.
half the time she can't even remember what my birth how old I am for my birthday.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
you
you're
should have
ancient,
done it on
so that's
February
normal.
29th. That way you only have to have an anniversary every 4
It's like,
years.
yeah, but that number changes every year, so you could remember how old you were last year and still not know how old you are this year.
Yeah, I love my wife to death, but she works her butt off, and that's part of the reason why she's so scatterbrained. She's a high school choir teacher, and she's also the dance team coach, and she's also she has an a cappella choir, and she's a piano teacher, and she's
And she
also
puts
her,
up with this guy.
and she was with me, and she's the department head over fine arts in her school. So
So we know who the real head of the family is in this family. Definitely not Serapis.
no,
He
actually,
just plays video games all day.
she doesn't. That's the funny part. Amber
She's
does
like, I'm
not
too
want to
fucking
be.
busy.
She gets home and she's just like, nope, I'm not doing it. It's you.
It's called delegation, my friend. She's still in charge. You just think you're in charge. I delegate you to do this. I'm telling you to do this.
I allow you to be my servant.
Exactly. I will allow you to run this house because I don't have the fucks to give.
Hold on one second, Gondor. Let me get this bite of food down my mouth.
It's because
Oh no.
I have holes to dig.
Are you trying? Have you tried like run as admin, all that stuff? Yeah.
Okay, Gondar. Here's what you gotta do. Go into the install folder of your game. Find the actual EXE, not the launcher. Run the game with the EXE. It'll pop up and say you have an error, that you need to start it from the launcher. Then go in and start it from the launcher. Every time I've had that issue in the past, that fixes it. I don't know why, but it resets it and boots right up without a problem.
Gondar is disconnected. I'm just kidding.
But yeah, just do that. Run it from the EXE, not the launcher. And they're actually labeled. One's labeled the launcher, and one's just labeled as the EXE file. And let me know that works. I got a couple other tricks to help too. I know I haven't died. What? Ooh. Oh, okay. 7, I didn't even see that, dude. I can't join that because I have 5 already. Well, maybe I can. Nope, unauthorized request. I can't. I have 5 already. I had to do them for all the territory claims on Alioth.
Can't join my punny organization.
Yeah, it was getting really expensive with Alioth claiming land tiles. So I've got alt orgs. Dark Moon holding Alpha, Dark Moon holding Beta, Dark Moon Shipyard. I guess technically speaking, I could leave XVX. I don't use it. Well, I am super legged of it, so I guess I'll hold on to it.
I didn't even know you had an XVX org on this.
Linear made it a while back. It's XVXA.
Oh yeah, his asylum bullcrap.
So I wonder what happened to Drew. I haven't seen him. Oh, he's been working like really long shifts.
Definitely the dual launcher Gondar is the one. And do it as admin is your best bet, or even run
Yeah.
as in.
No, not dual launcher. Hold on. Hold on. Wait 1 second, Gondar. Let me go to the install folder real quick. I know which one. I'll know which one it is when I see it. Okay.
It's definitely not the uninstall one, that's for sure. Although with this kind
fixes
of an
all your
issue, it
problems.
makes with this kind of an issue, it's the fix that you'll be happy with when you're really upset. But
Okay.
won't.
Gondar. Go into in your installation for under dual universe. Go to game and then go to bin. Inside bin, you'll see dual, and its application. Just says dual. That's the one you want to launch. That's the actual core game launch file. When you launch it from that, it'll pop up and give you the error saying that you need to launch it from the launcher. Once it does that, go back to the launcher and run it from the launcher. Just the one you have on your desktop.
How do we bribe Gondar into playing with us more? Just because I like his name. I legit just want to play with this guy and like get him in voice chat just so he can be like, Gondar, come here, I have found ore.
So that's where you want to go, Gondar.
How did
Assuming
go?
he didn't change the location when he installed.
Well, I'm talking about the actual dual universe install folder itself, not the file path to it. So he's found the dual. But yeah, Gondar, just go there, run that file, and like I said, it'll get the error, then close it out and run it from the launcher. Let me know if that fixes it for you, okay?
You have to admit, it's completely true, Wreck Dad. Completely true. He's got a fucking kick-ass name.
Gondar. Yeah.
Meanwhile, you and I are just sitting here, you know, generic as fuck. I'm just like, I'm a number. You're like, I'm a dad. Like, we're just
Yeah, but he's correct.
we're not. Well, I mean, most dads are. Let's be honest.
I have
Have you
never
seen
heard
Sarah's?
truer words.
Have you seen Sarah's? Thou shalt not pass.
This has actually been a good night tonight. I was expecting to have a very, very dead stream tonight because of Turkey Day.
Yeah, no, actually, it's
And
the
digging
opposite.
holes.
People are trying to escape their fucking family.
Yeah.
Well, actually, me
You know, a lot
digging
of
the
people
holes.
thought it was the tryptophan in the foods that was, you know, makes you sleepy. But science has found that the trace amounts in most of the holiday foods is so small, it makes no effect on you. It's just your boring fucking family that puts you to sleep.
It's the in-laws.
Yeah. Like legit, that's true. You can look it up. The old, what was it? I want to call it a rumor, but that's not the right word. But the old rumor was that like turkey and other stuff has like tryptophan, which
Wives'
is what
tale.
makes you sleepy. Yeah, wives' tale. But it technically does, but it doesn't have it in the amounts that would actually affect you. But it's just the fact that your family's boring.
Wow, I actually have mined a lot of this.
Jesus Christ. It's just a fucking cavity.
I was just
Crash
thinking the
and
same thing.
burn, what the hell?
What?
Oh, he crashed.
Gondar crashed again.
They crashed again? Oh no.
You said you had another fix.
The other. Just see.
We refer you back to the uninstall button.
No. The only other option is try and delete your cache before you do that. Do it again, but delete the cache beforehand. And if that doesn't work, honestly, it might have to be reinstalled, but still having that much of an error.
I don't know. I had it earlier today. It did it like 5 times in a row, and I eventually got in.
No,
I mean,
Gondar, I'm saying do
assuming
that
when you
again
say you-
before you do the process I just told you. Oh yeah, Big J definitely a 9-year-old, especially if the 9-year-old is playing with adults that they're familiar playing with, it won't be an issue at all. They'll be fine with it.
Game mechanically, the game's not difficult.
Yeah, there's a
It-
lot of aspects of the game that a 9-year-old's going to be able to handle. I mean, mining, even playing with voxels, things like that are really simple.
Repairing their ship when they crash it.
The only complicated thing in the game right now, the really complicated thing, is actually the factory itself and its setup.
But you know
It's
what?
a nightmare.
I have to say, I hate to admit this, I bet a 9-year-old would probably do it better than us old
They
folks.
would destroy that, yeah.
Yeah,
They would.
sure.
They would
You'd be like,
figure
you
that
hook
out
this up to this, and you
so
hook that up to that,
fast.
you hook that up to that, and you plug in this
Exactly,
there, this
dude.
in there, and bam.
It
now
would-
we got this.
yeah.
And it's just
fuckers.
like
Very
when we were
convoluted.
kids, when we were kids, we could operate the VCR and our dads couldn't.
Exactly. They would figure it out in a
Still-
heartbeat. Dude.
Still true.
It would be slow learning at the start, right? Of course, because figuring it out. But after that, they would just piss us off with how good
Oh,
they are at it.
Big J,
So-
he's going to be solid in regards to this game. That kid will be good. Don't worry about it.
Prick. I really don't like him.
Now, I will warn you, you do see a lot of things in game where people's factories are basically, they'll just build a slab and just stack stuff on top of it. I'm kind of more of a...
You like the aesthetics?
Yeah, I like the aesthetics of it. I like making my stuff actually look nice and look like a proper factory, and
I'm sorry, it's a tower, not a slab. Thank you.
I wasn't referring to you. You actually have a building. I was referring to most of the factories on Alioth.
I honestly have not even seen what our stuff looks like in the last 3 weeks. I am curious
Be
to see.
afraid. Be very
Yeah,
afraid.
curious. I keep seeing updates once in a while, like, oh, all the tier 3 metals have been restarted by their factory guy, and they're now this efficient, and it's like, oh boy.
Yeah, they are purely functional, not pretty at all, and it's to the point of like mind-breaking functional, not pretty.
I built myself a giant floating island out of dirt voxels when I started, and then I hung all of my factory stuff up in the air on the walls.
But
Just
You're one of those bastards who has like board cube in the middle of the air.
but
dude, I have a board. I have a game board set up in the middle of a giant sphere on the top of our tower, and it's got
here's
chess
how
pieces out.
Big J, as far as the factory goes, you can make things very functional and still actually have it in a building. It's very easy to do. It's just most people in the game take the quick slap it together, stack things up on top of each other.
If you have the
Hey, that is awesome,
link,
dude.
you should pop up to your ship just to show them what can be built, and then pop back down. But I don't know how far you are.
Well, it'd be easy to find ready to go. I just got to go to this corner. So let me bookmark where I'm at.
Yeah, just go stand in the middle of the freaking node. Yeah. Like that way he can see what some of the building looks like.
That's a window, not a door. So, Big J, this is my mining ship. No, the referral code system, as far as I know, is not working. Let me double check, though.
I haven't heard anything about it getting fixed yet, or implemented, I should say.
Yeah, 1 second, okay? I'm signing in now.
I'm so annoyed that the referral program is not working right now. I checked it yesterday. Unless it's up in the last day or two, it's not working right now.
I'm double checking just to be certain. I might have one. I might not. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so irritating that it's. The worst part is there was like an official announcement that we'll have it back up really soon, and that was like what, before I started.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah. There was even one dev post that was like, we should have it ready in the next few days. Nope. They were giving what, the person who got referred like a free storage box, and then what else was up? What was it? I'm so bummed that I didn't get it.
Yeah, I do not. It's not even in here as an option.
I could have referred my alt.
That's what I wanted to do. I literally checked it like 3 days ago. They're like, it's currently down and unavailable.
You know what they're doing? They're waiting for everybody to use all the keys that they've claimed already. And be like, okay, now that all these keys that are floating around for these free betas until the end of the beta are being used up.
Yeah.
Now we'll put out the refer a friend.
Sorry, there is no. It technically yes, but right now their biggest priority has been less of that and more of the actual game itself, making it stable and functional and making it perform like it should be. I mean, I have to give them credit on that as being a priority because they have made that a major priority, which is a lot more than you can say for most games.
I love them.
Most games are more concerned about churning out content while the game's still not working correctly.
Although content is important, but
Yeah. It's a balance. You have to do a balance. Okay, now I get to dig a hole down.
I feel like I
Well-
could play this game for a long time just the way it is.
Yeah.
Arc is a perfect example, right?
Oh god,
Way too much new content and not enough like quality of life improvements and
the
like
same basic issues with snapping and stuff
Yeah.
that they had from the first day and never fixed.
One thing
Yeah.
you'll notice, Big J, is you'll see the CEO actually on streams with players. Like he guest stars on a lot of the bigger streamers' streams and answers questions and stuff. And he'll go around in the game and check out things players have built with him and like just hang out and chill. It's really cool.
That's because he, is proud of this game that he's working on and doesn't feel shame and doesn't
Yeah.
have to worry about somebody wanting to stab him in the face if he shows himself in public like Wildcard does.
Yeah.
It's the fact that CEO is actually, helping develop instead of just paying somebody to do it for him.
Right.
I would imagine that
Ah,
this is the level of like quality and gameplay that you would get out of the guy who does 7 Days to Die
Yeah.
if he actually had like a real team.
Gondar, I hate to say this, bud, but you might have to reinstall the game. I've had to do that once or twice, not many times, but thankfully the game is not that big. The game's only like 20 gigs, so it's not a huge game, so it shouldn't take that long. It's not that bad of a reinstall, but I think you're going to have
Yeah,
to reinstall.
It's
Is there
only
a
a 20
repair
gig
up?
game.
No, not really.
Is there any chance? Have you already tried like opening properties and like run as compatibility mode, run as an admin, all that crap?
Awesome. Yeah, I would love to have you guys on here, and like I said, I will answer any questions you guys have without a problem. I'm always happy to help. Actually, I did that in EVE Online for years, almost a decade. That was my entire point, was training new players.
Yeah, I still follow a guy who does that on Eve, Tamia Cowboy.
hmm Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I was one of the first people to move into wormhole space on Eve, and it's funny to this day. Most wormhole orgs still use the naming scheme for bookmarks that I came up with back in the day.
Oh man. See, now Big J, I was excited, but now I don't know. You and your buddies might have to go. More Eve players is the last thing I need. All I hear all day is Eve, 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 Eve. I'm like,
Oh, thank
this
you.
is
Well,
DU.
that just means you'll have uniquely designed ships, whereas everybody else will have Eve ships.
Also true, everyone and their mother is like, I'm gonna remake Eve ships. Like, what the heck? Go play Eve
Yeah.
if you want to play Eve.
Eve makes some good ships. There's some badass looking ships.
Wait,
in Eve.
wait. Big J,
What?
you were in HK? Wait, were you in HK when Ison was in charge? Yeah, Ison's an old friend of mine. Like, I think it was the second Fortizar killed in wormhole space by Hard Knocks was actually mine when Noobman took over.
Blah blah Eve blah blah.
Yeah,
Hashtag cancel the stream.
but yeah, that's some memories. Yeah, yeah, Ison and I were old friends. I wish he would come back and take back over Hard Knocks.
Hear that? That's the sound of me cracking more whiskey to deal with this.
And if your whiskey doesn't have a cork in the bottle, it's not worth drinking.
You know, I kind of miss.
No, I was cracking some coke to go with it.
I kind of miss the old Passes versus the Citadels because they actually defended themselves, whereas the Citadels now you have to man them.
It's Tullamore. Triple distilled Irish.
Yeah, that actually will completely remove it. Gondar, that will completely remove it. It actually removes it better than the Windows uninstall.
Dude, I'm also impressed by I'm also impressed by the fact that this game is installed on a 20 gigabyte. Like, it's just 20 gigs. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, what? I realize it's just voxel, right? Voxel base makes it significantly smaller, but like the fact that they're just like they don't have like Arc. Oh my god, 120 gigs, 150 gigs.
120? Ha! When's the last time you played?
No, that was when I played, and that was years ago.
I don't
Now
even
it's
have
like
the DLC.
now it's like a
installed.
quarter of a terabyte. But isn't
I
it
have-
like 250 now?
I have none of the DLCs installed right now, and my game file is 222 gigabytes.
Yeah, it's a quarter of a terabyte, and it's without all the extra crap. And this game is better, and it's only freaking 20 gigs.
You know, Seven, I just realized who you sound like sometimes.
Anyone who's bitching,
Owen Wilson.
I'll take it.
I'll take
I'll-
that. Yeah.
Yeah, he
take
sounds like
that.
Owen Wilson.
I'll take it.
I could hear it.
Yeah. I just watched a movie with him in it today, and he was explaining something really enthusiastically, and he had that same tone of voice. I'm like, God, he sounds just like him.
Oh yeah.
Say wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Oh, his wow. I can't do his wow.
Wow. But
Wow.
honestly, Big J, I'm running what am I running? The CPU. I forgot what my CPU is now.
12.
You've got a really nice computer.
Not as nice as his. His is 256 gigs of RAM.
Jesus.
Damn.
What?
What? Why? Yeah.
Okay,
What
yeah,
are you doing? What kind of software development are you doing that you need that?
Big J, I'm running a 3700X Ryzen 7, 64 gigs of RAM.
That's government money right there.
So, and I'm running the game like flawlessly, even on the busiest planet.
Well, I run this game on a potato, and I love it.
Oh yeah, if you're doing Blender renders on a large format or complicated Blender renders, that's gonna just destroy your RAM. But the question is, what frequency is your RAM?
4 3090s. Holy shit.
I hate you.
Yeah.
So you're not gonna have any issues.
No.
I thought I was gonna like you. That was a lie.
4000, yeah, same here. I'm running the G-Skill Trident Z Royals.
I have one of their sister products to that G-Skill. I don't remember which exact one, but I have a similar one.
The whole
Question
reason,
is, the 3090s are they independent or are they bridged?
that's a good question.
Now we wait 10 seconds for it to get to stream.
0.5, I think.
So now you don't like him or his kid, huh?
Nah, screw him and his kid.
Yeah.
Damn Eve players with fancy computers and smart
Kid's
kids.
gonna be
and
better. Kid's gonna be better at the game than us, and you got a better
kid's gonna be
computer.
on a the kid's gonna
know.
be on a computer that's gonna make mine look like a donkey pulling a fucking
Yeah, I was gonna
wagon
say-
with square wheels.
With Blender, Blender typically works better with them running independently than bridged.
Well, he said they're bridged. He just doesn't use them that way.
Yeah, that's what I was responding to him saying that.
Oh, yeah.
I have 3 screens, so I see what he's saying on the left at all times.
Yeah, 3 as well.
Yeah, I figured out if I put my stream on the left screen, it puts the chat right there next to the border of where I'm playing, so it's easy to follow.
I go to work. I only have 2 screens. I'm like, shit. Where's my 3rd screen?
I'm over
You know,
here.
I gave my third screen to Sarah.
Yep.
I'm kind of happy I did, mostly because I didn't have any freaking room on my desk.
Well, the only reason why I have 3 screens now is because I found a 26-inch display at a thrift store for $5.
Oh wow.
Fucking bastard.
Oh, I weighed like 15 pounds.
Actually, no, it's not that old. It weighs about 8 pounds, I think, total.
That's still pretty old.
But yeah,
Hell.
it's 1900 by 1200 resolution, so it's, but it works good as a side screen. I have Discord and my streaming software up on it.
Yeah, I mean for chats and stuff. Who
Yeah.
cares?
Yeah.
I don't give a crap.
So for space on your desk, do you use arms or you just have it sit on your desk?
I have a very large desk. I have a big L-shaped desk.
No,
So do
I
I,
miss my
but
L-shaped desk.
I'm asking, do you use the arms to hold the monitors or do you have it sit on the stock pedestals?
It's just sitting on here.
Yeah, you should get the arms because that's what I did and tons of space.
It does clear up a lot of space. I thought about it.
I was thinking about doing because I saw one. It was a wall mount setup where you could, with the displays, so I could mount it to the wall above the desk. but I also have shelves all the way around me. I have a vinyl cutter on one shelf. Then off to my right, I have a laser color printer. I have a inkjet color printer, and then I'm also working on getting a digital engraver.
That's impressive, Big J.
16-foot desk, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I use a 27, a 32, and a 27. So
They say Big J has a big desk.
big D. He's got a big D desk.
Oh, nice. Yeah, this
I grew
one's
my
8
desk
foot
myself,
long
too.
in one direction and it's 12 foot long the other direction. 8 by 8 foot long. It takes up the entire 2 walls of the room.
Well, it's okay, Big J. It's okay, man. Can't have everything.
I found this one on Amazon for sale for like, I think I ended up paying $300 for it several years back, and I needed this workspace for like working with jewelry and stuff. So it gives me plenty of room to actually work with stuff and still have my computer up.
You know, I got my desk at frickin' IKEA. Like, legitimately, dude. I got it probably 11 years ago. This thing is a tank, because I got one of their, like, pure wood ones. I didn't get one of their cheapo ones. I got, like, one of their $500 desks.
Nice.
So mine's
And,
black.
and again, it was one of those ones where, like, people gave me shit about spending so much money on a chunk of wood, and this thing is still in great condition. Like, the only thing that's gonna destroy this thing is me or a fire. And even then, I'm putting money on this desk in a fire. This thing is dense.
Big J, there is, if you look at the bottom of the stream, there's a join me on Discord button. Anybody in the stream is welcome to join on there. And there's pick posts. There is a memes not safe for work channel, so just make sure your 9-year-old don't click on that, please.
You could take away the kids' rights on that one. Or you could even make some of the channels not have rights to that until you give it to them.
I recommend a 9-year-old not be in the Discord when I am.
Well,
Uninstalled, reinstalled.
I'm not the greatest influence on children.
God. Gondar, I hate saying this, dude, but you might have to put in a ticket for that.
The
I mean, if
username and password might be saved internet side too. Like
No,
server
it
side.
means it didn't clear out his cache file, the actual files in the user files, in his user files. Actually, that is an option, Gondar. Go into the user files, like where you're, somebody help me with this. My brain is not working. I've been up since 4 a.m. doing turkeys.
Are you talking about the app data?
Yeah.
you just go into your local files. Yeah, app data local files.
Yeah, and delete that.
Find it and just delete the file related to
Awesome.
DU.
Well, you guys are always welcome in channel. The streaming channel is set up where people can jump in. I leave it open. Just know that I do have heavy rules about trolls. So if somebody jumps in channel being a troll, I will ban hammer them in a heartbeat.
And I'm slipping through the cracks.
If you're pulling people out of Eve, you're guaranteed to get some trolls.
I think that's a damn truth. There's that E word again. E word.
Yeah.
The
Any
ultimate.
space game you're playing, you're gonna get references to Eve no matter what.
Yeah, the ultimate EP game. Good lord, how far does this node go down?
I had a friend who kept trying to get me to play Eve, and he paid for an account for me for 4 years and kept training up skills and stuff. Finally, he was like, "Dude, you finally have all the skills that you wanted when you first, looked at the game the first time and saw how long it was going to take." And I'm like, "And I'm still never going to play it." Like, and finally, he was like, "Dude, can I sell your account?" And I'm like, "You've been paying for it for years. Do whatever you want with it."
Hello, Killin' J. I take it you are a big J?
Yeah, sorry, let's get my volumes right.
No problem. Welcome to the channel, bud.
Another guy should be joining here in a second, too.
Gotcha.
Gundar had another question for you.
Gondar, so just delete the entire NQ folder, correct?
Yeah.
Wait.
Under app data, right?
Yeah, under
Local
app data. Your local data. Yeah, the last time I had to do a reinstall, I had to go in and manually delete all that stuff, and that was the only way to get it to work afterwards. Because all of the login information, all of the other crap like that that's pertinent to your actual connection is stored in those folders.
It's like,
Oh, no problem. I had to, last time I did a reinstall, I had to go in and manually delete that folder because all of your login details, all your information for connections and all
It's
that crap
saved
like
in
that
there.
is saved there, not in the install folder. So in order to completely reset it like it's a fresh install, you have to delete that folder.
It's really annoying.
And I know that they've said in the future when they work on the installation they're going to be adding in things to help with that, but for right now it's kind of one of those things you have to deal with. And just keep in mind that
Yeah,
this is
once it's
actually a
uninstalled,
beta.
yeah.
This is an ARC. Did ARC ever actually formally release?
Oh yeah, a
yeah.
long time ago.
They claimed that this game was done a long time ago, without ever fixing so many issues.
I think they just got tired of holding onto that beta tag. People were sick of looking at it.
It's because they got so much flack when they released the paid DLC while they were still in early access,
Yeah,
and
and
they
then
wanted
they
to
had to
release
release
another
the game.
DLC, right? So they had to release the game before they could release another DLC.
Yeah, because they released Scorched Earth and they went from like mostly positive to like mostly negative within like a week.
Yeah, like instantly they were like, "What is this crap? You haven't finished working in a game, and you're asking us to pay for a DLC."
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Gondar. And honestly, you can go onto the thing and the if you look in the Discord, they have the link for the poll for what they should work on next. You could do a suggestion and add that in yourself, and people can vote on it.
I think the only practical downside is it's like comparative to the player base, how many people are running into the issue. I mean, if it's enough, they'll work on it, obviously.
Yeah. I actually might get all of this mega node. Oh no, I don't know. Depends on how deep this part goes. It's still going.
Into the blockness.
Let's find out how deep it goes.
Dude, I am crushing the chromite tonight, dude. Like, I'm gonna have so much of this. I'm gonna need to sell like 500 kiloliters. By the end of this night, I'm gonna have like 500 kiloliters to sell.
Of what?
Hmm?
Of what?
Chromite ore.
Oh, nice. I don't sell anything ever.
I might end up leaving my ship here for the night.
I have to. I don't have anything, you know. Like I need the money.
Get 3 XL assemblers that make XL space engines to sell. Make 4.5 million a day without really having to do anything but farm some tier 1s every couple days.
Are you on Alioth or where are you at?
Sanctuary, and I can actually reach the market with my container link from our base.
Make you buy this damn chromite off of me so that I can get a warp drive.
I'm on one of my multiple day long mining on Lacobus right now. But I got
Swing by Simeon, get a bunch of frickin' ore, and either give me some cash or help me get a warp drive at some warp house.
Awesome. That's good to hear. I'm hoping we can get you fixed, Gondor. I wonder what caused that issue, though.
You watched another streamer. Traitor. I don't know. Hashtag loyalty.
One of the biggest things I've been trying to do with the stream is I've noticed there's a whole lot of streamers that
Suck.
their stream feels very rigid, organized. They have a set purpose, and I like playing the game. I like chit
Scripted.
chatting.
That's what you're looking
yeah,
for.
I like
Scripted.
chit chatting. I like hanging out, goofing off. I like it when random people jump in the chat. I don't mind random people jumping in the chat. So I was wanting to include that into the stream as part of the, get on some wild ass tangents, and you never know what the hell we're going to be talking about.
Well, there's a balance, right? Like we talked about that earlier. There's got to be a balance.
Yeah.
Right. There's a lot of people that they stream, and I like quotations when I say stream, because it's like you're doing a glorified YouTube video. Like you're not doing anything other than
Zero
like.
interaction. And just
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're just playing the game. You're just
Gondor,
doing
I
a
see,
YouTube
okay.
video on Twitch instead. Like that's all you're doing.
I just like the smaller groups better. I
Yeah.
don't like the massive streamers because they kind of get big heads on their shoulders.
I'm too old for that shit. I'm 40. I'm not like super old, but at this point in my life, I don't care. My wife does enough to just make sure I don't have an ego.
keeps that check.
Oh yeah. There is no ego in this situation whatsoever. My
Yeah.
wife keeps that clearly in check.
I dated a Latina long enough to know better.
My wife is full-blooded German. I'll leave it at that.
Just as bad.
She got that fire.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to find another group of people who plays similar games to us. If you guys ever play anything else, make sure and hit me up because we usually have about 20 on.
Nice.
If you notice in the Discord, he has this clever little bot thing set up where you can declare what online games you play.
We also have a big server if you ever need it for dedicated servers for stuff.
Nice.
It's one of the Epic servers, so I mean it's got like 512 gigs of RAM, and we keep at least 20 VMs up at all time.
I had one guy that used to host games for us all the time, and flaky would be the
Don't
best
even
way to
get me
put it.
started. Yeah, don't get me started.
You guys can have admin of the games on them. I don't care on that. You just have to give me a yell if you need it.
The biggest request I've had from people is for me to host an Imperion server.
Got one up right now. It's
Well, I was one of the head admins on SDG. I don't know if you're familiar with that one.
How many planets is it? Or whatever.
Reforged, so it's what thousands and
Yeah.
thousands.
It's which forge?
Eden
Which one?
Reforged.
Yeah, it's the new system to where it procedurally generates, right?
Oh, nice.
It's like 10,000 galaxies and
Yeah.
probably millions of planets.
Yeah, so I had, and we were talking about this earlier. I don't know if you were on here yet. One of the problems that I have, and I know Serapis said he has, is playing a game and like in a very short amount of time you get to this point like, well, what now? I'm bored. I've done all the stuff. It's been like a week.
Exactly why I'm looking at this, because I mean that's why I stayed with Eve. There was a lot of shit that you guys were talking about earlier. I hated on Eve.
Yeah.
I mean, it provided steady content. We shift between Space Engineers, Stationeers, Arc, 5 or 6 other games.
Yeah.
Probably do a month or two a piece at them, and then that's your.
And then you get bored of it. Yeah. I feel you.
Well, there's in this game they're going to be there's a lot of things they're still adding. Like they're going to be
Yeah.
they're working on
beta.
adding farming, agriculture. There's going to be a lot of the more tedious parts of survival that'll be added in this game to make it more challenging. So
A lot of the bells and whistles that make Empyrean, they'll have stuff like that, if not better.
So right now, what I'm telling everybody that's interested in the game is now is the time to learn how to play with the voxels, because that is an entirely, they actually call it voxelmancy for a reason. And
Jesus.
learning voxelmancy is, it's a challenge. You really have to really get let loose and get free
Get
with it.
yourself a wedge. Learn how
Yeah.
to use it.
And then if you learn voxelmancy, learn how to use the tools in the game, and build your wallet up, build up your resources, you know. And then as they add the content in, you'll be ready to enjoy it, because there's a lot of content coming. I mean, a lot of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah,
the
they're-
factory side really is what gets me excited. That sounded
Oh,
like
have you seen a factory in this game yet?
Oh,
yeah. I did watch some guy the other day
Okay.
that had a massive one of those box factories you were talking about.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, my
There's a
factory's all
YouTube
clean.
guy who
and-
actually has a really neat. It's kind of chaotic looking, but it looks like an actual factory. Like he's got like hangers in the air and like wired looking things running through the air. Like he made the factory like aesthetically look like a factory. He's got boxes piled up in crazy ways that you'd imagine that they were just dumped.
Yeah, if you guys get into the game and you start off, I'm on Alioth. My castle is just north of the starter area, so I can help you out. And if you have any questions, I got you.
I think we've already had 6 people purchase it, so
Gotcha.
we're coming.
My org's name is Dark Moon with a 4, D4RK space MON Moon. If I could use my words tonight like a big boy, I'll get this right.
Another neat feature is you can be in up to 5 of them.
Yeah.
So you guys can have multiple groups of your guys and not like have to have everyone dumped in one. You can have everyone dumped in one, and then everyone can have their own little personal groups or join other groups too. Which is kind of neat.
That is insane. That picture.
I just sent him a picture of our factory like 3 weeks ago. Last time I saw it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
and
don't
that's
even know what
old,
it looks
yeah.
like
It's
now.
probably way more intense than it was.
Yeah, I don't even know what it looks like now.
I know Death was working on
Serapis
it.
looks clean as hell. You need to get a screenshot of his. His isn't even done right now because he just moved his castle, so he took it all apart and is rebuilding it. But even the like half of it that he has up is impressive looking.
That's why I'm mining. I need to build containers.
The picture I sent was with all the purple spaghetti turned on.
Oh god, that's just mean.
Yeah, the purple lines are all the links between different things.
So you basically manually tell it, all right, you pull from this box and then send it to that box, and you manually place every one of those.
And there's a transfer unit that will make that happen to transfer from one box to another, because boxes have connection limits on how many things you can connect to them. So you'll put all your screws into one box, but then you'll have like 15 different
15
industries that
machines, yeah.
need those screws, but you can only put 10 connections on each box. So then use a transfer unit to pull it out of that box into another box, so you can split it and put like 5 things on this box and 5 on that box.
It's intense.
Yeah, I fucking love it, man.
You don't have to be that crazy
Fine.
intense when you get started, luckily. Like, you can learn it fairly, I say fairly, decently.
And thankfully, where you're starting out now, you're not coming in with like when beta first launched, Alioth was a nightmare. Because
What do you mean it was a nightmare?
it's not now compared to what it was.
I can at least move around there. I mean, at the start it was horrible laggy and just dysfunction.
Yeah.
Question would be, Serapis, how many talent points do you have total right now?
Is there a way to tell?
Sure, go into your talent point screen.
Just under 13 million.
13 million. Jesus.
Oh, total. Yeah, screw you. I'm only at
just
1
under
million
12.
total.
Just under 12 million.
Yeah, I'm at
You
12.8
have
million.
13 times the amount of talents I have.
You know why? Because you were on for the week because you were an alpha player, weren't you? Before the beta actually
Uh-huh.
opened up to people.
Yeah.
You got that extra weekend. That's
And
why
I
you're
was-
hiring me. I was like, how did you do that? I was on here like the first day of that shit.
I'm sorry, Gondar.
Wait.
But I'm sorry, Gondar. But I was one of the first 100 people to log on the server when beta went live. So there's like maybe maybe 90 people that have more skill points than I do. That's if they've been keeping them running constantly the whole time.
I'm just impressed with how long you've been mining.
To be
That's
honest with
Still
you,
digging on a different hole.
this is what's called a mega node. You have three sizes of nodes. You have your regular nodes, which range anywhere from 2,000 liters to 10, 50,000 liters. Then you have your super
This
nodes,
is unusual.
which is 50 to 500,000, somewhere in that range. And then above that, you have mega nodes. And I've seen mega nodes for T1 ores up to, I think the biggest I've ever heard of was 6.4 million in one hematite node. 6,400,000 liters.
One of the guys that are coming over with me, he'll probably sit there and mine 14, 16 hours a day. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, that's me. I'm that guy.
Lots and lots of marijuana. That's how.
Wait, seriously? He removed the damage report, Lua? Oh no.
He put it this way. He crashed an Epic server with Factorio because he freaking made so much shit on it.
He'll get along great.
Yep.
That's great. Yeah,
See,
he'll love this. He'll
I
fucking love this.
Tell him I need somebody to manufacture containers. He can join my work. I'll put him to work.
Dude, no joke. If he's a genius Factorio player, this game is gonna he's gonna be fucking a mogul within a month.
Yeah, he'll be making some major money. Still going. It's still
I
going.
couldn't believe how crazy. I'll have to take a picture of the map sometime and show it to you. It had it was close to 1 million inserters.
Rick,
So,
why
yeah,
is he ticked off?
hand-played.
Sorry to interrupt. Rick, why is he ticked off? There was a guy that had a Lua script that did a damage report on your ship. And Rick's saying he took it down, that he's pissed off about something. Like, you can do Lua scripts that
Somebody
custom
probably
display
used it.
information on screens in your ship. And this guy had made one that gave you a live feed on a screen of the damage of your ship. What was damaged, where, all this other crap like
Yeah,
that.
it was really good.
And apparently he took
So-
down the script.
So who's got an old copy of it that I can get? Because I don't have that one.
Maybe
I
we
still
can-
got the old copy of the anti-grav from the HUD script.
Ah.
I'm not giving up that version. I want my anti-grav to work.
No, it still works. I don't know what they took out from it, but it still works.
Well, I don't know. I mean, from what I heard, somebody was saying that they were using the script to be able to anti-grav at like 200 meters. And
Oh.
other people were saying that it was because they were using the anti-grav as thrusters, and it was just supposed to negate gravity, not pulse against it. And I don't know. I just like the way it works. You set a height, it hovers at that height. It's beautiful.
So basically, Rick, they didn't do something the way he thought they should. He got butthurt and took it down.
Well, we got people that can help you with scripting if you need it. I think I've got 4 or 5 programmers. So
Oh,
mean-
he had a terrible customer service experience, and it drove him to quit the game, basically.
Because he put in a ticket and it didn't get answered right away, and
That
he
happens.
probably got salty and snarky with them, and they told him to piss off.
And we've had a lot of players now that are getting ticked off because they've been locking down on in-game support. Like they're not just going to randomly teleport you just because you say you have an issue anymore. They've been locking down on that a lot because they've been fixing a lot of the other problems.
And they were doing a lot of it where people were like, "Oh, I broke my ship," and they would fix it for them. And now they expect that to happen still, and it's not happening anymore. And they're like, "Well,
And
this
they're
is
having a hissy fit over
Yeah.
it.
yeah." Now they
Yeah.
got to actually be responsible for their own crashes and fixing their stuff. Which in this game, fixing things is ridiculously easy.
The only way they could make it easier is if you didn't have to point at the exact element. Like,
Right.
if you could just point at your ship instead. That'd be the only way they could make it even easier.
Like they got the auto repair thing too, but that's completely useless because it replaces the components, which is a bazillion times more expensive than repairing it.
oh, that's that setup that I was telling you about. The room isn't finished yet, but
Oh, very
Oh, and
nice.
you said earlier they're changing up the repairs though. If you can't repair so many times before you have to replace.
That's not anytime soon. That's going to be coming a little bit in the future to where they'll be adding in limitations on that.
Like an overall durability durability decrease.
They're gonna add like a 3 strikes you're out thing to it, basically.
Yeah, but basically they're doing that because right now you can build something and just permanently use it, and you just have to repair it. So
Yeah.
it reduces the demand for players to build stuff. So they're adding that in to make sure there's a market exchange.
So it makes
There, and that's the difference is whether you break it or damage it, and that's where it's gonna really come into piloting skills and the quality of the actual ship you're flying, right? Because it's one thing if you just whack a wing and have to repair it, that thing will be good forever. But if you're actually breaking the wing and having to like repair it from zero all the way back up, that's when you're gonna be losing a lot of money
It's
all
like
the
that
time.
scene from episode 1 where Anakin says, "Well, I saved the pod mostly."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Is that ticking coming through the audio through the music of my stream?
I don't have the audio on the stream.
Right. I turned
hard
it
to
off when I joined.
Yeah, oh, it is. It's just, I guess it's just one track he's playing. There's this YouTube channel that streams music that this guy made. It's all electronic music. That's what I use. He gave me permission to use it on YouTube and Twitch and everything and monetize it, so I don't have to worry about getting, hit with copyright crap.
Didn't you still get hit with it anyway?
He's removing it. The YouTube videos that are up that are demonetized, I gotta add the credits on them and send him the links so he can go in and remove the copyright. But the Twitch ones he doesn't do. The ones that on Twitch that had that on them were from where I was experimenting with different things, so they were no copyright. And ended up having like little fragments, of something that was.
It's dumb.
So I learned my lesson. I've this I have seen a lot of players in this game raging on Discord over some very stupid things. And I know most of them are younger players, and I get that.
Well, there's this huge mentality of if I'm paying for the game, it should be working the way I want.
It's not how life works.
And
Yeah,
it's
suck it up, Buttercup. Yeah.
right. It's a paid beta. The game's not going to be perfect yet. It's not a released game. I had a big argument with a guy who's on my team who was like, "Well, it's a released game now," and I'm like, "It's not released." He's like, "Well, I'm paying for it." And I'm like, "You're paying for a paid beta subscription." He's like, "Well, no, that's not."
That's why it's $6 and not 15 or 20.
Right.
Yeah,
And
you
then I
click the OK button at the ELA saying, basically that it's not a completed game. There will be issues and they will be attempted to be fixed.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He's not paying for the game. He's on a free beta key that was gifted to him by an alpha player.
He can just go suck one, yeah.
Right. So I was like, "You're not even paying for the game, you lying piece of shit."
You don't even pay for it, you big baby.
Right. I'm like, "You're not even paying for it. You're literally on a free beta key, and you're trying to say that this is a release game because you pay for it."
Like whining about the quality of your groceries, but you're getting free fucking food.
Yeah,
Right.
Jay, if you paid for alpha at any point, depending on what level you paid for, you were given a certain number of beta keys, and those beta keys that you were able to give out basically gives whoever you give them to free access to the beta with no subscription fees for the entire duration of beta until the game goes live.
Luckiest thing ever.
Yeah, no joke. And some of my friends had them, and I didn't get one. Fucking.
I was offering, and you kept saying no, and I could have given you one, but you kept saying no.
God, that's on you.
Should have joined the game after 4 tries instead of the 5th one. The 5th one, he's like, well, shit, now
Right.
he has to pay his own money.
Basically.
I have to wonder why when you're mining it makes little peckers in the stone all the time. I mean, look at the stream right there in front of me. That's always perfect little shape.
But if you
I
put
don't
the
know
mining
about how
tool at
you
the bottom
mine
of that,
that one.
but if you have the like indents that go in, you can put the mining tool at the bottom of that thing. Get a huge one. My largest pickup so far has been 512 liters.
That's the problem with a lot of these beta and early access is they get killed by people who don't have patience. That
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But you know what is really funny is I said this, was it yesterday or the day before? I fully expect that this is the kind of game that I will thoroughly enjoy playing until I have enough PvP experiences that chase me away.
Well,
Right.
I do know that they have said that the center safe zone in the map, like if you look at the stream right now on the map, there's
Yeah, I'm
this
aware of
area
it.
right here. I'm also talking to other people on the stream.
Yeah.
This area right here, Mattis, Alioth, and Thades, that's the safe zone. That will stay safe. So you have places you can go, and they are going to be adding more solar systems to the game as well. The game's going to expand into more of an open universe style like Eve. So there's a lot of options, and as the game expands, the PvP aspect of it's gonna be a whole different ballgame. I get the strange feeling we're gonna have like the whole Empire situation like you do in Eve.
Yeah,
Well, and that's where I'll end up. Like, if that happens, that's probably where I'll bail. Because then once it comes to like, well, if you're not in a mega tribe, then you're just wiped off the
No.
planet.
That's actually what pushed me out of Eve. That's why I went to wormholes at first, is because
Now he has said point blank he wants to avoid that. He wants to be able to make it to where the newer players are still able to get into the game, enjoy the game, and build up without having to be worried about being wiped by the larger groups just because they're there.
well, and they need to make sure that people who don't want to. I mean, I like PvP, but I don't really
I
care
want
to
to
do
be
it.
forced to it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be forced to do it. Like, the way it is right now, obviously, is probably not enough PvP for most people. But for me, it's like, okay, it's perfect. I do not have to participate in PvP ever if I don't want to.
Well, and I mean, you could put some of the rare, minerals or something in zones that are
Like-
PvP.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what Eve did. I
That's
mean,
what-
Eve, you don't
and
have to
Empyrean.
participate in EV in PvP
You know,
if you don't. You can
One
stay
in
high
like what? It was something like 1 in 5 planets was a PvE planet where you can't fight on it.
Yeah.
And they didn't have as much resources or as good a resources, but that was the trade-off. You trade this safety and security for.
And I think
la-
that's kind of the route they're going to go with this. They're going to have
I'm-
safe zones. And,
But if it's only 3 out of 12 planets, right?
I'm
Like-
unhappy with the fact that they decided to make that whole bubble a permanent safe zone, considering the fact that in the beginning the tutorial tells you that Alioth is a PvP, like it's a combat zone. It tells you
does.
that there's an unclaimable area. It tells you that Sanctuary will be the only safe area.
It
and
does talk
gives-
about it in the
Yeah.
tutorial.
Right,
Yeah.
and it gives you specifically a safe territory unit for that planet, which you are limited to 1 per person, as opposed to the unlimited land grabs that people could do on the now permanently safe planets that are supposed to be PvP
Now,
planets.
when he said that, I don't know if he was talking about just during beta. That might be a situation that stays safe during beta, then once it goes live, it'll be different.
I think they're going to wipe it on the live.
No.
No.
His exact words were he's going to do everything he possibly can to avoid a wipe.
Because it's supposed to be player driven and player content built, and they can't do that if they got to wipe out everybody's content before the start of the game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I
you were
can't,
saying.
yeah,
you
I
can't even
economy
count the
established.
amount of people who that if they got reset to day 1 would not come back.
I'd be back hard.
Yeah.
I think one
Well,
of
yeah, and
the
that's
big things
that's
on
good, but I don't think you'd be in the majority.
Well, no.
What was
I
that,
know.
Jay?
Yeah.
I was just saying, one of the things I think on Eve that forced the megacorp issue is you've got a lot of bottlenecks in systems, so it's
Yeah.
easy to defend and track. As long as the game has PvP, that you're not forced into going into areas to where you know there's going to be 500 people camping it.
Well, this
Because I mean,
yeah, in this game you can slow boat anywhere you want to. You can actually fly anywhere in this current solar system you want to without having to warp to it, and you can build warp beacons and place them anywhere on the map you want to, and then warp to that as an off route. You can create safe warp routes.
Yeah, to avoid PvP.
So there's a lot of tools pre-built into the game. Now those are not cheap tools. A warp beacon is one of the most expensive things you could look at right now.
Just building it alone is going to take you 2 months.
Yeah.
And
And
that's with the industry set up to do it.
I feel like bottlenecking even in Eve wouldn't be as easy if you couldn't take a little tiny ship and bump a really huge ship around so that it can't jump away until somebody gets there who's
No,
big
they
enough to
fixed
actually
that.
deal with it. Did they fix that
Yeah,
finally? I mean, how many years did
you
that
can't
take?
bump a little ship with a
Decades.
big ship anymore. It won't even affect it.
When did they change that?
Just recently.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
how many decades did it take for them to fix that fucking loophole?
To
Be
say,
real
I was
real.
like a year ago, and
Yeah,
it works fine.
We just quit again 3 months ago, and I remember getting pissed off over the Rourke and Orcas.
Oh, they
Getting
said they
bumped.
had fixed it, and maybe they didn't. I haven't been playing that
You could
hardcore.
bump my nicks.
But there was a lot of things that I remember them fixing when I was playing heavily last time, and then when I went back this time, it was like, oh, well, that's back in the game because too many people cried about it. It's like removing
Yeah.
local chat from nullsec systems.
That sucked.
Because all the assholes want to be able to do those things. And
See what they did this
there's a large majority of assholes in that game.
broke a Mar
Gondar.
off from GW.
Hey, hold on one second. Gondar, go into the help channels, put in a support ticket, tell them that you're having problems logging in, and ask them to, like, if you have a ship nearby, give them the name of the ship, tell them you can't log in because of something going on with your character. Please teleport me to my ship.
Have they
Okay.
replied or not yet?
Been there, done that, he says.
Yeah, he's probably had to do it before.
I love it when I first started and I stepped out of the room. I was in a tutorial and it wouldn't let me access one of the containers, and I went to look around and I went through a door, and it turns out it was the door to outside. And when I turned back around, the building that the tutorial was gone. And I was on virtual planet number 5.
Wait, Gondar, who had you submit a ticket for that? Because that's one of the things they're still supposed to teleport you for.
Give you one guess.
Because even in the article, that was one of the exceptions they listed as being a reason why they would still teleport you.
I'd go in there right now and just be the squeaky wheel.
Yep.
And just be like, yo, I need help. I've done this, I've done this, I've done that. I've had friends tell me to do this. Someone help me, please. I'm getting frustrated and I'm about to quit this game.
Oh, Lord is still going. Look at that. I found another route.
Like, someone just help me.
You know, I just noticed this game requires AVX instructions.
Uh-huh.
That's gonna knock a lot of their people off that could potentially come to this game.
Why you say that?
It doesn't come into play until you don't get AVX on i3s below 8th gen or 7th gen.
No.
Intel, and I think you have to be Ryzen 5 2000 series or above. That's a pretty big. I mean,
Well, it worked on my Intel. I had an i7. It was but I was running DDR3 RAM. I can't remember what i7 it was. But I was running an i7, and it worked on that.
so it may not be implemented yet, but on their webpage it says Core i5 60 minimal, Core i5 6500 or Ryzen 5 2600. You will in the future need CPU with AVX instructions. I think that's a bad choice on their part because it'll limit their player base to a lot less people.
Maybe by the time in the future they're talking
Yeah,
about,
we don't know their
is
timetable though,
out.
right? Like,
Yeah.
that could be 2 years from now to where 2600 is like old.
Right, they could literally be waiting on that, on it being like, okay, enough of these chips have been phased out and everything. We can switch it over to this.
I'm assuming they're trying to cloud process this stuff because I imagine these factories
Yeah.
take ridiculous amounts of data, and
Oh, it
AVX
is.
is used for that.
They already use Google services.
Yeah, Gondar, if you post in Discord, make sure you tell them that you are unable to log in, and that you just need your character moved slightly, so that way you can log in.
Or that you think, anyway.
No, don't
That's
think
a good way
anything.
to do
Just declare it. Tell them point blank,
Yeah.
I cannot log in
Yeah.
because of an issue with my character. Can you please at least move my character slightly so I can try to log in? And be direct.
Got you, Google.
Yeah, I think the idea of cloud processing it between, or I guess you call that peer-to-peer processing, would be kind of awesome. I mean,
Well, right
that
now,
means that they have a lot of depth to the game without having to just As somebody who ran Minecraft servers and shit, I can tell you, if you start getting into crazy factories, it won't take long before you'll just overwhelm the server.
Yeah. Well, one of the
Regardless.
things, they're on Amazon servers right now, I think.
I thought they were on Google.
I think it's Amazon. Maybe it's Google. I don't know.
Yeah, 7, don't make fun of my desk. It's not done yet. It's a disaster.
There's nothing to make fun of.
Your guys'
Big beefy.
computers are so clean, your desks are so clean, and mine looks
We
like a
don't- well,
pigsty.
I don't have kids, bro. You gotta worry about it.
I've got drills and tools everywhere. Look, I think there's a switch
Plus,
setting
I
up.
cleaned that up nice to try to win a free giveaway from Titan, whatever the hell, the people who made that chair.
That desktop, though, is the coolest desktop I've ever done. I just took epoxy resin, and it looks like marble when you're up close to it.
I was wondering what material it was. I was like, that's not like cheap plastic crap. But it doesn't look thick enough to be marble. So
2 half-inch sheets of plywood, a layer of just carbon fiber, basically carbon fiber put into the epoxy,
mm-hmm.
and then 2 layers of epoxy on top of it. But that thing, you could put probably 1,000 pounds in the center of those 2 things.
Yeah, I do want to get monitor mounts.
I will probably go off the wall with mine again.
See, I don't like that. I feel like it's too far away. I don't like how far away the screens are.
Yeah,
I want to be the old man who's got the freaking screen an inch from my freaking nose, dude.
I told my wife if we ever get a bigger TV, I want the 65-inch on my computer.
Yeah, and that's actually a lot bigger than what it looks there. That desk is really deep, but I needed the room on it, so.
Well, I'm looking at the size of your chair there for comparison.
Yeah, looking at the chair and the keyboard, like it looks like a pretty deep desk.
I mean, those are 6. Like I said, that's a 34 in the center with 2 27s on the side,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a 65-inch television above it. So.
What monitors are those?
They're cheap ones, but man, they're freaking amazing. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm using an Aegon, and most people are like, I don't even know that, but this thing's a beast, man.
The one I have in the room that I'm in right now is an expensive freaking ROG monitor, and this one here is a Biotech 144 hertz. All 3 of them are Biotech 144s, 1440 by whatever it is based on.
I'm running 60 hertz, so.
Yeah, I'm on a really nice 2600 144 hertz monitor. It's curved as well.
That center one, that 34-inch 1440p ultra wide at 144 hertz, I think I only paid $349 for, which is really fucking cheap for that.
Yeah, that's amazing. I don't know if I could ever go back to a non-curved monitor now.
Yeah, and I could never go back to a regular non-ultra wide either for my primary.
Yeah, I've spent my 10-year budget on computer parts for right now, so I'm kind of stuck here for the next decade.
Yeah, but you have a nice system, bro.
I'm talking about my computer screens. My computer screens are all 60 hertz.
Yeah, I'm on 60 hertz too, and I'm sitting back, kicked back in a recliner with my.
It's Christmas, bro. Hold out.
I've got my monitor on.
Dude, I'm telling you.
I got the. Go ahead.
Some of these, you can get some really nice budget, like gaming. Like I got mine for like what he said, like $300, and I got probably one of the more expensive budget ones. Like,
doesn't matter. 300, dude. I've got you know the situation with the kids. I've got 2.
I'm aware, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, you don't sell yourself short. You might be able to swing another monitor sooner than you think.
27-inch 144 for about $250 at 1440p.
That's kind of the whole reason why I'm doing this whole streaming thing. Maybe I can get this going and actually be able to afford more tech gear.
The thing is, though, if you start going into 1440 and ultra wide, you got to have a hell of a graphics card to push it.
Yeah. Now, right now I have a 1078 gig, and that's all I have.
I mean, let me put it this way: that if I kick it up, now I don't usually run triple screens, but if you look in that picture, there's a server on the bottom. That's the one that's got those 43090s in it.
Uh-huh.
That thing cannot drive, what do you call it, Ifinity or whatever, where it goes across all three at 1440. 43090s can't do it.
Really? And see, I actually use my screens individually. Even when I'm doing graphics and stuff, I'll have open three or four different softwares on the different screens, drag and drop in between them, and
Oh, it'll handle it if you run 3 or 4 different slots. I'm just talking. Ifinity is where it stretches the game across.
Yeah,
all
I know.
Yeah, I know. But you're talking what? That's probably 10,000 pixels by 1440.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a lot of freaking pixels.
I just want the refresh rate is what I'm looking for. I would like to have something above 60 hertz refresh rate.
Honestly,
Oh.
I would go at 100 and call it there. I think people really unless you're playing a first-person shooter or something. I think
Yeah.
people really overstate it.
I don't think you really need to be above 120.
That's
I
kind of
just got the
my target was.
144 because I wanted. I mean, I just wanted to have a really good brightness, and these are what do you call it? HDR 600.
Yeah.
I convinced myself to get this monitor I have because I got the 2080, and I was like, if I'm gonna get a 2080, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to spend the money to get a 2080 when they were brand new and just came out, to put it on a 60 hertz old school monitor I've had for 6 years.
Yep.
You know, funny enough, though, a single 3090, I mean, actually a 2080 probably can't drive a 1440p ultra wide at over 60.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I don't go with anything like that either. I went with what I thought was probably the most sensible for gaming.
Sniper throwing in his displays.
I mean, a single 3090, our ARC is a good example. A single 3090 on 1440 ultra wide, I get about
0 frames per second. Dude, ARC is such a machine killer, dude. ARC is a machine killer, without a doubt.
I
There's
was
a new
playing
release in
on,
Arc weapon, right?
I was playing Arc on full epic, 60 FPS. Just
On
recently.
what?
I've got an RX 580, and I've got a Ryzen 5 3600, and I got 16 gigs of RAM. Nothing special, 3200. You know,
You
It's pretty good. That's still pretty good, though.
it's pretty good, right? I mean, I just got it recently, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's new. I was like, that's a new system, man.
Hey,
Right.
okay, that's my
it
setup.
all I don't have any bottlenecks, is what it is. Like every
Yeah,
system I've built before, I've always like really splurged on some things and held back on others with the intention to upgrade later, and then
upgrade.
I never get around to upgrading it.
And you just waste it, yeah.
Right. So I've got these huge bottlenecks with these amazing performing parts that aren't doing half of what they should be.
Yeah,
got-
I'm sitting in a similar situation. Not that bad, like, because I'm on a 2600X, right? Which is not at all a bad card. But, or excuse me, a CPU.
So this time I just focused on really synergizing all the parts I got right away and making it all really work
As evenly
together
balanced as
perfectly.
possible, which is
Right.
how it should be.
Right now, the
And
only thing
I'm
bottlenecking me
super
is my power supply, because every time everything kicks up, it just can't hold it. It can't handle it.
That sucks. That sucks.
Yeah,
So there
that's
ain't shit you can do about that except for spend like $200.
yeah.
Man, and I'm telling you, when you get into these new video cards, you're gonna even have more problems.
Oh
They're
yeah,
hogs, yeah,
I'm
they're
not going to
hogs.
get another graphics
I've
card
got a
before I get a
1500
good power
power
supply.
supply that will
That'd be
die.
like you might as well be burning up your computer
Yeah.
for that.
Like I
Well,
said, those
so I have a buddy of mine. So he's on my competitive team because I do MechWarrior Online competitively, and we just ended our season. So that's why I started this, right? Because I have free time while we're between seasons, and he's like, "Hey, I want to put this graphics card in my computer." He's running like a stock purchase, like a Pavilion, an HP Pavilion that he bought from like Best Buy in like
Pavilion?
2013.
The fucking pavilion. Oh my god.
Yeah, Pavilion. Yeah, sorry. He's running a stock Pavilion that he bought from Best Buy in 2013, and he wants to put like a 970 in it. And he's like, "Can I do it? Will it run it?" I'm like, "Okay, let me explain this. Can you do it? Yes. Is it compatible? Yes. Should you do it? No." I was like, technically, the power supply can run it. It is high enough recommended. I said, but I want you to understand that's like putting like a Challenger engine in a 70s Pinto. Like, I'm like, I said, you're gonna burn that thing to shreds. The rest of that machine is just gonna burn up. Like, you're gonna bottleneck the CPU, you're gonna bottleneck the PSU. Everything's just gonna be running max just to try to keep up with the minimum of what that card will do.
You know, I think a lot of people underestimate how bad a power supply can bottleneck a computer in itself.
Oh yeah.
I told him, I said, don't get a 970 if you don't get a new power
Well,
supply
see,
at least.
The power supply I have, it's an EVGA 750, and it was running fine with this graphics card before, but I didn't take into account the fact of the new CPU and RAM and all that. It's drawing more power than the old system was.
You're probably fine with 750 on yours. I mean,
Yeah, power shouldn't be an issue with that.
No, it's a 750 bronze.
Yeah, it's a bronze, not a gold.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, but
you're
are
still
you
fine. It's
Yeah.
you're probably pulling about a 140 max on the CPU, and on that graphics card maybe 200. I think you're fine. It's the 3000 series is what kills you. I mean, like I said, I've got an 800 watt power supply in that server, and when I kick all four of them on in the Threadripper, it will max out that power supply, and I've seen them throttle.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're ridiculous. You're talking a single 3070 card. You need a freaking 800 watt power supply to run it efficiently.
A buddy of mine finally got his 3090 coming in right now, and once his 3090 comes in, I'm getting his 2080 Ti. So I have to get a new power supply.
My fucking work bought them from. I'm sorry, I don't know if you want me to cuss on your stream.
It's smart for mature.
Bottom.
Fine.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I'm not even gonna join.
No, it's marked as
without
mature.
even thinking about it.
Yeah, it's marked as mature for a reason.
But
Surface.
nah, my work paid like $2,900 a piece for those cards, man. I think bought them from Scalper.
Alright.
There's
Which one
that.
of you is buying all
The
of
39.
these? Mike?
Did all the work and nobody's buying it.
See,
Pretty much.
I'm a hole digger, man. I'm over here digging holes.
Yeah,
Or I dig holes.
well, dig your way over here and buy this ore.
If I could dig my way from here to there, I would.
Yeah, you probably would too. That's the scary part.
Even if I had to set it up as a macro. to do
Okay.
it, I could do it.
You guys give me 1 second. So just a heads up, I have 10 people in stream right now. I'm going to go ahead and start the giveaway, so if you want a chance to win the 1 mil, do an exclamation point in chat for me. Exclamation mark in chat. If you're listening to the chat, do an exclamation mark to win 1 mil. Org members are not qualified.
I'm quitting. I'm broke as hell.
Broke as hell. Screw you guys. I'll find another work.
I gave you like a ship worth 2 or 3 mil.
He didn't sell it, so he's still broke.
Exactly. Exactly. Doesn't make me less broke.
Gondar,
Just
if you
means I'm a
win, dude,
broke
I'll wait.
guy in a
I'll hold
ship.
it for you, okay? You'll get it when you get your stuff fixed, okay?
You can give it to me to hold on to.
Wreck Dad said that if he wins the second time, it's going to me.
Oh, he did, huh?
Damn right he did.
Wait, I don't see that in chat. I'm looking at chat. I don't see that message. Ah,
It got edited out.
oh, it got edited out, huh? That's interesting.
It was viewers only chat. You didn't see it.
A viewers only chat.
That's right.
Yeah.
The streamer can't see it. You don't know about that.
Oh, okay.
It's for us to talk about you behind your back.
Exactly, that's what it's for.
I created it.
It's a Discord channel just for us.
Troll.
So basically, I'm gonna give everybody until I get done with the stream. If you want to do the, if you want to be entered in the
Dude,
into
he's
in
on
the
a
1
mega.
mil,
You
go
have an
ahead.
hour to enter, bro.
Actually, no, you don't.
I'm just teasing.
But yeah, if you want to be entered to win the 1 mil, put an exclamation mark in chat, and then I'll do the drawing. Your number will be based on what order you put your mark in. I don't know. It might actually expand into a whole other flipping cavern here ahead of me. I've had that
I
happen
would
before.
laugh so hard if you get it down to like where you're like 2 mines away, and like you hit that last couple, and it pops a new cavern.
A little hole opens up and you're in the next area.
I have done that before on a, what was
It
it, a
happens.
quartz node? Oh God, shoot me.
Totally does happen.
So is there any like PvE content in this game yet?
Not yet, no.
Not really.
Not as far as like NPCs or anything like that. It just, playing, doing your shit, survival, open world, sandbox.
Hey, you can't even really call it survival. There's no survival aspect.
I don't know if
Yeah.
they had it in yet. I know they are also adding in player created missions, so you can actually get assigned missions out publicly and people can accept them. And like, they can be industrial, they can be whatever, but players are actually able to create their own custom missions and give rewards in game.
Like bounties? Like go kill this motherfucker?
No, like full on missions. Like you could put out a mission to go get me fuel and bring me fuel. Whatever. You can,
Oh,
Like
so like
like
tasks.
contracts in Eve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
contracts.
Don't click on anything that says it's going to give you a free starter because it's probably going to sell you a screw. Okay.
Oh god, I hope they don't. That's one thing I hated about Eve is the way that they pushed so much on the scams.
Yeah.
Oh, there's already been
There's
people.
a good amount
And
of them.
unfortunately, that's players. That's not the game. That's just people
But
being.
Eve thrived on it. They
Oh.
actually pushed people to do it is what pissed me off. It's not just the players. It was CCP actually made a guide on how to screw people.
Yeah, true.
It's so dumb.
By the way, they have a huge lawsuit now for that too, because a kid bought their Plex and used it to get money in game, and somebody put up a contract and screwed him out of $300 real world, and he lives in Europe, and they have huge laws about scamming against kids, so
They
they're
got sued as their assholes.
So, by the
They-
way, opening up into another cavern. Yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't shock me though if they don't end up like finding them hundreds of millions. I mean, that EU doesn't screw around with that stuff.
Well, they
they
would
don't.
have an out though, because CCP was just bought out. So if it happened before the buyout,
Yeah, I don't know when it happened, but
it was like a year and a half ago. CCP was bought.
It doesn't matter. The way the purchase was done, CCP is still working as an organization with the same leadership in place. They just answer to higher masters now. So,
True. Yeah.
Yes.
well, they got burnt as they put that guide out telling people how to scam. Though the second you're making an actual monetary
Documents, yeah.
game currency and you're documenting that you're telling people how to screw each other out of it, you have violated a lot of laws in Europe. I mean, they
Yeah.
have some big
Idiot.
protections for minors.
Yeah. They're just dumb. That's just dumb.
That's what you get for being dicks.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff that could end up forcefully shutting them down in the end if they're not careful.
easily. And the new thing they're doing now, they've actually got 2 other lawsuits going on about this. Was if you have an account that's stolen, like somebody hacks your account, takes your account, say you're not playing the game at the moment, and you come back, and that person has been paying a sub on your account, they will not return your account to you. They let the person who stole it keep it.
Because they're
Really?
the one who paid the subscription most recently.
Therefore, they're the owner, because that's a
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, they're current.
Well-
Because you can sell accounts, so there's no way for you to say,
Yeah.
"Oh, no, I didn't sell this guy this account." When they can say, "Oh, he sold it to me. It's my account now, and I'm paying for it."
Well, actually, see, that's the problem.
But you have to have proof.
No, the against their EULA, if accounts cannot be transferred like that. You can transfer a character, but you cannot transfer account per
You're
their
not
own
supposed
rules.
to be allowed to sell accounts by their rules.
Yeah.
So like they're fighting their own rules if they say that.
Yeah.
Well, and back in the day, you used to have to pay for the game. So if they did it on my account, they would actually be facilitating theft because I paid for that key.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
I bought it too. I actually bought the CD version at Best Buy.
Yeah, I mean, I started Eve and
Was it in the discount?
Five.
Yeah. I started in 03.
Because if not, you overpaid.
I
I
remember.
dodged a bullet on that game. I saw it in store when it was fairly new, and I considered it. When I looked at it long and hard,
I mean,
Nah,
it
not
wasn't
my
a
kind.
bad game 10 years ago when it came out.
I mean, honestly, Eve, in my opinion, is one of the best games with the worst screw ups I've ever seen. It really could have been the best game ever, but it's just like they kept throwing the little quirks in there every time, doing stupid stuff, and
Like I said, it wasn't a bad game when it first came out, but it got bad, at one time.
when I left this last time, it's because I knew we were never going to be able to come back. Did you guys hear what they did with the changes on the Citadels?
Yeah.
Mm,
So I had at least 5 guys in our corp who had stuff expecting they would be safe logged. If it went back, not safe logged, but asset safety that had T2 BPOs and Citadels that we couldn't get a hold of before they came back, and they lost them. They lost it all in that. And
Gunner, he's done a full clean install on his thing.
So, I mean, honestly, I think we're done with it this time because you're not going to come. If I lost my two, I only got 3 T2 BPOs, and if I lost those, I'd never come back to the game. I'd be like, screw this shit, I'm never coming back because that's just too big of a loss you can't ever recover from.
Oh yeah.
And when you're told when you left, hey, if I come back in a year or two, I'd be fine. I'm not going to lose them. And then they change the rules mid game. That's pretty shady. They should have grandfathered those old ones until they came back in and gave them 30 days to claim their asset safety or whatever.
Yeah, well, because then they would have had people who just never logged those accounts back in, so that their shit would be protected. Are they still usable by other?
No. So they go to asset safety. Nobody can use them, but you could claim it in asset safety. I mean, it would be one thing if you made them to where somebody who's been inactive for 4 or 5 years, but it's pretty common that most people that play Eve, they play for 6 or 8 months and then they take a 6 or 8 month break.
Yeah.
And what they did is the people that were on the 6 or 8 month break, if they weren't actively paying attention to the news, literally lost all their stuff when they left that they thought would be there. I mean, they rewrote the rule.
Weeks or months or,
And they never refund any of that stuff. They never give any of that stuff back.
Well, and to give you an idea how expensive, I've got a T2 BPO for Hobgoblin's drones, and it's before they nerfed the research down, so it's a 20 material and 20 production speed on it, and I have been offered almost 200 billion for that.
Jesus.
I have a friend of mine that has some of those older blueprints like that, and people are just offering him obscene amounts of money for them.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the guys lost, what is it, a golem, I think.
The
BPA.
T2
Gondar, I'm squeaking the wheel with you, bro.
It's the T2 Raven, whatever that is. I think it's a golem.
Golem, yeah.
The BPO. Which there's no telling what that'd be worth. If they were willing to pay what they were willing to pay for my Hobgoblin, imagine what they do for a fully researched, T2 battleship.
Yeah, definitely not cheap.
Yeah, I think the thing that kind of did me over with them was I had my original 03 account. I hadn't played it in a long time. I'm talking a long time. But it had a lot of the old tournament ships and stuff on it.
Yeah.
from back in the day, and I was point blank told they did not feel it was in the best interest of the game to recover the account due to the fact that it would cause imbalance in the market.
That's some bullshit.
Oh, right. Your ass is too rich, so you can't have your shit back.
Well, now they did that shit to me too. So one of my accounts, when I came back, I had like 600 or 700 of what is the drone that was
Geckos.
geckos.
But
I
you know
had
what the most horrible part of it is that you went back and bought another subscription and played the damn game again. That is a sickness on your side.
The only reason
Yeah,
why I played the
you're right.
game was people. The other
Yeah,
people I was
that's
playing
the
with.
yeah.
That was that
I'm-
was what kept me in.
So, I played, like a lot of people, I played Sea of Thieves when it came out, right? And it's a very shallow game. Fun game, right? But shallow. Like, there's just nothing in it. And my buddy, he still plays it, even after it's been out for ages, and there's still nothing jack to do on it. And he's like, it's just so much fun. And I'm like, bro, a bag of shit on fire is hilariously fun with the right people. And you laugh because you know it's true.
Yeah.
It's not about what you're playing. It's about who you're playing with.
Mm-hmm.
And so we put up with bags of shit on fire because the people playing with the bag of shit on fire are too fun not to.
And a good example of that is I played WoW for years for that exact reason. Because I made
This guy just straight up asked Gondar to do a full deep uninstall again.
Oh, you just did that? Well, do it again.
Yeah, Gunner, he's
Because I
already done it. We also had him delete the app data files and everything. Did a full fresh cleared out reinstall, and
Had him try and
yeah,
load it
and
as an admin.
there are
compatibility.
situations in the game with what happened to him. He was disconnected due to a computer crash while he was in the middle of doing something, and the only way to get him out of that is to either have the servers reboot or have a GM move him.
I thought it was somebody in the Discord who said that. I didn't realize it was somebody watching the stream who said that. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, oh, it's just somebody saying restarted the stream. I thought it was like a staff member telling him to do a reinstall. I was like,
No, they had a staff member. Right now, in queue, a developer staff member has just told him to please do another full and deep uninstall of the game.
like knowing that he just did it.
He literally just did it.
kind of excited to start this game tomorrow. I'm trying to wait until all my guys start so I don't.
Get everybody doing the tutorials. Get everybody to do the tutorials, and then get together before you pick which place to go to start.
That's exactly why I'm wanting to wait. I'm like, if I start now, it's just best to start as a group.
Tutorial is very long though.
The tutorial is going to be several hours, or a couple hours of just going through crap if you listen to it.
Very long, but it's needed. It's not a simple game at all. There's a lot to it.
And the best part is this is small enough I can play it on my work laptop in the office.
If you think about the Eve tutorial, multiply that by like 10 to 15 times lengthwise.
I never did the Eve tutorial. I started it when I didn't have one.
Hold on a second, Seven. Don't comment on something yet. He's actually just asking him to try logging in again. He just went to his location and tried something.
I know. Yeah.
So just relax. Don't take off walk. He won't walk in a good mood, so he'll actually try to help.
Good.
And our org has a reputation of being cool with the admins. Don't botch
I can
that.
take them off. I'm gonna org.
Well, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, he's asking him. I'm not being belligerent. Like, he's asking him to do the same thing he just already did.
Yeah, I know, but just bear with it.
Is Gunner Rage Blackout? Is that the admin or?
No, we're talking
No,
about
it
in the
says
actual
NQ
dual
walk.
universe Discord.
Ah.
There's an official Discord for the game
Gotcha.
itself.
Yeah.
Yes, Rick, I saw. I don't know. I might end up having to skip it and do it tomorrow night.
Do what?
The giveaway.
Because you can't dig a hole fast enough?
No, because there's not enough people to enter internet tonight. Everybody's either in org or already won.
Oh. So
Or
you're saying
not.
they're going on the perfect day.
Either they're in org, they've already won, or they're saying they don't want it. Which was the same problem I had the other night. Like 4 or 5 people. Well, I don't really need it, so just give it to somebody else. Well, it's not much of a giveaway. It's only 1 or 2 people.
I almost went that route. But honestly, I'm pretty broke right now, so.
Are you trying to go under? You still here, bro?
The problem is I haven't been back to my home factory in so long. I haven't got my my petty cash production up.
Gotcha.
We work as a group when all of us join, so I know that taking that is probably not even going to be worth it. You know what I mean? We will probably get pretty established pretty quick.
If you
Well,
want, if
you'd
you
be
want to make
surprised.
money quickly, the easiest way to make
You'd
money
be
quickly is hematite right now. There are buy orders up on hematite for obscene amounts. So if you guys go out and mine like 1,000 kiloliters of hematite, that's 32 million in game.
And I could totally see us taking a 20-man group out to freaking mine for an entire day while drinking beer. I mean, it's just
I want to join your organization.
we.
I'll get down as a group.
I don't know if you saw my last photo on there. That's my weekly gift to myself.
Ah,
Every Friday.
Doing it right.
And if you don't know what that is, you haven't lived.
Walk is trying. So let Walk try. He's trying to do it, and they keep tightening down in the reins. So he's trying to work with what he can. So.
So they're trying to make people use the ticket system so that they don't have a bunch of people expecting instant gratification from their help. Through
Yeah.
Well, not
the
only
Makes
that,
sense.
they got to
Totally
work
makes
the
sense.
bugs out of the ticket system too.
right.
Yeah, but they gotta find the balance, and that's the problem. Like they swung the pendulum way hard.
Hold on 1 second.
right?
Gondar, are you still watching the stream, bud? Hold on. I'll send him a DM.
Yeah, it's part of that planning for future expansion is sure they can handle it now, but if they want the game to be big, they're not going to be able to do instant response requests in
Yeah, which I respect, right? But the problem though is like literally days ago they were handling each case on a case by case basis, basically instantaneously.
The problem they were having was a lot of people were severely abusing that. Like, I mean, severely abusing it.
Oh, I'm
they're
sure.
just making shit up all the time, like because they crashed their ship somewhere.
Yeah, they're abusing it so they get
Yeah.
free ships out of it.
We've had
Yeah,
people in
well,
this group do it, and I've chewed them for that.
Because I mean, it sounds like this one guy just needs his character moved, and they're going through this big long process. That'll piss people off, and they'll leave the game.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
wonder
and that
at his
was my
login.
concern.
I wonder at his login screen or his log out screen if he can even get in the game, if he can do a force respawn.
No, you have to get into the game first.
Yeah, actually, I think you can.
On the login screen? No way.
Hold on. Log out.
I know it's on. I know it's on the escape menu. when you
But
press
if he
escape
has
menu.
anything in his inventory, it'll
Yeah,
debug.
I mean, it's a cost.
Force
the
benefit.
respawn. Yeah,
likelihood.
look at the stream. Force respawn on load.
On load. Is he getting to load?
I would
Depends on
assume.
where he crashes in the load process.
yeah. I was gonna say, I mean, if moving his character will fix it, then force respawning should too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if he's not even getting in game, if it's crashing while it's loading, then no, he won't.
The error say.
But the error I got, as soon as I loaded it into the game, it would error out. So that may be what he's getting too.
I was just wondering if it's giving him a crash log. If it's like a DX error, then it's probably he had a driver update or something and didn't know about it.
Or had
Yeah.
a bad driver.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he got the night shift admin.
Dun, dun, dun.
I mean,
Well,
I
and
would have.
that's what made me mad, because like every time I've heard a complaint, it's only been Walk. He's the only one I've ever heard a complaint on.
No, lately it's been other ones too, but it's
Oh,
not so
really?
much of them. They really are having to tighten down on crap just for the sheer fact of people. I mean, and I've experienced this in Empyrean being an admin. People will make up some stupid crap to get you to do stuff for them for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, we usually on our servers have a. I mean, I just no refund, no, unless it's a server caused. We like our
Blatantly
game.
obvious, yeah.
We kind of like most of the people that are in our community like to play it the hard way. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Makes it
That's
fun.
why I don't want the million. I want to start off the hard way and have to take the grind. I'm probably in the minority there, but that's just otherwise the game's over quick.
The ARC servers I play on when new players join, they're like, "Hey, are these servers any good?" It's like, yeah, as long as you don't mind dying like 500 times
Yeah,
off
if you
the
like
start before
vanilla.
you get established.
Like the launch of Scorched Earth.
Yeah, I loved that.
If it's not that kind of difficulty, I don't want to play it.
No, that was what I was all about. Like,
Yeah.
me and my buddy are like, "Oh, there's an extra hard like spawn point here. Like, this is the hardest spawn point."
Let's
do
go. Yeah.
Yeah, Scorched Earth was hard. Just died by
Terror birds, man.
overheating way too much.
I remember. Yeah,
Weird.
fucking terror birds, motherfuckers.
I'll have to share our custom mod pack for Ark sometime if you like playing Ark. We
Dude,
made
that shit.
shit.
If you
Yeah,
want to talk about frustration.
I wrote a mod for it that actually allows you to automate everything, so you can turn it into kind of like an Empyrean type of setup. It's got machines and equipment and stuff, but we keep it private. It's got like a coal mine, and we added coal to the rock so that you could use that in forges, and it's quite a bit
Did any
different.
of you
than the
play
base
any
game.
of like the primitive plus version of Ark?
I played Primitive Plus once, and it was like,
Yeah. So if I could get, if I could basically get something similar to that, to be a server where it's just like all of the updates, all of the dinos that make sense on, some of the maps that make sense for it, up until tech. So like no tech, like no sci-fi stuff. Like we stop at sci-fi. Like sure, give us like mechanical guns and snipers and stuff like that. But
that's what pissed me off about Primitive Plus is like you can't make a long neck rifle. Like
Yeah.
you had to go that primitive. You couldn't just take away like automated turrets with friend and foe recognition systems,
yeah, exactly.
which I always thought was fun. It's like I'm like, you got a friend and foe recognition systems on your sentry guns that are fully automated, but you can't make a better boat than this stupid wooden raft. And then they made this stupid metal raft. Like,
Which was not better at all.
yeah, no.
Yeah, you can't give me like an actual like Navy SEAL raft.
I wanted dirigibles in that game.
I need to rename my stream Grumpy Guys Gaming.
I know,
Yeah.
right? Old people bitching about other games.
Geezers in Space. There you go.
Anybody
That
ever,
can be the title of your next stream, Geezers in Space.
did anybody play an old game back in the day called Scorched Earth?
Yeah.
I convinced my teachers at my school when I was a kid were computer illiterate, so they had the students running their stuff, and I was the guy who was doing that. And I convinced the math teacher, that Scorched Earth was a game that I should be able to put on people's profiles for them to play because it's all math and trajectories and velocities.
That's fair. It's fair.
Right?
Yeah. Totally sold it to him, and like all of a sudden, next thing you know, everybody's playing this game, and we were on the LAN system, so we could play against each other on it.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah,
Open it up.
and all these other teachers are like, "You can't be playing that game." Like, no, we got permission.
Damn, dude, you must be close to as old as I am.
The LAN system where you could use the hotkey to like go into DOS and
I wish
access.
I could
How did-
remember. There was a game I played. We played LAN like crazy in the early thousands. I don't know, so thousands for sure though. And it was like a PvP versus game, and you kind of played like a little bitty alien. It was like a weird kind of rip-offy kind of like Alien versus Predator, but like arena game with like a lot of people playing like little aliens. I wish I could remember what it was called.
It's not Unreal.
Just
I was
sit
gonna
in
say
free space
Unreal
with my
was
game.
okay in the 2000s, early 2000s.
Just
Unreal
sit
I'm
Tournament.
thinking Unreal Tournament. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it wasn't quite that.
Doom.
No, this was like arena mode. Like it was like all like literally that was the blood and guts of the whole game. There was nothing else. It was
Free
just-
arena.
yeah, it was basically like that. It was like Unreal Tournament, but instead of like guns and all that stuff, you had like a little, you had like a little alien you could evolve as you fight and kill the other people.
Yeah, we played Oregon Trail.
I played freaking when I was in school. No, this was probably kindergarten. I played Oregon Trail and freaking Commander Keen.
Oh, we
Yeah,
had
Commander Keen was awesome.
we had Oregon Trail in middle school.
Yeah.
Commander Keen. I haven't thought of that game. Or how about like the first Wing Commander? I loved that one.
Wait.
I'm in
Okay.
San Diego.
Just out of
Oh my
curiosity, how old is everybody in channel tonight?
I'm
39.
30. I'm 38.
40
Probably the
tree.
young guy at 30.
Wait, I heard a
Replace it.
42.
What's it, 38, 39?
I'm 40, so
Which is why I like playing
So we're
games like this, because in my experience, games like this
Rex
tend to
50.
pull older. Yeah, tend to pull older players,
Yeah,
which is
sure.
what I want.
Yeah, because the young kids don't have the patience to go through the tutorial.
Yeah, they're like,
It's kind of
wait,
weeds them out.
yeah.
wait, I have
There's
to
no
think.
Fortnite
PlayStation.
chance. What? I'm out.
Have you guys tried Stationeers before?
No.
You guys should try it sometime. If you like this, you would love that game.
That looks like one that
I mean-
therapist would like, but I probably wouldn't like.
Yeah, no, it's like Empyrean, but 10 times harder.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like it. I looked at it and I was like, nope, too intense for me.
I like a challenge.
Sometimes harder, you say.
It's at least 10 times harder than Empyrean. Like, you have to, well, like you were talking about Lua, you can program ICs, you can build integrated circuits in it. I mean, it's like, I mean, it's kind of take a Feed the Beast Minecraft pack, mix it with atmospheric pressures and stuff. It's got gas mixing. I mean, it's pretty in depth. And it is brutal. You will die 1,000 freaking times.
The question is, can I increase my movement speed? And do I have to make that be the very first thing I do? Because if the answer to either of those questions is no, then I don't know.
Literally break the top off of your gas canister and go flying like a rocket.
Oh my god, it's still going.
I've done that.
It is
I
still
told you.
going.
Didn't I say 30 minutes ago that you'd still be here? Oh, that's so good.
Oh, I just broke 400 kiloliters of natron. Oh, 556, I forgot.
I'm
Yeah.
at 1,000 kiloliters of bauxite.
What did you say you'd probably end up staying up till 2? It's
I don't know if I'm gonna make it to 2.
Diggy, diggy hole.
Thank God I got a nap in this afternoon, or yesterday afternoon, I should say.
yeah, that would be yesterday now.
My wife's gonna be so pissed off at me. What time did you go to bed last night? 2 a.m.
And a guy last night, like 2 nights ago, he's like, "Oh, I'm going to bed by midnight tonight." I'm like, "Yeah, midnight Pacific time." He's like, "No, shut up." Sure enough, like 1:45 in the morning, he's like, "Crap!" I'm like, "Yeah, midnight Pacific time."
I like Rex's comment.
You should change my name to Rick Grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
honestly one of the main reasons I don't want to start tonight. I won't go to bed.
Yeah.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Oh no, first day, there's no way.
I'm
And
one of
be
those.
sitting there, you'll be sitting there waiting on those timers for crafting and just being like,
One of those people that'll sit there and play it until I face palm it into the keyboard.
I've done that before.
first day is rough.
Well, the Johnny Walker isn't gonna have Hoover, so
It's because the first day is like 72 hours long when you play a game like this.
Which Johnny Walker do you like? Blue or what?
I only do blue.
Yeah. I
Now,
assumed, just for the fact that you said Johnny Walker, I assumed it was blue. People don't mention Johnny Walker unless they drink blue.
Now, Jay,
Yeah,
do you know any guys that like building ships?
Like, do you have any ship
we
designers
have-
from like Imperion? People who love to design ships.
We have two guys that are, I would say, are creative. The rest of us are not very creative.
You're just like, here's some cash. Give me something good.
Do you build boxes?
Well, it's funny because most of our group are either engineers or IT guys in real life. And if you've ever met engineers, we don't think like that. I mean, we just don't.
Yeah.
I hire people to make shit look pretty. I make it work.
Yep.
You'll be
I-
driving the fastest box you've ever
Direct.
seen.
Oh my god, my ship that I made in Empyrean was a box.
But it was the
It was-
fastest moving box you ever did see
Well-
because you min-maxed the hell out of it.
Brick build.
Exactly. I reach a trajectory of every turret.
There's a reason why in Star Trek the Borg used cubes.
There is.
It's
Okay.
funny because when I went, I have to go every once in a while and do these damn things at the universities and shit, and they're trying to get all these people into STEM. You know, I don't want to get into the politics of it, but we'll just say people who are normally not the type that get into engineering, and you're a creative. No, I'm not talking that way. That sounded wrong, but
You know,
what I meant by normally not the type is the creative people. You have to have a specific
trying to get
mind.
your art majors into your engineering.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck that.
Good luck with that.
Fuck
I
that.
mean, and the amount of them that just drop out like within 6 months blows your mind because I mean, I'll tell you if you're right to be an engineer, you see the world different than everybody
Yes.
else.
I have
mean,
I have the opposite problem of you in my career field. So I taught ballroom dancing. Well, I still do, but I teach ballroom dancing professionally. And I've taught at 3 different colleges. I've taught ballroom dancing programs or substitute teached for like several months. And it was so rough. We'd get engineers would take the class, either boys or girls, and they had the hardest times. Not all of them, but they had the roughest times because I'd ask them to do something and they go, no, wait a minute, just explain this one thing. Now, if I angle like I'm like, dude, stop engineering your feet. Just move them where I tell you to move them.
You just can't think that way. I mean,
yeah, I know.
what pisses me off about the education system, and I think why you get a lot of engineers that are really bitter against it, is because most of the education system is run by people who are into the liberal arts side of things. And there's this feeling that you've got to be well rounded. Some people can't be well rounded.
Yeah, that's just not a thing.
And I saw a lot of good freaking engineers drop out that are probably on freaking minimum wage jobs now that could have been the next Einstein because Common Core pushed them out before they ever got to really thrive.
Yeah.
And I think that's a terrible system we've got here. Because,
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you're going to be a person that's writing a novel or you're going to be doing, you know, like you're doing or something else, you need those classes. But if you're a freaking math genius like to me, I can do matrices and calculus in my head. But I to this day, at 39 years old, I have never read a fiction novel. And I never will. Because I never read tons of how-to manuals and shit. It's not a reading.
You'd rather sit down with a Blank for Dummies book any day of the week.
And the problem is like, when I was going through college, holy crap, I had to read these books and all of this arts and humanities stuff, and I almost dropped out.
Yeah.
It's very
I just think that part of the education system is really screwed up, and
it's very rare to find somebody that's capable of having the analytical point of view of an engineer-minded person, because that really is what it is. When an engineer walks into a room, you mentally you dissect everything around you, and how can I rearrange this? How can I make this work better? Everything's very literal to the point. Is that purposeful? It's not purposeful. I don't want it. You know. And then you have
we
Like
are
how it is, Max.
about everything.
yeah, everything is optimization. How can I optimize this to work better? You know, aesthetics of it do not matter.
No, I mean, if I wasn't in the position, in an executive level position at my company, I'm the type of person who would come into work in freaking blue jeans and an old raggedy T-shirt.
Yeah.
That's just the way we are. We don't see the
So I'd like you all to
The
meet
other
the
side.
factory builder. His name is Killin J.
It won't fucking look
I don't
pretty.
give a shit about what it looks like, buddy.
Well,
I'll make you a deal.
I've
I'll
always
make the exterior box gorgeous for us to live in. You make the factory that goes in that box work like nobody has ever worked before.
it's, Jay.
I want to see how far we can go down the Lua rabbit hole. Because I'm telling you, I'm going to
Oh, you
program it
can-
to do every single.
You can now, if you do something that breaks the game and they see it, they will talk to you and ask you, "Hey, this isn't supposed to be working this way. Is there any way you can adjust this or remove this from your script?" You know, they're pretty communicative about that.
Oh, I'm not wanting to screw the game up. I'm wanting to make advanced automation stuff out of Lua.
And there's
I'd
actually
be really
programming
curious to
boards
see
in
what
game that
Lua
you can
can
use.
do with the
Quite a bit.
factory.
I've seen some pretty insane stuff with it.
in the
But
factory.
yeah, oh yeah. But
I've
So-
never had math makers done lately.
I can't even imagine what it could actually do with how limited the system is.
Well, there's problems with internal server errors that cause your machines to stop, and so
I'm
you can
aware. Oh, you could have them restart it.
have them restart them. You can have it monitor that and show you which things are not active or not producing enough. You can have it showing you bottlenecks and increasing or decreasing.
So it's not controlling it, more of just like providing you exceptional amounts of data.
Right.
They've got APIs where you could change links and stuff.
yes,
And you could make a factory that's the same size do 10 times the work of a normal factory.
I don't think there's a way
Wait,
to
that's a
make
thing?
that
You
change.
can make links change? No way.
I
No fucking way.
I know somebody was messing with it. I don't know if they got it to work. I know somebody was
There's
trying
no
it.
way.
Because there's no option alternative for the link tool to do it.
Whenever there is an interaction for every assembly line to select connection, and there's also the option to break connection.
No, there's an option. Well, I don't know if there is an option to break them now. There wasn't before, but
There is.
was
When
an
you
option
right click,
to
there's an
start a
option to
connection.
break it.
Yeah, before there was an option when you right click to start a connection on that unit.
No, there's actually two right click menus now. One of them is
To remove
to
in
remove,
and out
and there's
connections.
one to connect to choose
Oh.
output, and you can manually pick based on the container name.
Good. That was one of the things that was requested because that was such a pain.
Now, Jay,
You
I've
got-
actually had a lot of issue with myself. Now, this isn't related to like, oh God, this is the reason why, but mentally, I'm a very analytical person. I walk into a situation and I rip apart every single aspect of it. It's part of the reason why I'm so OCD about my basing game. I have two severe autistic children. I cannot be OCD in real life, but when it comes to my gaming, hands off. But at the same time, I'm an artist. So I've got two competing sides of my brain saying, well, this needs to be done this in order and make it work to this way to get the best result in this manner. And then the creative side of my brain's like, well, but we could also make it look really pretty. And then I end up spending 3 times the amount of time doing it.
See, and because he's so OCD and artistic all in one, that means if you touch anything in his base, and he doesn't like it, he'll move halfway across the game universe to get away from you. Oh
I
yeah,
have
you
done
can
that.
live in this little apartment room.
That wasn't you. That was somebody else that
Yeah,
caused me to
yeah,
do that.
yeah.
You were not an issue. That was the person rearranging all the shit in my base every night.
Mm-hmm. Just teasing him.
It's like,
The
what about
timing was really poor when I started the game. So basically like if he basically was living on frickin' Pluto in comparison to Earth, and he came and flew all the way out, picked me up, brought me back, got me started in the game. I was like, I'm moving back to Earth. Bye. You can come with if you want, but this place is cooler. But I'm out.
Somebody asked me, how do you identify a person that would be a good engineer? I said, well, it depends on which engineering you're going to.
Yeah.
But with me being my actual degree area is electrical engineering, and then I've also got a bachelor's in aeronautical engineering.
Oh, nice.
But you would almost say that any person that's a good engineer is borderline got Asperger's. That's the way they think.
Yeah.
They obsess with it. Like if somebody gives me a problem and I can't figure it out, I will literally sit there and work on it until I fall over asleep.
Yep. My problem is I can't shut my brain off.
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah,
what.
my IQ is 172. I cannot shut my brain off. Period.
smoke a lot more weed?
Not
A lot more. I'm telling you, a lot. More.
legal where he's at yet, I don't think.
Oh, that's highly unfortunate.
Yeah. The funny part is you can get it medicinally prescribed to you, but the state puts such regulations on it that it's extremely mild. Like it's basically like smoking paper, and then they have so many taxes on it that it's like
It's
exceeds.
just not worth it.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
basically
Oklahoma is really really chill. Like I could go to a doctor in Oklahoma and just be like, yo, my back hurts, I need pot, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Here it's just it's like basically like smoking paper, and then they charge you $100 for
The
it.
trick here is with it, you have to be like, I really want something. I don't really want, traditional over-the-counter medicine.
I'm looking for something. I'm dealing with a lot of anxiety right now. I'm having a hard time eating.
They're
So
so chill about it.
or I could just go down to Gurney Mills and pick up a bag for recreational because I want it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so much easier.
but yeah, I
We don't
haven't.
have that luxury here yet.
My hardest battle in life is the fact that I just cannot shut my brain off, especially when I get latched onto a problem.
Did you do a circle around that to see if you're near the end of it yet?
No, I'm just mining.
He's just going for it and praying.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I
You're
just
so adorable.
especially
You're
started
gonna
at the top.
finish that node tonight.
I did start at the top.
No, that's what I did. I started at the top. I'm working my way down. God only knows how far.
But yeah, I'm really bad about that. Especially like you're saying, when you get a problem, you just can't stop until you. And I have literally set up for a week at a time, not slept for a week, because I was so enthralled in a problem. I had to figure it out.
I'm fortunate enough that
Your wife loved that.
I can go, hey, all right, this is enough of this, right? Like, I know when to call it. I've learned when to call it over the years. Just be like, I can't deal with this anymore. It needs to be done, and I need to do something else. I'll come back.
Hmm.
Because it fixes problems for me a lot too. Is because if I'm stuck on something for that long, it means that I need to step away from it to solve it.
You need the code duck.
Right.
You don't have a code duck, get a code duck. Even if you don't code and you have big problems in your life, get a duck. If you don't, does anyone here not know about the code duck? The rubber ducks?
It's been a long
It's
time.
like
but-
it's a rubber duck, right?
Yeah, it's just rubber duck. But does anyone not know like the thing behind the rubber duck?
I do not know the story behind it now.
Well, it's not really even a story. Like it's a thing. Like literally, a lot of engineers and coders and programmers, they have a rubber duck, and what they do is whenever they like screw up their code or or whatever project they're working on, and they're just like losing their mind, they they take the rubber duck and they hold the rubber duck and they look at the rubber duck and they tell the rubber duck what's going on and what the problem is and like what's not working and what they're trying to do, and like instantly it's fixed. They're like, got it.
Because you verbalize, yeah, when you verbalize
Exactly.
it,
So
you're like,
they
"Oh."
use the rubber duck.
Because verbalization uses a different portion of your brain, and it makes you structure it differently when you think of how to verbalize it, and you come up with new variations of your idea or what you're working on.
I use the. It's really funny is because my coach who taught me and coaches me on my professional dancing has seen the rubber duck and has seen me go into my bag and pull out a rubber duck and walk around with it, and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I said, "You didn't get it, bro. You're not a nerd. You're." I said, I like I'm on that spectrum where it's like I'm just enough of a creative, but I'm really more of a nerd and a geek.
If you saw me try to do professional dancing and you tried to teach me, that would be some funny shit right there.
Well, and so that's actually
Rubber
why
duck.
I've done so. That's why I've done so well, is because and why I've been teaching in colleges and stuff, and why I've had like a lot of engineer students and stuff take my classes, because I think more like, and that's the difference. I think much more like the logical, more engineer-minded, like technical people than like the frou-frou dance teacher people that I commonly work with and drive me up the wall. And they're like, just feel the music. I'm like, no, bitch, count. Like it's structured. There's
imagine
like
a lot
math behind this. There's
I imagine a lot of it
pattern
too is because those
recognition.
people, everybody thought they were going to be failures in life, and then they got the money to go freaking pay you to do dance.
Yeah, exactly.
Digging a hole.
See, I just used to walk around and talk to myself when I was working for the state doing subcontracting. My employees would come in, they'd see me in my office, just pacing my office, having a conversation with myself, and it'd be like literally a full out
Hand
conversation.
waving and everything.
Yeah,
Like, that's how I do it when I'm talking to myself. I got my hands are waving and shit. Like, who are you talking to? Don't worry about it.
I probably go away.
I don't even know. I don't even want to admit how many times I had to go to psych when I worked at Raytheon.
I've actually had arguments myself too. Like, no, that won't work. Yes, that'll work. Damn it, just
Well, I
try
mean,
it.
But it's much worse when you worked for DoD. They really frown upon that.
They
Especially,
dislike erratic behavior.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a reason I had my 3 degrees are actually in electrical engineering, aeronautical, and computer science, because I used to make guidance systems principles. You don't want somebody going a little bit fucking crazy on that stuff.
Wait, really? My uncle was on the team that did the electrical engineering for the Patriot missile system in Desert Storm.
Yeah, I redesigned it back.
He said he fixed that shit.
Well, no, it was updated.
Yeah,
Technology changed a lot.
Oh,
yeah.
he's in
That's
private
kind of how it
sector now.
sounded though, which was fun.
He's in private sector now. He designs circuitry for military grade RC equipment.
I got the hell away from defense stuff. I mean, once again, not to get too political there, I just kind of got to see what some of my shit was doing, and it kind of gets hard to sleep at night.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's fair. There ain't nothing political about that, man.
Hey, guess what?
Yeah, man.
Guess what? Node's gone.
Did you finish it?
I finished it.
Double check with a scanner, bro. You never know.
Yep,
Might have
yep.
missed the
Got
spot.
But here's the problem. There's a problem though. This node, the mega node that I just mined, wasn't on the tile that I knew there was a mega node. Only a small portion of it was.
I thought when you said it might be bigger than I thought, and it was like, it looks like only a little tiny portion is in the section you started in.
Yeah. So there's probably more.
There's another mega node of bauxite somewhere on this tile.
You'll have to rescan it and double check.
Oh shit! If I'm doing that tonight, I'll just scan it in the morning or sometime.
And just run the scanner now before you go to bed, and just
It doesn't run while you're offline.
I'll just go AFK. It's not like this game's gonna kill you.
that wrong?
I log out. I just walk away from the computer and AFK it like overnight. It doesn't it literally does nothing.
That is
There's no automatic
hilarious.
log out or anything. You just sit there
Yeah, so this is the tile that I found it scanned out to 1.1. I probably got 200k out of this side of this, and the rest of it was all on that tile, and the other two tiles.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if somebody had scanned that tile and then you just jacked it and then the one you scanned is actually still damn near full.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it is, but I'm just gonna. Oh, should not be up.
Lol.
That's a crazy world, though, that you said that he designed the Patriots. The last thing I did before I got out was, have you guys ever heard of the Iron Dome system?
Yeah.
That was the last one that I worked on before I got out.
Yep.
And that one was a pretty good system. That was actually one of the best I did.
Yeah, he was literally working on the electrical engineering up to the point that they took him out of a lab in the States and deployed them in the field with the final working prototypes.
Yep, they do that on all of them now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was fucking amazing money, man. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the money was there, but like I said,
Oh,
the
he was
only way you
enlisted.
can troubleshoot. Oh no, I
you
work
fucks never do that. You don't make a dime.
But the only way you can troubleshoot your stuff is to watch. So each one of them have cameras on the front of them, and you can watch the feed right before it does it,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and try to figure out why I was off by. I mean, we actually got stuff that was flying. I mean, people don't realize how fast a missile flies. Some missiles fly up to Mach 22, which is just freaking unbelievably fast.
Mm-hmm.
And we were landing them 1,500 miles away within a
Few feet.
inch window.
Within a
And
what window?
Feet
And
is a long time ago.
an 18-inch
bro.
window.
That's insane.
Well, and when you're talking Mach 22, I'm talking. Let me put it this way: we could launch from Florida to Rio de Janeiro and hit the target in under 8 minutes.
What's really crazy about those things is how fast they get that fast. Like that acceleration, the foot per foot. Like holy shit.
How do they manage the boom? Like, or do they not hit that until they're farther away?
So you talking about the sonic boom?
Yeah.
So you're not worried.
Or is it just in just a giant ass chamber when it hits that?
So, well, a missile by design will never have the sonic boom catch up.
Yeah.
Right.
It's going to hit the target before.
Well, but I mean, even where it originates. I mean,
Who cares?
if it's hitting that, well, I'm just saying where I guess if you're launching it from the middle of fucking nowhere, it doesn't.
Right,
matter.
it's because you're launching it from friendly territory where it doesn't matter if it makes a noise or not, and you're like, by the time it makes the noise, like right away.
Yeah, but it's not just only noise.
Yeah.
You're breaking windows and shit.
But that doesn't hit until the sound hits, and so depending on the missile, most of the higher end ones, they actually go out of atmosphere, which makes sonic booms useless. And then they come straight down. But I'll take it now, man. The shit that we saw, because back when I was first doing some of them, we would, we'd launch them long distances into, a test building or whatever. You'd watch the video, figure out what went wrong along the way. Then you go through them, of course, back in the early 2000s, I mean, I was
And
doing
actually see them in use,
yeah, and then you see one fly into a window of a family and shit, and I'm like, all right, man, it's kind of getting hard to sleep at night. I understand what has to happen in some of those cases, but I'm the one that does it. And that's
all because it has to happen doesn't have to mean that you have to be the one to do it.
pretty harsh because I'm not the one that would typically feel guilty about it.
Mm-hmm.
But
I got you.
at that level, it's like you realize that you haven't killed 10, 20. You killed 10, 20.
Okay, wait. When you run, okay, never mind. You answered my question. When you run the territory scanner, you don't have to stand there and stare at it. I know your ship can't move and it can't move, but you don't have to stand there and stare at it.
Oh no, I can go out there and
Just
keep
can't
mine, and I'm just When this is done, I'm probably gonna end the stream tonight and go to bed.
Yeah, man.
If you log off while it's going, then it won't activate. If somebody else walks up to it and tries to check the progress, they won't be able to see it because they have to run their own scan.
Yep.
It's really weird.
Can someone else run their own scan on your equipment?
If it's somebody in your faction, yeah.
Oh, I guess, yeah. It's permissions, duh.
Well, yeah, I mean, given that you've given your faction permissions for what
Yeah.
you-
I don't know. I haven't. It caught up with me after I asked. I was like, oh wait a minute, it's just hide element. Therefore, you have to have permissions.
Yeah, I'm just used to everything
yeah.
in our organization has permissions for everybody because we
Yeah,
don't
of course.
have a bunch of people, so.
Have you ever heard of a rod from God?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to see one of those on a test deployment. Holy shit, man. Terrifying.
That's gotta be something.
So they use a electromagnetic, I don't know what you'd call it. It's a freaking, it's just an energy. Like it takes a rod of tungsten.
Yeah, it's
And
just a giant metal stick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it takes it in space
Accelerate.
and accelerates it through an electromagnet, and it's at 14,000 meters per second when it comes into the atmosphere. And of course, it's tungsten, so it doesn't burn up in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
The one that I saw them shoot was, I mean, freaking tiny. I mean, I'm talking like maybe the diameter of a 2-liter bottle, and
That
18
reduces
inches
the air
tall.
resistance.
I mean, we're talking tiny. And when it hit the ocean, man, it looked like a freaking atomic bomb went off. I mean, ridiculous.
Like a chunk of tungsten that big, how much does that weigh? Like that's a bit of mass.
You're probably talking
I just found two
1,100 pounds.
chromite nodes, like cheek to cheek, bro. Like, holy crap! I thought my thing was misfiring. I was like,
Nice.
there's no way I missed this thing. Like, they were not even like 20 meters apart. That's impressive.
But the thing is that freaking electromagnet that they tested that with could probably shoot 150 times the size of that. I mean, you're talking about weapons that could take out not.
Yeah, those are city killers.
They're freaking regional killers. I mean, you could take out the freaking northeast of the United States with one of them.
Yeah, and not have fallout.
And there's no way to stop it. I mean, if somebody asked, one of the 4-stars asked me, is like, what could we do to prevent, our adversaries in this weapon? I said, you shoot the satellite down. You don't stop it. Once it's
You
fucking
stop them
fired.
from shooting it, yeah.
I mean, once it's shot, there is nothing you can do. That's a terrifying future, because I guarantee you, if we've got it, others
Somebody
have.
else does, yeah.
I mean, that idea isn't even relatively new. It's not even relatively new. That's an old space program idea.
Well, and I tell you, now that you're seeing more civilian companies get in, that's what scares me in the space industry is.
Right. Some civilian
I
company
mean-
gets there, some aggravated
AKA Elon Musk, etc. Yeah.
some aggravated
Well,
employee gets their hands on something in space and sends it down to the planet.
Well, and not even just that. When you get into corporations, there's a lot of pressure to make things happen, regardless of consequence. I don't think Elon Musk would do it because he's a really overly cautious when it comes to certain things that could be catastrophic. I mean,
Yeah, he is.
he's willing to freak it on other stuff, but when it comes to like AI and other stuff, he's really overcautious. But I'm telling you now, in the next 10 years, we're going to see a rash of companies try to go out and do asteroid mining because the amount of precious minerals that are on some of those rocks are just, we're talking economy changing overnight. I mean, there's one asteroid out there that's worth, like, current values, quintillions of dollars. And the only logical way to bring that, or to get that back to this planet, is to throw that
Blow
asteroid.
it to sky
or-
high, yeah.
I mean, you're going to have to throw it into orbit and then mine it closer because you're not going to mine it freaking,
Yeah.
several.
You're not going to be able to bring it down.
Well, one company was talking about they're able to commercialize, actually get to other planets like Mars, that was something that a lot of industrial companies were interested with mining asteroids and stuff, because then they could force it into the orbit of Mars without having an effect on the Earth.
Yeah, they could just
But I
they
guess
could run.
some
They don't have to worry about emissions
first.
or anything.
But then there's always the problem
I
is
guarantee you the. Go ahead.
one miscalculation,
Yeah,
one
that's exactly my
minor
point.
thing.
I can tell you right now, when you're talking quintillion dollars, I mean, we're talking money that is just beyond reasonable belief.
Beyond
I mean, you
fathomable,
literally,
yeah.
yeah,
People's
you
common
can
sense goes
take,
out the window.
It's where you get into
yeah,
theoretics
I mean,
over things that you don't ever see that actual.
Hey,
and what's going to happen? Yeah, you would tank the markets, but I mean, either
Yeah,
way,
you'd
even if
beyond
it was a
tank
trick,
it though. Like there's like you get a point where it's like tanking it is like the most gross understatement of all possible statements.
you would, but you wouldn't too. I mean, like, so you may actually, I mean, you would tank it, obviously, but
I mean, you'd be
well, I'll give you an
creating like
example.
one massive renaissance, but
Well, to give you an example, if you any of y'all ever heard of a proton exchange membrane?
yes,
Um,
actually.
it's essentially a fuel cell that can take water, separate it out, and produce energy either direction. You know, you put energy to it, and it separates it out into liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, and then that liquid hydrogen and oxygen will recombine through that proton exchange membrane. It essentially works as a forever lasting battery, but they take platinum plates between the membranes, which is makes them unachievably expensive right now.
Yeah.
if
But
you could get an
yeah,
ass ton of platinum, it's no longer expensive.
yeah, and then all of a sudden, yeah, you may tank platinum down, but if you have the actual freaking hold on the entire market of platinum on a device that you could put into a car that could revolutionize electric vehicles and give them unlimited range. I mean, essentially, it would be unlimited range with never going bad batteries. It would change.
Assassinated next day.
Have you ever seen the man in the white shirt or the man in the white suit?
You know, this is
The
part of the
demand
reason.
is there to pull it here, and you know some company's going to try to do it. And if they miss a calculation and throw a freaking metallic asteroid into this planet, it could be doomsday.
You know, the funny thing is, this is the reason why I enjoy gaming this type of game, is because I get to have these conversations. Whereas in real life, if I try to have a conversation like this with my brother-in-law, well, I'll put it this way: he's a flat earther.
Oh god.
It's
So
so
that you
wrong.
can tell the degree of intelligent conversation that's possible. Hey Jay, have you heard there's one company that's working on a what is it called, osmium projectile?
No, I hadn't.
Yeah, it's the densest and heaviest material on the planet, pretty much.
Can it make it through the atmosphere? Because that's the biggest problem I saw. They
Well,
tried materials.
what they were talking about doing, one of the things they were doing is encapsulating it into another material that would be able to manage the exit entrance. But basically, if you launch something the size of a golf ball with this material into orbit and it come back down and hit, the damage it would do.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
you
kind of
know-
like, I mean, it's like the God Rod.
Yeah, just smaller size.
It's like you can always make the God Rod more effective by just making it longer.
Yeah, that's like, honestly, I don't know that you need anything bigger than a God Rod. I mean, you're talking at a point where, I mean,
God
there's
Rod golf balls, boom, problem solved. Wipe out freaking a country.
out in 10 seconds. I mean,
I want to golf those off the space station once. See what happens.
Jesus Christ.
But one of the things they were talking about is they could actually,
Australia.
they could. One of the things that they're concerned with is you could, if you had like, say you had a low orbit satellite that had just a scatter drop where it could drop like 50 of these things at a particular target, it would decimate an entire area of land. Just
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I was saying take God Rod and then golf ball size them and then fucking
Right.
just eat a whole countryside.
And then shotgun them.
I mean, you got to look at
Exactly.
somebody like Elon Musk though. people don't even realize the power that guy wields right now.
No.
He single-handedly has more rockets in his personal possession in a private corporation or private company than any government in the world.
Yeah.
That is freaking almost. I mean, like I said, I don't really think he's a bad person, but that is a terrifying thought that we're at this point.
Yeah. Oh, we're
It's-
gonna get to the point to where it's gonna be a breaking point, and that's unfortunately that's the only way there's ever progress in human society is it gets to the point to where it's a play toy for the public. There's still 730,000 bauxite in this grid, but it gets to the point to where it's a public play toy,
So
and
there's
that's when
still
you start.
there's still another one in there.
Yeah, that's when you start seeing real creative. But then you also have the problem of not having the, restraint that you would see otherwise. So, yeah, you have a lot more creativity, but you end up having Chernobyls.
Well, and I think we're at a point where
There was,
Stuff.
Hold on one second,
I-
guys. I'm going to sign off for the night. Okay, everybody on the stream, I'm going to go ahead and kill this for the night. Y'all have a good night. I will be
Did you do
streaming
your
again.
giveaway?
No, I'm going to do it tomorrow night. I didn't have really anybody go for it tonight. So tomorrow night I'll be doing a giveaway of 1 million. And I'll be streaming tomorrow night starting at 9 p.m. Central U.S. time. Probably till midnight to 1, maybe 2 a.m. again tomorrow night. Y'all have a good night and take care.
have a good one, man.
Yeah.